चैट हमारा आखिरी टूर्नामेंट ऑफ द वॉच पार्टी ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट ऑफ द वैलोरेंट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड्स ऑफ द चैंप्स आ चुका है। कैसन बा सब लोग कैसन बा। क्या है भैया क्या है ये?
At the beginning, I was just playing in the shadows. I had a tough time with my career.
मेरा सिमर हेलो
I was going to retire.
भाई मजा आएगा
I was already planning to go to the real life, working as a lawyer. Then I found Valorant.
भाई अपसेट्स नहीं चाहिए यार प्लीज।
Through all
नहीं
the
एक्चुअल में
dark
अपसेट्स फन है, लेकिन
just
अपसेट्स
keep
फन है,
chasing
लेकिन
this,
पीआरएक्स के साथ नहीं। सेन
struggle,
अपसेट होगा चलेगा।
It's like a love story that I started and was eager to continue.
इंट्रो एक्सेल जी मेरे को तो सेंटिनल दिखाई दिया था।
Valorant reminded me of why I was chasing my dream.
सेन है भाई।
I think that's the beauty of the game.
G2 जीतेगा चैंप, सबसे ज्यादा डिजर्विंग G2 है। डिपेंड मतलब जिस हिसाब से वो लोग ने खेला है, बट चैंप्स इज डिफरेंट यार। 2-3 हफ्ते के ब्रेक में सब लोग प्रैक्टिस करके भाई गोट को देखो, बेंचो हैंडसम गोट देखो बे।
Loss after loss. But now it's our time.
Parfois,
हो जाए
on tue par amour.
रिवर्स द स्टार्टिंग टू हियर कैसे फ्रॉम बैंक्स में। ये क्या है? हेलो
Pain.
ये लोग को तो सबसे ज्यादा पेन है भाई। टीएच वालों के लसूड़े के लग गए पड़े।
The ache of standing inches from victory.
2 बार फाइनल्स आ रहे थे ना।
The knife twist of nearly.
The angel of death has descended on heretics.
We're still under the shadow of last year,
गोटा सामने वाले गोटे निकाल के
and it only takes one
कंचा के लिए एक्सक्यूज मी
revenge.
एडब्ल्यूसी जीता
On s'active, augmente la dose. Assez de voir ma vie en pause. J'ai fait une prière, fait un toast. Levé le verre, j'ai touché le ciel. Mon verre déborde à la nôtre.
अरे एड्स ऑफ करने बोल दो ना, क्या करो इतना पैसे का।
Il a bâti des royaumes, puis les a réduits à néant. La passion brûle comme le feu, sans
दिया।
discernement, sans pitié.
G2 वर्सेस BRX फाइनल्स पॉसिबल है।
2024, my world champion brothers left me. I had nothing left. I felt empty. I didn't know.
जो को वो बोलते हैं भाई। मेरे को एक बात बताओ, बहन जो बेबी भी खेलने वाला है अभी नहीं ना? आ गया ना लीफ ऑफ बेस।
Le temps passe, j'encaisse les fonds pour les minimis. Je donne de l'inspi pour many men. Donc on continue le taf, on élimine. Ça paraît grand jeu, un coup de fil, je les minimise. On vise et on fait les mises. Je travaille comme deux, toujours en eau, je rentabilise. Je baisse, je me stabilise.
टर्न बढ़ा और बढ़ाओ।
Le temps passe.
Chaque pas que nous faisons,
Le temps passe.
chaque instant que nous portons,
क्यूटी बोलते हैं।
Le temps passe.
charge notre
वो लोग ने ऐसा क्यों किया पता ना तुम लोग को? वो एक जो डॉक्यूमेंट्री आया था ना मान रहे।
Mais ces échos ne résonnent pas que dans les ruines.
Pirek for the win, love you आदित्य
La mort
भाई।
s'épanouit dans les recommencements.
मत कर, सॉरी।
Yeah, I'd love to win a trophy with you.
Why is that?
Because we're old. And normally, like, it's the youngsters that, like, dominate the game. But it's nice to see that you've proven that you've still got it. We've had players come and go. And
क्या
it's
व्यू है
been tough for
भाई।
those players that have gone to get back to the top.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen. But
Yeah. So I'm pretty happy we could start our journey again. You're a fun teammate.
Thank you, man.
Probably one of my most fun teammates, but don't be telling the other boys that because Alfie will be getting jealous.
Il fait d'étrangers des frères.
여기 왔네.
사실 이전에 챔피언스들이랑 좀
마코 볼때.
다른 느낌이긴 해. 진짜 힘겹게 왔지.
भाई है बे पेरिस.
처음에
सारे स्कूल फ्रेंड्स घूम रहे थे को?
솔직히
왜
내가
배?
여기 있을 정도인가라는 생각이 들었어. 널 보면은 내 옛날 생각이 나. 너가 첫 챔피언스기도 하고
बेचारा
너한테
शाही है.
부담이 될 수 있겠지만 너가 DRX 미래거든.
Il unit une seule braise en une flamme partagée.
Excuse me. ये Valorant वॉच पार्टी क्रेजी था.
Un rêve partagé.
आर के बोलते भाई ये भी स्ट्रॉन्ग दिख रहे हैं लेकिन अभी
你哥对你自豪吗？那肯定啊。他现在逢人都会说他弟弟是个世界冠军，他会很开心。我觉得这东西如果今天能赢下来的话，都不是我们。
हो गया ना सब टीम्स का दिखा देना.
我觉得就是。
अभी जी का आएगा.
不是，我是觉得哥几个就要算就算大的。
Quand ce lien prend racine, il défie l'impossible.
Les 16 meilleures équipes du monde se sont réunies ici à
T'as
Paris.
terre.
Le désir brûlant d'être les meilleurs.
Il se propage. Il endure.
Parce que l'amour de Valorant.
मत कर. Sorry.
Il se bat.
Sorry.
To be the best, you have to sacrifice everything you have. You can never think about going back.
तो हम बोलते. भाई पॉजी गू खा ले एडिटर का. पॉजी गू खा ले एडिटर का. पॉजी है बे है बे. भाई सॉन्ग भी सेक्सी है. क्या हो गया?
हेडफोन्स किधर है मेरे?
ये क्या आंधी? ये नया सॉन्ग है ना? चलो गोट्स आगे. ए फाइनल्स के भी यही स्टेज है क्या?
नहीं भाई पागल है क्या? प्लेऑफ
नहीं मतलब चेंज हो जाता है.
opportunity to
prove themselves on the global
यही वेन्यू है ना?
Who better than Paper X to answer to that challenge? Of course, the winners of our last and most recent Masters. The map vetoes are going to be very interesting as we head to the first match of Champs Paris. And surely this is Paper X's to lose.
Of course, I mean, coming off the back of that Masters Toronto win, every single team coming
अरे
in
sound गया गधेड़ो.
Paper X has been looking at figuring out a way to take them down, and now we've got those vetoes coming in.
Hold on, Doug. It's XLG that choose to go to bind.
Yeah, I think they are just really confident in the waylay that they've been running, that they introduced last time against, I know,
भाई
against
मैं
the
आपका
undefeated
पेरेंट्स को
Paper X.
कैसे
I'm inclined to agree with you also real quick,
आएगा
looking further
आज
down the road.
देखना एक्सीज में.
Sunset means Sage, means buffs as well.
Yeah, it definitely does. But I
ये
do
मेरा
want to focus
जिम
in
का
on this
कपड़ा है.
bind for just a minute because
जिम का
it is
कपड़ा ही है.
very interesting.
जिम का है.
XLG had not played bind at all in stage 2 up until the playoffs against DRG. It was a map they picked, debuted. They're playing this funky comp like you mentioned with the waylay in it for and it was the map they won against
तो उतार दूं क्या अभी ऑन स्टेज?
It's
देख के
certainly
देना
a
मैच.
choice to start things off here, but they're trying to sort of come in with something a little bit different against DRX.
And I think a lot of it is bringing good against good. They're
Side से कोई तो
obviously
hello बोला
confident
देखा.
in it. They're not shying away from, again, like you mentioned, Chrissy, all of Paper X's maps are going to be good, right? They're one of the best teams in the world. They dominate their region domestically, but also, you know you're going into the Lions Den. You know you're going into an
कुछ तो
undefeated
कनेक्शन है.
map.
आ मत कर यार बड़ा वो खाए पाद दूंगा.
They have to deliver here.
I am also curious for XLG because they banned the Lotus, a map that PaperX have actually lost on in Stage 2. And this is a map where they play a crazy triple Sentinel composition. And I'm wondering if they're just done with Lotus in its entirety or if it's specifically they don't want to run that more passive setup up against the behemoths that are PaperX.
I also love how ballsy this bind pick is because if we talk about preparations, right? I know Mini, was helping out with PaperX as well. If you want to prepare for a map veto like this, there is no way in hell you thought XLG was going to pick. There is zero chance.
No chance. And even if you did, you only have one map of tape to go off of, and that was a month ago.
I mean, I think that's
एक और बार overreact किया ना, चाहे तेरे सर पे जाएगा वीडियो, दिख रहा है मेरे को भी उसका move.
Be ballsy in situations like this, but and put your coach's hat on for a second. How?
It's on. I've donned it.
How on earth? Now they picked it. How do
Valorant
they
का चार बोलते हैं.
That's a great question.
How do they do it?
Ultimately, I think that I want to see how good they can be on the defensive side of
BO3
things.
BO3.
I think Bind is a map that on defense often comes down to tandem play. Two players on the side, especially towards B, working hand in hand with one another. And you have to be locked in as a duo to hold against a team that is going to be so explosive.
I do think his agent select is coming up here in just a moment.
Yes, live agent select, of course. So PaperX is still hovering. Everybody's locked in. Nothing too surprising except for the fact that we spoke about the waylay that whole time and they're just gonna bin it instantly.
I don't know if I like that or hate it, to be honest. I am not a big waylay believer, to be very candid with you guys. I don't necessarily love the pick, so I love that they've moved away from it.
चलो कपलेट देखेंगे.
Against one of the best teams in the world. This is not a surprising different comp. This is drilled and true.
Something gold वाला कीबोर्ड नहीं लिया, पागल है क्या भाई?
This is a better agent, and I do really like being able to combo the Gecko and the Sky. I
भाई लेकिन सबसे ज़्यादा sexy keyboard वही था भाई.
PaperX, if you watched Sideshow's video, you know they're a team that flood into site, want to fight you heavily against that, and I think having the benefit of not having to force someone to be a plant bot is going to be nice.
Yeah, just surprising for me because Braga, you don't normally associate with him with playing a lot of raids. It's everything else, other than that. But that is it. We have everything locked in.
अभी नहीं है रे बाबा, अभी नहीं है match.
So it's time to introduce our casters. Show some love for Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Insu. Valorant champions live from Paris, and what a game to kick us off, Tom. PaperX versus XLG. It's fair to say there are some expectations when it comes to this matchup.
Yeah, it turns out when you have a team that won the last international event, facing up against a team who's never
क्या बात है, W बोलते
हैं.
क्वालिफाई नहीं हो गए थे हम लोग.
A fairly one-sided looking affair, but I do think XLG coming into this, there can be quite an all-round team to play against. Now, obviously, it's at times a little bit sad to maybe not see the way that was what made them a little bit different.
शादी के फायदे तो है भाई, सुबह 6 बजे काम पे जाने पहले टिफिन बनाना is so difficult. पर लकी तो हाँ मुझे भी चाय मिलता है सुबह.
And speaking about something to prove, I think the
Jing.
Rarga, we heard it in the interview. He wants to show that he is able to battle out with the best, able to take down PaperX, and he is happy to just play on a stage against them. But I think he wants a little bit more than that. Show that he can dominate the PaperX. Expectations are clear, as we said. This should be a series that they are winning. We'll see whether XLG can put a bump in the road early as doors be long. There is a stack up of defenders ready and waiting for this fight, but no man and Rarka, they take it into the lead for XLG. A surprise swing from Divide, though. They're not expecting 4 players there. And now it's down to a 2v2.
Yeah, clearly having a good read initially, but I feel like considering that stack up, XLG have come out of it all right. A little bit wary of the positioning of the player and want to make sure they can get that spike back without too much of a problem. Now, there's been some aggression out from Divide as well towards that A side, just to make sure that they haven't rotated in, and Happy Way now winning the battle. Puts it down to just Divide and a good chance for an afterplant.
Yeah, he's taking the TP as well, so they've got the info before the plant goes down, can reposition, go for backside, and they're nice and safe, tucked away. The drop down will be heard when Divide eventually goes forward, dropping the wall, and that's the round gone with it. XLG start this out with a win.
Yeah, a solid start from that. As said, it was mentioned by Ender just moments ago, the aggressive style on the PaperX side that tried to disrupt you from getting the plant to begin with. So that early fight towards B-Long look to do just that, but the fact is XLG managed to sort of hold on to their position. and then even find those isolated battles to bring themselves back in. An early pistol and rounds like that, they're going to be worth their weight in gold because, as we said, in terms of who's favorites here, Paper X are miles ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, when those rifles come out, but for now, Paper X are left with a Sheriff and a Ghost. An attempt to go for that TP. Through being long to catch players in shower, but no one's there. Look how patient and passive XLG are being. Now they have a reason to play like this. They've only got one pistol brought into this, and a Marshall, I suppose, that you can live or lose it, but 3 rifles in play. They can't afford to lose too many, and already seeing that Paper X are willing to do this like 4-man early hold on B long, you have to be wary of another trap play, and that could do damage even in a round like this.
I like the fact that they are taking the time with their initiators to sort of scope out some potential aggressive spots. But with both pieces of that wingman utility already down, I think Paper X can now make the read like, okay, no one's come to retrieve that. We should start pressuring this side of the map. The timing, oh, it's not going to work out. Luckily, looks back at the last second.
Love you, Patel bhai. Thank you so much.
Upgrade, he does not.
Mar, Jing.
This is a little dangerous. One player down, another low. Jing's able to escape as well. You're still in this 3v4.
Love you, मेरी जान के टोटे.
Thank you, Patel bhai. Thank you for the 8 months. How much damage can be done? Because Nomad already looking like an easy pickup. If they can get that one-on-one, but first they've got to get past Happy. What a shot! No danger from Forsaken anymore.
Yeah, luckily.
Guess in chat.
Agle saal se China bite of the cherry. Patman obviously on the wrong side of the map, but it may come down to Paper X just wanting to make sure they don't give too many orbs over to the other side. Nomad already getting fairly close to having his ultimate if a kill or 2 extra goes his way, and I don't think. With how they play, you don't want Seekers. They're going to get in your face. They're going to take map control. Seekers ruins that completely. So I think it will just be death to the spike. And that will mean that those 4 guns are kept through into the next round. Although the Marshall might be removed.
But that TP is going to be taken. And they will be far, far away.
Does he go in?
He's going through. And there's one. A little more would have been beautiful. Yeah, it's only going to be a Marshall removed in the end. XLG, a comfortable 2-0 start.
भाई लेकिन PRX को रेड करने का वो बहुत टफ है. वो यूरो देखा क्या किया?
This was the timing. I was so
ridiculous. AP मार के वापस AP टिपी मारा. वो लोगों को पता भी नहीं कि कितने लोग हैं खेलने. सिर्फ यूरो की वजह से.
Of course, for either side, like we've seen some strong results. Obviously, for Paper X, I think it's over the last few months they're 5-0 on this map. So it is a very bold call to pick into this as a choice. Although a dominant victory for XOG versus DRG maybe is the reason. They were stellar on their defensive side, but then again, we didn't get to see much of the attack.
Round 3, few upgrades over on XLG. They brought another rifle through. They've got a Bucky.
I was about to say, is the Bucky the upgrade?
And you know, you see the other rifle, the 4th rifle. An interesting choice. On defense, you can see there's so many areas that you can use shotguns in, whether it be Lamps or Hookah. We've seen rounds won because of Judges, Buckies, or even Shorties.
Yeah.
But on attack, it's a little bit harder to find space to use that.
He's currently using the Sheriff as a primary weapon, and the Bucky is the backup.
Chicken OP
some sort of post plant where he has his utility available. A little bit of pressure back towards long. Prowler will be used by Patman. So they will have a reasonable idea. Again, it seems like XOG's planning for the most of this is to try and sell a ruse on either side, and it's worked. They've kept 3 players over on A. They've put smokes in on that side of the map. Whether or not the rest of the team now rotate in towards A, and whether or not Paper X get back in time. They were halfway to the B side.
Of course, after losing all that B-long control and a player, now the rotates come back through, players flood the site, and Paper X are here on time. They're ready for the battle, but the smokes are blocking them out as the plant goes down. Undeniable. Something, though, has managed to find 2. That should be mostly, if not all, through the smokes. Another from Jing, but they're holding on. They still have a chance on XLG. 2 players sitting inside a bathroom. The flash points, the first happy way, good on the swing, but they know exactly where Nomad is. No element of surprise. Closest is maybe HP with regen shields on Jing. The Paper X are still going to find the round.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Like, it's almost sold as a double fake. Like, you get that early kill after putting all your smokes in. It's an attempted ruse, and then you teleport back at the last second. I think the only actual problem, or the real spanner in the works, was Forsaken putting the Molotov. It means that the only space you're fighting from is the showers. Like, there's no other angle, even though you could see that Paper X were diligent in checking those positions. I think they also had a snake bite late into the round. I do wonder if maybe that could have gone through a little bit sooner, but nonetheless, there's still going to be another purchase coming in for XLG. That was a bonus of sorts.
यार मेरे को हल्का सा स्मेल आ रहा है
weaknesses
जिससे
on
हमसे
the side of
मूवमेंट है ना
Paper X, a stinger in play.
XLG जीतेगा करके थोड़ा सा स्मेल आ रहा है
So many players. Monsters on the loose right away. Something able to TP away, but lots of space taken. That gets them very early on XLG in towards the lamps. They haven't got control of the play. Back through to take that space.
Lag हो गए वो लोग.
Look for this deep fight alongside his teammate Divide. Flash popped. Here. He's able to already find the first. Raga from further back cleans up more in XLG. They're looking phenomenal. The rifles in their hand, barely a scratch, and indeed a flawless round for XLG. The underdogs, but it doesn't look like it.
No,
that's really clean from them. I think they almost lose Raga on the way in initially, but other than that, just successful in taking those fights together, not allowing the sort of pressure of those sort of fight backs in. And they were very ready for any of that aggression. It is surprising that there wasn't even a trade in the mix of it, like Tomatoes from his teammate, but ultimately managed to get the job done. And
आज मेरे पुरानी जेफ का लाटर दे रहे लेटर रहे मिला मुझे क्या उसे पेपर एक्स कह सकता हूँ मैं.
That's about as bad of a start as you could expect, and you think about pressure in this scenario. On one side of the stage for XLG, there's almost none. Losing to Paper X, no one's going to question that. But on the other side, Paper X, this is a game that here, if you're going to continue to defend that title, well, this one you'd almost want it to look clean. But XLG,
by feel आ रहा है XLG clean खेलना चाहिए.
Timeout from X.
अरे क्या हो रहा है?
This is a big blow on the other side, but we know Paper X. They're a squad that's capable of bouncing back. You certainly can. They've got a... Like you said, the credits are going to be in tatters.
Refresh कर देना एक बार तू.
Although also, those kind of rounds they win.
Timer बराबर चल रहा है, दूसरा screen आता है.
I like the fact that we are seeing the early check-in from Alex. I think if there's any coach in the world that I have faith that he can spot the bad tendencies of its team, it is that man. I think there was a thing earlier. How early will he slam the desk?
ये भी हो सकता है यार जानबूझकर round जा रहे हैं Alex भाई से बात करने.
Just because of how clean that was. For now though, after that early check-in, and now looking at XLG, you want to get these early starts. As said, the last time out when they played in Toronto, they didn't manage a map. In fact, they weren't particularly close. The best scoreline they had was a 13-8 defeat to G2. But this is a new tournament with a different player within the roster. No man, probably one of the few players that has played within the Chinese league and also played Northeast in EMEA. I don't think there's going to be too many of those.
Oh, the blind was so well timed. Forsaken was about to throw a spanner in the works up close with the bookie. A taste of the same medicine XLG tried to feed their opponents just a few rounds ago. That impact from coming through. XLG still sitting on full health, full shields on all players. Spike left back towards the spawn. This early posturing from the team is just about denying that control from Paper X, finding the points of the map where they like to play aggressive, which I think by this point it's very clear to see to be long. And then late on, making the decision on where they go.
But normally they have a that's the difference. Every other round they've had one player probing the other side of the map. Now, a TP back to the other side would be so risky when you don't have any space. So instead they are walking into the stacks up side. That's where Jing is waiting. Showstopper pops as well. And this is exactly what you were talking about. Just moments of madness coming in. No man, 10 seconds to try and save the day, and he had a chance, but Jing is just too quick. A MasterCard thrifty, and while Blink and Paper X are back in the game.
Yeah, welcome to playing against Paper X. This is really what it's all about. A 4-1 lead looking likely for XLG, and it has shut down the bookie. One of the heavier investments they had, it doesn't find much. It's taken out of play, and the pistols, alongside the showstopper, are what gets it done in the end. For Paper X, well, That is certainly one way to correct the flow of the game, but XLG, even having a flawless round in the mix of rounds they won, they're in a decent position to still buy up into this one. They've got credits to their back, and the showstopper that made all the difference for Jing is now online for Rarga.
It's definitely a bit of a worrying sign. As I said, what they were doing in the, especially in their bonus round, they did very well to sort of like keep space on both sides of the map, and I think you see the problem if they don't. Like, they didn't have that information. They went into the site blind.
Bhai, look at default mein aur har cheez mein hukka hai nahi be.
But now at least they are still in the lead. Claiming those orbs once again. Coconut is getting ever closer to having his thrash for, I believe, the second time
Bhai,
already.
sabse baap player mere ko wahi lag raha hai, Coconut.
Round 6, a minute left on the clock. It's XLG's time to decide where they go. Big TP comes through. Still players around here in a deep push that's already come through from Forsaken. He's looking the wrong way. Gets flanked on, but not before he can take down Happy Way. Giving them a chance still as they push forward. The showstopper desperately searching for Jing, and it's found him. The connection that puts the advantage in their favor for just a moment. Stillman pulls it back, and a 2 versus 3 with the old pop by something. He's finding these players, at least one spotted already. I don't know that he saw the Bath fade away, but he has given Devi the information. Devi knows there's a player around one of these corners, and they'll fight this together, but Rarga goes back. And XLG just need to buy time.
Got plenty.
Devi ko marna padega.
That need to be cleared. Devi needs to win this fight. They're going to have a chance. Rarga instant on the trigger. I think that's the moment that something realizes, okay, 3 players to find. I managed to get the first, but anything more than that, and my operator is at risk. He's going to have to fade out of the round. Another victory for XLG, and honestly, after losing a round like they just did, a very good recovery.
Well, that's it. A wise man once said, it's not about how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep on going. And for XLG, that previous round, that was a lights out connection to the jaw, but they managed to bounce back here and now, and it's even with some of these extra plays from PaperX, sneaking a play right man behind enemy lines, still deal with him every step of the way, catching that flank as well early, and Rarga showing that he's got the brawn to deal with Devi early on.
Well, what I was going to say, that is still a bit worrying to me, that because I don't mind the Sky Flash that cleared things out, but if Forsaken is looking the other way, that round could have gone very differently. So I think it's something to keep an eye on. XOG are gambling a little bit with some of their rotations, and this round, well, it's much more direct.
Hey, kitna number ka team mein China mein
so much space. Lamps pushed back by the nade, but they're going to stand on that corner, ready for the fight. Double swing back in, and it's Jing to take 2. XLG down by 2 men. Spike lost as well. They have got a big fight on their hands, and the Prowler actually didn't re-clear anything that isn't being held already. The flash going through. There's no one following it up. They're burning utility here on XLG. They need to start winning fights and start winning them soon. There's 3 players on this spike. How can they possibly get it back? Fighting through those numbers, and one of the players up close has a judge in hand. This looks like a death sentence if they even try it, but they've got to.
Yeah, they were dreaming of having an ultimate or 2 in this scenario, and well, Happy Way does have the Viper's Pit. Could try and put it into Lamps. It would be a very bold strategy, but it would at least lower the HP of some of the others.
Nice Molotov.
Molotov instead will force Forsaken forward, and he's been cleared, and there goes the Viper's Pit. They just want to try and cover these players off, and then they put the Molotov in front so nobody could be in position. Jing, though, once again, has managed to catch another, and they have spotted that this is not being planted. They know it's going back the other way. This puts something in a position where he could catch them.
Ready on the angle, it's a clean shot from something. Last man spotted, 12 seconds on the clock. A plant at this point seems impossible. Indeed, it will be with so many players here. Happy Way has no choice but to save this weapon, and PaperX will be taking a third. The gap is closing in on XLG.
It's one where I just think a lot of it comes down to Jing. Like those first opening kills, like sure there was a player with a judge in position, but it's Jing that ends up landing both of those shots. I think he also then gets the next kill that they find as well in the mix of all the madness. Yeah, that was it. It was No Man. Back out, and then even just a bit of extra information. I don't mind the adaptation though. I said the Molly into the Viper's Pit, it's not a bad idea. It's just the fact that something was still weighing on the other side. Like PaperX had that contingency plan.
Yeah, I think a walkthrough Devi as well got them early information. Wrapping around that pit, it could have ended there. Deep play from Jing. Reveal is great, and he'll get 2 from it. It didn't see anyone else, but he knows there's corners to hide in.
Waiting
for his moment in the smoke as another two push down. Already having cleared outside of Hookah, and now it's time to make that big swing. In goes Jing, in goes Forsaken, and out goes XLG.
Clean.
No longer in play. It's a 4-4 scoreline between PaperX and XLG. An early fight from the attackers, but now they're starting to cool down.
Everything is good in your
yet
life.
shattered the economy. That's the one saving grace, but it's also just the manner they're losing some of these rounds. Jing is on fire. Like, you tried to put Raza onto the Raze, and don't get me wrong, he's not been bad. But when Jing is currently 11-3, you put down a reveal and he's able to get 2 kills through the smoke while spotting out those players. It's a scary prospect. Because we already know that when this man is playing the Raze, there are few that can match. And within the first 8 rounds of the game, we're going to get our second timeout. Both coaches being incredibly, but you can understand why. It's a matter
heavy strong feeling
they don't want to lose their opening game on their
defaults bhi acha hai, playstyle bhi acha hai, aim bhi hai.
Hey, we might be playing one of the best teams in the tournament, but you go into that lower bracket,
just one round, 2 round more.
Exactly, and the reality is, I think this is irrespective of the position in the tournament, just looking at the game and how we got here, it could have been a 4-1 lead with an anti-eco going their way, something XLG should have secured. And lapses in judgment, little mistakes. And that's given the bright cross the trail for PaperX to fall back into this game. From the coaching staff perspective, you got to get in there early, highlight those things that when you're talking about them in scrims or after scrims, you're doing your VOD reviews, you identify these problems. But putting them into action on the day, on the stage, that's a different thing entirely. And now that challenge for XLG, as you said, the economy still pretty healthy. They'll get full buys. Some regen shields have to be bought up. But for the most part, we're in a healthy spot. Also online for both squads. But this is a turning point. They lose this, economy in the bin, PaperX on a streak.
It's going again.
And it's the same play through B. Reveal sees nothing, Flash gets nothing. And now it's all onto the
inside. Must combo,
they've got so much information though. They're already starting that flank seconds into the round, and that was a pixel shot that takes that one. Molotov over the top as well. Something just sat at the back. He knows that he doesn't need to re-aggress from this point onwards. Viva needs to put up a play. And in fact, it's going to be the orbital strike committed to just try and force them back. That will buy his team not only some space, but a little bit of extra time.
Oh, and here we go. The showstopper activated. Jing on a tear has another to work with, and it's Coconut down. The player deep towards the bathroom. He's out of the action, but no man in Marga making it happen on site. Defuse tap, but Seekers see that no one's on it. Spray almost dropping a few. Look how low the health bars are for XLG, but they are holding on tooth and nail to No Man's caught with a knife out, and now it's all under Viva. He's got to be quick down to the 1v1, but time is already gone. XLG up to 5 with a Red Bull clutch.
It's just chaos. That round was absolute chaos. Ults being thrown in left, right, and center. Just the pace of that flank, I thought it was going to be a massive problem, but I think just spotted out by Viva. That's just filthy. Like, I don't even know how he can spot that. Just the reaction. Yeah, just being able to deny that flank.
3-5 old
the rest of the team then garner extra space. Otherwise, they were going to be stuck in that corner.
Coach Camp, please.
And a big clutch to be won.
Coach Camp, please.
Still, though, economy-wise, I think XLG is still in a worse spot here. Those ultimates that they had have been expended, and the only one that wasn't expended by PaperX has been now.
Viper's pick for early control. Long, as we said, it's been a focus for those early fights in PaperX, and we've certainly seen it with the deep dives from Jing. I think that's been more apparent. But now the aggression's coming in elsewhere. Forsaken. Oh, he's looking the wrong way again. His timing. It's through no fault of his own. It's just been slightly off. They find the advantage as a result. But still to deal with is something on that operator. Once they walk through that wall, big danger awaits. Jing's the one to draw first blood. And patience on something might get him a reward. Instead, he goes for the wingman, delays the plant.
Yeah, trying to slow them a little bit. Falling for the rotation of the remaining players, but it's a little bit labored. I think the amount that XOG have been taking those TPs has started to get into the head of PaperX, conditioning them to not rotate quite as quickly as maybe they would. Something though, well, talking of quickly, this man is so fast with that operator and already clearing out that lamp's position, it leaves just two. Make that one standing. Only Viva left.
Cheating कर रहा है.
Shot zone. Maybe in with a chance and he gets a what? A Red Bull clutch from Viva. How has he done that?
मेरे को coach cam देखने.
That is gonna haunt PaperX.
Bro,
for the rest of this game, maybe this week, maybe this tournament. Two players not even looking. They're so.
दो बंदे spike क्यों देख रहे हैं लेकिन हाँ.
It's just we can't be having clutches like this.
वो तो shower देख रहा था.
अरे पर अभी तो मार सकता था ना ये देख
ये तो wish क्या बात है.
He didn't know where he was being shot from. It's so.
That is one of the most ridiculous things I've seen. PaperX, they win the rounds they shouldn't. They lose the ones they should. Something on the Raga now. PaperX are angry. They're getting aggressive. He is fighting right back. 6 kills in a row for him now. He's only got 9 in the map. I mean, I don't know what happened to him.
Oh, God.
Since last round, but XLG 4v3. And it's all thanks to Viva.
Oh, you know, they say the Viva la France. Maybe he's just found his home. Like, I don't
something there. By something there.
Anybody who walks into the crosshair of something over the last couple of rounds has ended
Keyboard
up dead.
मिला भाई है deserving है.
He's got the flank. Again, it's the same scenario. The guy from PaperX gets one immediately shot in the back. The timing.
Last time 4
Good
seconds
and bad, I
था
suppose. Wait up. Back to a 2v2 though, and that op is still lurking around, but on this side of the map, it's only Divine. He doesn't last long. No Red Sky able to take him down. And the op, all that stands for PaperX. This could be a 7-4 lead for the underdog.
It's still, you know, something is alive.
Oh shit.
He's going with the operator. Knows at least where the opponents on the other side are sitting. He's going to try and just get it to half. Honestly, that's not bad. He will have to deal with the Tiger. And they now have to swing this. They have to go looking because he's already managed to get it halfway through. And he manages to isolate both fights. Oh, it makes no sense, Mitch. It makes no sense.
I don't know what's going on in this game, man. Another Red Bull clutch, another 4K. This time it's on PaperX's side.
दो XLG का राउंड था.
दो. Wide as well.
और एक इको जाता था वो अलग. हाँ अरे.
Something jumps to his feet.
Something
frustrating loss. What could have been a 7-4 lead, a guaranteed lead at the halftime.
11-2 वैसे खड़ा हो गया something.
भाई Valorant नहीं है कुछ और चल रहा है.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfectly balanced. As all rounds should be. Back and forth we go, but for PaperX, this is where they want to bring it up one more. 6-6 at the halftime. 3 pistols that PaperX are up against. A huge advantage to the defenders, but already a lot of space taken by XLG.
A large amount of invested utility. That's most of what they have. Dimensional drift utilized, but an immediate first kill. The trade again has gone back the other way, but this time the weaponry advantage starting to take control. It's left along the happy way. 1v4, but this time only with a pistol. There is no hope. There should be no hope, and eventually the job gets done. It is a dead even half.
6-6.
I think it's about right. I think it's about right.
Jing by मेरे जैसे वहाँ पे नेड.
Certainly not the half I expected to see, Tom.
No.
And then 5 rounds in, not the half I expected to see either.
Maybe not even the half I wanted to see.
Come on. I'm here for the 4K Red Bull clutches all day long. Like we said, XLG underdogs. There's no reason to count them out. PaperX, even in rounds where they're underdogs, they show us just how hard you can swing when you're fighting up. And I think
Rakesh bye. What is
going to be going on when we go to half number 2? But I'll tell you what, before we get there, we've got a halftime break, and during it,
technically अगर देखा जाए तो 9-3 for XLG है.
It's Jing's mom.
Bonjour,
Double.
en direct pour
Jing का number 1 supporter.
en direct
Mami जी.
des arènes avec la maman de Jing qui a voyagé à travers le monde pour
मैं अपने
soutenir
वीडियो
son
भी
fils.
दिख रहे
It's
पीछे.
a pleasure to welcome you, Pearl, to Champions Paris, following Jing as always. So this is going to be my first question. What makes you follow your son in all his adventures? What are you the most proud of him?
I'm very proud of him, but the real reason why I'm following him is because my son doesn't know how to pack his luggage.
I think that's a pretty good answer. And you know, you
Logo,
always
you have
use your
something
monsters,
common in
you know,
Jing.
for this stuff.
Jing
Even
ke sath common.
an adult. Donc
Cuteness,
première question, qu'est-ce qui
Race
fait que vous
gameplay.
voulez soutenir votre
Cute.
fils comme ça à l'autre bout du monde? Et bah tout simplement, il ne sait pas faire sa valise. Donc je suis avec lui pour un petit peu toutes ces étapes-là. Second question, we're speaking about Paris, you know, the city of light, the city of love, but also the city of very good food. So have you been able to try any? What do you want to try?
City of Love क्यों है? जाके एक बार चेक करना पड़ेगा.
Escargot?
It's really good. My son's favorite.
Sorry.
And also we went to this really good hot chocolate place. Correct.
Okay.
Carette. Yeah, it's really fantastic, and we are going back again.
Oh, you're gonna be back again for sure. Donc, est-ce que tu as pu tester un petit peu de la nourriture française? On le sait, on est connu pour l'amour, pour notre belle ville, mais aussi pour notre nourriture. Du coup, oui, j'ai testé les escargots. Jing a adoré, c'est son plat préféré. Et moi, de mon côté, on a aussi goûté du chocolat chaud. Donc voilà, on y retournera, c'est sûr. And let's see now if Jing brings back the victory on this first match. Let's get back to the game.
अरे यार, थोड़ा और बातचीत कर लेते. आपके बोलने पे 100 के सेंटर में डाल दिया बंद भाई.
Bad palate, I have to say, some sweet treats in there, and when you look at this game, another sweet treat.
लेकिन अगर जीता तो 30%, please.
And here in the venue,
ऐसा करो मत.
This 6-6 scoreline, Tom, it certainly caught us off guard. Paper X could have favorites, we would think, but it's been a back and forth game as we get into the Coinbase Econ report.
Yeah, no surprise to see Jing is very high up on that one. He's been having a pretty damn good game so far, but in all honesty, it has been this sort of like, who is going to win the round for PaperX, or on the other side, it feels like anybody can step up. Jing and something definitely leading the way in terms of just the individual. The 1v4 to start the tournament, I don't know, that's going to be difficult to top. I'm sure somebody will at some point, but honestly, madness in this first half. And the good thing is, obviously, data incredibly low. We haven't seen much of it from the side of XLG, other than their victory versus DRG, but they were way better on defense. So it's possible that they come in and this is now their favored half.
Well, that's exactly what Ender was saying on the desk, right? Like, he wanted to see how XLG would perform on the defense, because yes, this is a squad that evidently has the individuals to match up. But the reality is, for PaperX on the attack, that is where they can really pull out all the stops, where they can play like madmen.
Plus second by mood में. अभी वही mood लेके आए कि नहीं पेरिस में पता नहीं, लेकिन अब तक तो जकेन पूरा साल बाप खेला है बे.
4 players towards Belong on their defensive side. They had a firing squad ready and waiting, but still XLG took the cake. Will it be the same in half number 2?
There are 3 players ready and waiting on the A site. The TP is still available. You never know if they'll double back in. They're using the Viper screen to take themselves a lot of additional space. Jing has already made it round the backline. In position. In fact, not awkward. He's gone down. The remaining 2 players still in position, but Jing is just running right. Eventually, he should fall, but there's a trade to be had.
Sexy खेला Jing.
Yeah, finally. It comes through.
Free kill
Sneaking about. He's gone into the spawn, and Happy Way was none the wiser. No man. The last one standing. No man to help him but himself. And a big swing to come through from Devi. He's the first to fall. Now down to a 1v2. Bite-sized, manageable, but his back turned to something, and that will be a
W. Bio defuse करने जा रहा था. उसको लगा कोई नहीं है ना. No man.
Yeah, they've now taken themselves the lead in the game, and we'll be looking to see if there is any sort of response. The amount of space they were able to get just off the back of the Viper screens, maybe not something you'd expect in most rounds. Maybe a little bit of extra utility available in that part of the map, but it did make it quite difficult once that wraparound had already come in through the lamps to have any sort of map control or site control for XLG. A Happy Way, he had a Bucky on attack. Now he's got a Bucky on defense, but I'm a little bit happier to see where he's playing with it in this round.
Yeah, perhaps a bit more normal. As we said, whether you're in lamps or hookah, those shotguns can do a lot of damage, and I think there's good reason that PaperX are avoiding those closer range engagements straight up through Belong. Again, this has been, I feel like, it's not looking too good to start. Look at Lee Jing's there to pick up the pieces. Patman down. They lose that fade utility. They lose the ability to see what's behind that wall. Do they decide to still go bursting through as XLG have made the rotate?
नहीं उसका भी लॉस होगा
Witnessed early the power of that double
अरे वो
flash.
क्यों डालेगा?
Here comes a guaranteed blind. Okay.
हाँ उसने डाला
Okay, he gets through the bucket.
बचाया heavy damage होता था एक और मारता तो
Weaker weapons in hand, so
भाई PRX lead में कैसे
I think
भाई?
Marshall's been kept over a Spectre. It really doesn't
PRX
make
lead में
much of a
कैसे?
difference, and they will at least keep themselves the rifles.
Marshall over a Spectre, I'll take that deal any day. Coming into the next round.
It depends what your plan is.
No, I'll take it any day. We've already seen the no-scopes work. But we'll see as we move on to the next. This is where XLG, you know, all those good deeds will be forgotten. If they end up going out with 7, 8, 9 rounds, we want to see them battling tooth and nail. We want to see them taking the fight to PaperX here, but it's not easy. This bonus round, you won't even call it that. It's only one Bulldog that's at a disadvantage for the attacking side. Sprays through again. B-Long, 4 players there. It seems like this is just PaperX's first 15-second plan in so many of the rounds, and it does almost get them first blood. No man's on half. The nade is, oh, that's good damage. Desperately low. He's in the open. Somehow gets one before he
I'm surprised he didn't just take the TP, but
yeah,
clearly don't want to give up that control. Something
they're
willing to sacrifice his life to battle for, especially when his teammate had full control over Showers already. So it wasn't even a risk really going through that TP with the Viper screen available as well. Forsaken, even on low HP, still brawling though. 45 when he took that fight, but now leaves a couple of opponents tagged up as well.
Yeah, if Viva walks out of this round with a 4K, I think we pause for an investigation. Down to 6 HP, 25 up on the shields, at least the regen, keeping him relatively healthy, and he's on his way. Smoke's already down. Mosh pit to buy a little bit of time, but the plant hasn't even been tapped yet. 35 seconds, still plenty to play with for PaperX. And they've sent Forsaken through to the B side. He's finding himself a pick. They can go for the TP now. They can wrap back around, but they've already gone in towards the site.
Haven't escaped. They've had to use a smoke across and no Roger spams. That was the problem. He didn't make it into the TP in time. Forsaken had hit his timing, but the rest of the team were fairly well committed. Maybe a little bit of a mix-up in what was the plan. And while for Forsaken, his only choice now is to run, grab the spike, and try and plant on the A site. I don't think he has time for that anymore. Too wary of where his opponents are going to be. XLG just based on, I feel like the havoc that PaperX
Yeah, indeed. You know, you look at this situation as if you just stick that play towards the A side. Already so much of the utility burned up from XLG. They don't have the mosh pit to deny. And maybe they could have found success. Great pick. Considering he was so desperately low, but yeah, you start seeing players fall back, pull forward. It becomes complete chaos.
Last bullet,
it was literally the last bullet from Raga. Ends up dropping the spike, which could have made it to the TP a little bit earlier. Not singing from the same hymn sheet here in PaperX.
कोई सीन नहीं एलेक्स भाई देखो अभी रेस काल्ट है देखो लीड पे है कोई सीन नहीं मतलब अभी भी जीत सकते हैं
That is in play is the shot
catch
and it's right onto Viva.
This is a cheeky little off angle though from Brog. In the spot. Doesn't get rewarded for it. Does at least deny the plant for now, but with the amount of space that's already there, it seems like it's going to be a lot more commitment in this round from PaperX. Not risking the rotate back. They've done well to clear out Jing though, and we'll even things up once again.
It's going to be a very late play coming in from something. The wraparound taking quite a while. The steps are going to be heard. He's heard Coconut, but Coconut didn't hear him and pops the ult. It's disastrous. Something's going to be right on him with no man in the door as well. It's a double kill. Something. It looked like he was late to the party. But he ends up winning the round for PaperX. That is a great fight from the Yoru. And a ninth round for PaperX as a result.
I think with just how direct that initial take was, I don't think there was any expectation that somebody would be lurking on the other side of the map. Like,
ये क्या शॉट मारा ना लेकिन स्काई को ये ओ भाई ये भाई भाई समथिंग है
let's use the thrash to clear out all of these risky positions, and because of it they get caught, they get bitten.
Happy Way is having a terrible time.
Oh. 9-7
ना
for XLG.
PRX का हम नहीं PRX स्टार्ट नहीं.
All of their money invested. Forsaken is going to spot this out, but this is just a shooting range. Up against no weaponry.
PRX के सामने PRX नहीं कर सकते रे.
He's trying to take this fight with a bucky. There's absolutely no hope. A flawless
PRX
round for
करता है वो
PaperX, and
push
any
का.
economy problems are immediately
hold
dissipated.
Three more
Here it is,
rounds.
the new skin, the new finisher. 3 more
W,
needed
W.
for Paper X if you're having trouble figuring out
Why?
what's between 10 and 13.
Off guard पकड़ रहे थे.
And this is what we're worried about, right? It's about once that ball gets rolling, the snowball effect on Paper X, the individual confidence sky high, something playing one of the latest lurks in the previous round, and it working out. It's a terrifying sign for XLG. They need to bounce back.
भाई something ने इतना मारा है जिंक टॉप ट्रैक पे कुछ
It is
गेम
going
कुछ
to be
समझ
a
में नहीं
pause
आ
from
रहा है.
XLG. I don't think that takes many brain cells to work out, though. They have started to slip
10-7 for XLG
and
होना चाहिए
slide,
था.
and it's
Just saying.
Paper X,
Just saying.
who seems set to take this map. Perhaps not the series, but you have to remember, they chose Sunset up next. Whatever we think about that, they must have ideas.
Oh, for sure. I think that it's a map that, okay, maybe they had a slip up versus Zeta, but that does feel like a bit of a weird week for Paper X in general. Other than that, confident win over T1, and over the last few months have had big victories versus a lot of top teams. So I don't think they're going to be too worried going into that matchup. On the other side of things, well, on that map. So I think that this is, even though this is a very, very good map for Paper X, and maybe overall
Chat stream को like कर दो जल्दी से.
you also have to then consider the rest of the group, like an informed
40,000 लोग देख रहे हैं यार. 5 के likes हो जाए.
People would have Paper X Sentinels making it out based
Zero का
on
value नहीं
previous
होता है.
tournaments. And for XLG, although a loss to Paper X is nothing to be ashamed of, it's very similar to what we saw at the prior event where, oh, you lost to G2 and Sen. You didn't do bad, though. It's like, well, it doesn't matter.
Well, exactly. As we said, the pain of nearly. For XLG, that's what's going to haunt them. They come in today, you tell them you're going to lose 2-0, 2-1.
Chance में नया agent release होगा क्या? शायद
then you tell them
end
you
में.
could have won, you were close.
Yeah.
You had the
At least in the
opportunities.
first half.
Hey, in the first half, absolutely. This could have been a 7 or 8 round half from
Oh,
them.
fuck.
But this
Zero
is the
info.
moment where they can't leave anything on the table. Where are those signs of life? Rifles in hand, a lot of light shields. Ult's not really there for the defenders, but for the attackers, they've got all the info. Something's already seen these players on site. Orbital strike comes through, play inside the smoke. Flashes popped at something, even though it didn't hit. Hit shorty did. We're down to a 3 versus 4. Full control for Paper X with Viva down. Swarmed from all sides. And XLG have to fight an uphill battle, but the first steps go swimmingly.
That's not bad. A couple of low players as well. The swing, Coconut has managed to bring this round into contention. A 2 versus 4 that, I'll be honest, looked impossible. Raga, I wasn't even sure if he was going to go for it, but when Coconut puts that into play, there's a chance. Even still, Forsaken and Devi, normally a safe pair of hands. The defenders, they're going to group up. They're going to try and join each other, but the swing for Forsaken isolates the battle. It gives Raga a chance once again, and the swing is perfect. 5 HP is all he needs as XLG win the 2v4.
That is a huge win, and we heard it from him in the interview. As I said earlier, this is a guy that said he just wants to prove that he's got what it takes to fight against some of these players. A team that we've seen with the 5 duelist comp before. But he can match up against them. That's devastating for Happy Way.
Coach cam हो जाए, coach cam.
Your scoreline stays close down to a gap of 2 thanks to this man here. Look how desperately close it was. Close ain't good enough for Paper X. Gap of 2. The rifles still come out on the attacking side.
Yeah. Definitely seeing some of those blips.
Attack में outflow लिया ये drone
Paper
ने.
X making a fair amount of mistakes with hefty advantages, but XLG are doing well to capitalize off of them. Coconut with a huge individual round and basically keeping them in the match.
भाई दो बहुत बड़े ults हैं इन लोग के पास.
Wrecked, but also Paper X being just a couple away from taking their own map choice. And they do have to be careful in this round. Light shields on every player bar 1. And that sniper for something. Think about the first half and how much it caused them issues. They can't afford to give this man a fight.
Straight execute कर रहे क्या?
You end up getting lit down 140 in this to 10 HP, and it's
क्या लगता है होल्ड कर पाएंगे क्या लोग?
Pick up for Paper X when the utility bombardment comes through. There's the outlaw already spotted with the decoy sent through. Flash finds nothing but it. always the danger that that's Yoru on his own, ready to gate crash, but now the flash confirms that the big play is coming through. They've taken Jing out of the sky. No Man's got 2. The Patman tries his best to pull it back, but it's left all onto Divide. He's got 3 to take down. The first comes easy, but 25 seconds. A Viper's Pit online. He might even have time to get this up after the plant. From where is the question? With the showstopper hunting him down. It looks like he wants to stand his ground. He wants to take the pick, but decides to fall back a little too late. Raga again getting around on the board in the final stages for XLG, and a 10-9. The signs of life very much there.
Yeah, doubling up in that corner, it definitely seemed like a gamble. You know that if a player runs through and just maybe even gets a little bit lucky, it could have been your round over, but I think that's been something that XOG have done great so far in this match, is that surprise factor. They have been so hard to read that even when you have a full bombardment of utility, they're able to come out with an advantage. And even then, just, I like watching Coconut play. Like, even though he ends up going down in the fight versus Divide, his goal is to stay alive. He's not trying to be the hero. He's not trying to put the team on his back. He is basically just going, okay, let's buy as much time as possible for my team.
Snake pipe landing on long, denying that control for XLG. But it's towards the A site that the real fight is coming in. And the reaction from XLG very early on, they popped the Thrash. They see players inside of Bath, but that Thrash not retrievable, not finding the impact. It's a glorified drone.
Coconut doesn't want to hold it for a retake again. Oh, the nades are going to be exchanged, but it's Divide using the distraction of a teammate, and well, 3 players immediately down. We've seen a 1v4, a 2v4, but we've definitely not seen a 1v5, and I don't think Viva is going to give the time of day. And this is what I felt like has been the difference between the two squads. It is by the skin of their teeth. It is very close. It's maybe a player or 2 surviving or a clutch round. When PaperX win a round, well, as if yet, there's not a point of damage done.
वो देखने हैं उसने वॉल तो ब्लाइंड किया है कि नहीं?
It's bad of you to assume Viva's not winning this 1v5 with time ticking and Spike on the other side of the map. But I agree with you entirely. In all seriousness, like PaperX, like you said, some of the rounds that they're taking. XLG clutches. It's thriving in the chaos, back and forth trading blows. Viva will even get out of here with the Guardian. You've heard the TP, so did he. The smoke buys him a little bit of extra space. Looks like he's okay. 32 HP though.
Crucial round. ये XLG आ रहा तो GG well play.
11-9. PaperX 2 away. XLG 2 behind. It's still in anyone's game, but
technically अगर देखा जाए तो ये 3 round जो XLG जो हारा है ना,
in the round that you win,
वो लोग अभी match point पे रहते थे. Match point पे.
Yeah, right. I'm glad that the players
match point पे रहते थे. 12-8 scoreline रहता था. 12-8. Plus just defense alone.
He calculated how far he could walk.
Exactly. I think he has a ruler on stage.
Well, it's allowed.
जाओ short से जाओ.
Is abysmal.
I mean, a good chance to catch them if they do go through that pit, having the judge investment. The problem is, when you look at the tab as PaperX and you see, okay, they don't have much money, and you see a pick go up, if you decide to go through that pit, you're insane. So there is a chance that that's actually rated against them, but yeah, generally speaking, that's just not going to find the value. We have to look elsewhere. And of course, you can't force stack B because you have to clear that Bath wraparound.
The other thing will be the assumption of a stack, though. It's... If you see that pit, you're mostly probably going to assume maybe it's just one player there. It really is a game of playing the odds. 45 seconds left. Viper screen definitely causing them issues before with the amount that it's been able to delay, but this time they're through it with relative ease. Actually going to commit the orbital strike. They're going to try and isolate players. Viva has done well. The problem is he has been lost. Jing again with another high impact round, and the rest of the team have plenty of time to make their way into the site. Spoken about the clutches. What XOG have managed to bring home. I expect a hole in the desk if PaperX let this one slip.
I expect a hole in the desk from XLG's coaching staff. This feels like an overheat top. You come into this round where you've got next to nothing, where you're fighting. If you lose for PaperX, 3 rounds in a row, 3
चैट
chances in
स्ट्रीम
a
को
row to
लाइक
close
कर
it.
दो 5000
And a
लोग
hit
देख रहे हैं
and an
स्ट्रीम को
orbital
लाइक कर
strike
दो
put through it.
स्ट्रीम
That
को लाइक
feels
कर
like
दो जल्दी से लाइक
such a
कर
heavy
दो
commitment, leaving them with nothing for this buy
I
round.
guess the look
कान
here
में
is
कैसे
that,
तो कुछ नहीं
okay,
हुआ
now
क्या
we have 2 chances, once with the ultimates and once with the rifles, rather than having one chance.
ए मेरे को एक बात बताओ वो सैचल के वजह से
Like, I do get what you're saying, like, especially when you're up against someone like PaperX. But I do feel like there's also the thing of like you could have both those ult and then still lose, and then you've just given them the other.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the pit I'm not against. Orbital strike caught me off guard.
Oh, here we go.
Down one. Here goes Showstopper.
Oh,
and there it goes.
shot, man!
Snipes him out of the sky. Pop
Sexy
on a flash.
blind,
Won't
sexy
find
blind,
much
sexy
else.
blind.
And another popped in as Diva.
Ah!
But finds himself too. Now, inside the smoke, he will fall. But he's given his team a fighting chance. The problem is, with that Viper's pit going up, they now have an uphill battle to get anywhere near that spike. That's close. But he doesn't go back till it's too late for the spam.
Yeah, I think maybe assume that he let go. They're gonna know.
Egg bench.
Both players likely confined to this pit. Although Patman has managed to leave. The drop will be known, and it's risky from Divide, but the risk pays off. And now
power
Nomad
देखो भाई.
left
कौन
alone.
बाहर जाता है Viper ult के?
Hit going to be dropped, and Divide is there to close it. It was a valiant effort by XLG, a fight back and
भाई
forth, but
sexy लेकिन
ultimately
भाई
the job
XLG impress कर
expected to
दिया
be won,
बे.
and was won by PaperX.
PRX तो obviously PRX है बाप क्या
Well,
ला?
this is
लेकिन XLG
expected result,
impress
but
कर
an
दिया
unexpected way we got here,
भाई.
right? This was quite a journey. XLG
Sexy
showing us
है
that
ला.
they've got the ability to take PaperX, to push them
हारा
to their
सकते
limits,
थे,
and they'll
हारा
have to
सकते
do the
थे.
same
मैप में हारा
on
सकते
Sunset,
थे.
PaperX's map, after this break.
Sexy के ला. रारगा और कोकोनट ने बाप क्या ला लेके?
Dude, actually cannot believe we are playing already our first match.
Reason is we win Japan. We go here. We tire, select a bit, then we win champion. Yeah, we tire, we start slow, and then after that we rocket up other shoots.
कौन सिखाया इसको? कौन सिखाया इसको भाई? ऑलरेडी वॉच पार्टी में एड्स नहीं है. अभी इसने $येलो किया मेरा स्ट्रीम. हाँ इसने $येलो कर दिया भाई मेरा स्ट्रीम. मैं केस ठुकूंगा. कितना क्यूटली गाली दिया भाई. मत चिट्स. क्या इसका मतलब ये है कि आपकी देश की गाली सबसे ऑन टॉप से बेबी? कोट गोट सारी दुनिया की गालियों में से अपना गाली ऑन टॉप. टॉप पे भी तो क्या गाली है. मादरी चीज क्या बोला भाई उसने? क्या बोला भाई? क्या चल रहा है ट्विच में? I still not understand the short call anyone. अरे कुछ नया है वो short call, पता नहीं क्या है. Jing and something duelists be carrying as they should. भाई sexy खेला लेकिन. जिंग बहुत मारा लेकिन समथिंग ने जो क्रिस्पी शॉट्स मारे भाई पूरे गेम में. जिंग ने क्योस शॉट्स मारे लेकिन समथिंग दे. हाँ पर सीखा कहाँ से मेरे को नहीं मालूम. रॉकेट आप शॉर्टर दिया बात है. रॉकेट आप मार भाई सेक्सी था. चाहे स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो. मैं चाय गरम करके पट से स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो. मेरी जान करो. लाइक कर दो. पंकज दिखने का गाली दिया देखा क्या?
Come let me this. Wavy lines, come let me this. Wavy lines, come let me this.
Hey guys, Mika here with Alex of PRX. Congratulations on the first map win of Champions Paris. That was a bit closer than many expected though. So what do you think it was? Was it PRX with a bit of a slow start, or was it XLG doing something that surprised all of you?
I mean, first of all, I think XLG is a very good team. You know, they champions of Stage 1 China. They have the MVP in their team. Aside from that, I think both teams are a little bit nervous. So you could see like the games were. I mean, everyone was trying to take their time and relaxing a little bit, trying not to make mistakes. So I believe that now that everyone's warmed up, I think the second game will be a banger.
Oh, that's a teaser. Well, good luck to you guys.
PaperX, they take map 1 here, but they did have to work for it, Ender and Doug. It wasn't easy by any means. So if we take a look at the HyperX reflex moment here from Viva, this was ridiculous.
This was absolutely insane. So No Man gets cleared down short. And then look at these shots from Viva. So quick on the adjustments. It's like one shot miss, instant reset headshot. Miss, instant reset headshot. Just sick.
Yintu, I think you said it exceptionally well. They pushed PaperX. I think they had a really good idea on their attacking side. We talked a bit about the Waylay versus the Raze and how, traditionally speaking, the Raze fits a little bit more, but maybe they'd be missing a little bit of that, you know, Joker in their hand, a little like trick to try to make their attack side a little bit more, a little bit stronger. But I love the way they layered their utility. I think there were often times that PaperX looked a little overwhelmed on site. They did a really good job of putting those together, and it was enough in the first half.
ये गेम में अपन देखेंगे Viva और
Take a look at the post
Coconuts.
They've given us a reason to believe why they pick Bind.
Well, I think the first thing is I think XLG really locked in the post plants and were very aware of the flanks. You heard Alex talking about it. I think PRX were going way too often for walk-ups and going for flanks, and the crowd here is going wild for the flanks, it sounds like. Honestly, I think XLG held their ground really nicely, and specifically Viva and No Man's Sky. You know, great game, great player. Absolutely popping off in these late rounds.
And again, I think it was, they understood their game plan was utility dump onto the site, get out there. And once you get there, once you get into a post plan, they've got PaperX figured out a little bit, but they also knew what their protocol was.
I even love the creativity of like Viva realizing 3 people are on the flank. He drops the Brimald, right? Just to delay, and he ends up going down. You still see those moments where I think XLG did a very good job of adjusting to the chaotic style that PRX were bringing.
They did definitely. This is the thing that if it weren't for, you know, the duo doing so well, being able to bring this game back, it could have been, you know, even an overtime, I think, the way that XLG were playing.
I think there's a world where, like, without something just dominating like 3 rounds in the first half and solo winning them, like XLG could have been up 8 or 9 at the half, but it's brought down to 6 and 6 because the great work out of something, and him and Jing just
crushed.
Yeah, in the second half. Ender, I think you're absolutely right. If it was not for something stabilizing
सूरज भाई मेरे को फोमो हो रहा है, मत करो, बाद में देखूंगा रात को.
In the first half, and then Alex was talking about it in an interview. They needed to calm down a little bit. They were kind of overswinging. They were a little bit too up.
After submission,
if not for something's heroics, we're talking about an entirely different half and potentially an entirely different score here.
He was giving it as well, which is crazy,
Yeah, out of his seat a little bit.
Yeah, I love to see it. I would also love to hear what Havoya had to say, of course, standing by with Mika Faz ahead of map 2.
I'm here right now with Havoya of XLG. Now, that was a very tough first map. I wanted to ask about the bind pick because this is one of Paper X's strong map for XLG. But I was just curious on your thoughts on picking that map, and was it because you felt like the ban on Lotus was more important for Paper X?
I think first of all, Paper X feel themselves better on Lotus. But also, we feel fine on bind. It was just like a tough series for us, and I mean the map, and we dropped some ecos. Also, we didn't manage to win second pistol. I think if we could step up a little bit earlier, I think it could be our map. So it is what it is. Let's move on the second map.
Right. Well, hopefully they step up a bit more on Sunset.
W.
What are their chances
on
Sunset?
RG में हाँ क्या?
You guys weren't super sure why they chose this.
Coach?
Does it get better on Sunset for XLG?
No, honestly, I mean, we were a little bit surprised with the bind coming through, but it was sort of a secret weapon map for them in the playoffs for the team. So
भाई मेरे को राइट स्टोर देखना है यार, वहाँ का यार बता दो.
In the series with it being PRX's choice here.
Which is almost unfair to ask, given that you're going against an undefeated Paper X on bind, but I'm inclined to agree with you. It did feel like a must win, and as we turn our attention over to Sunset, again, there's going to be a Sage. We're going to see that for the first time on the global stage, for sure. The buffed stage, kind of how that changes playstyle.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's less of a major change to the playstyle. It gives you a lot more ability to like react, put down a wall from a further range as you're rotating in or something like this to put it down. But I think for XLG, what they will have been focusing on in a lot of the prep work, coming in knowing that high chance that Sunset is going to be coming through in the map here, is when they're working against PRX's defense, PRX puts up so much of a fight into the mains, A main, B main. And I think that XLG need to be very snappy at punching these forward positions. I think having a Neon and a Yoru in your comp to take down those angles is a good spot.
Oh, it's Noman's not playing Deadlock anymore. It's going to be Noman, Neon, and Raga Yoru. I really like this.
I do too.
I like it a lot.
I'm completely on board with this. I think you have so many different
दोनों BT वाले एजेंट XLG के पास ही है.
Overextending, and again you call it overextending, but
दोनों BT वाले एजेंट XLG के पास है. दोनों.
I think also with the way that Noman was dominating back on bind, you could not ask for a better guy to be stepping into that second duelist role for the team here on Sunset.
I think this might be his 7th or 8th.
क्या possibility है ये गेम बिना आज तक जीत सकते हैं? 0% chance.
So when I saw the change from Waylay to Raze, I thought, okay,
where is the audience? Audience बाद में आती है.
With Paper X, and I think we saw a lot
semi-finals
of that.
और finals के लिए. उसके पहले invite only ऐसा कुछ रहता है. Limited audience रहता है उसके.
That's a hard thing to do. They did it in the first half, kind of fell apart in the second half. I'm hesitant to see this on Sunset.
Yeah, and if that map was Paper X needing to warm up, they're going to get scarier, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be more warmed up on Sunset. It is their map pick. But there is a switch up on the side of the comms, at least for XLG, so maybe that's throwing another spanner in the works for them. I don't know how you guys feel, but I would love to hear what Mitchman and Tombiz thinks about that little agent change.
Well, Tom, how's that tickled your fancy?
I don't know. I feel like being a little bit more boisterous could be nice. I think Noman definitely had a few moments individually. I do fear trying to almost beat Paper X with firepower and aggression. Might work. It's a bold play. I do want to focus though on Happyway because I feel like he had a pretty poor first map, and he's someone that the Des highlights I like to highlight as well as one of their best players individually. He's now pivotal part, especially on the defense and on the lurk. If he's having a poor performance, Paper X win easy.
No, without a doubt. As you said as well, looking at Neon, it will be point of contact. No Man's Sky was stellar when it came to that first map.
Look at the
Paper X, they didn't get the memo. They think they're still on the attack side. They pushed through mid with 3. Full control, 4 in fact. You can count the player towards the door of Patman, who will be safeguarding Market. But this is all about the flank game. And there is, luckily, a trap waiting for them there. So it won't be a complete surprise that there's someone there. It just might be a bit of a surprise quite how many players Happy Wave's about to see.
Patman's the only player elsewhere, down to 1 HP already, so I have to be a bit more careful. You can see they have switched up where they are defending this spike from, or pushing all the way around. It hasn't mattered though. The swarm that is PaperX has given them an advantage, and Device is going to start defusing. He's just going to stick behind the wall. They need to run back around over the top. They need to go, and it seems like they are not going to be able to deal with anything. It is diffused in front of their nose. Rocker, he did well, and I think Device even stopped for a second because he was like, okay, someone's going to jump on this wall, and then they didn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were too busy dealing with players towards main. It's a nasty little strategy, and one that has worked wonders. There was a gap on the left side here, as we see it from Forsaken's perspective. It could have been exploited. Surviving on 1 HP, but it doesn't make a difference. It is 1-0 start for PaperX. And we want to see XLG on the board early because we saw it in the last one. PaperX slow to start. We even heard it in the comms. They called it. Let's start slow, and then we get them. Paraphrasing.
Yeah, you can't start a train at full speed. That's not how it works.
That is true.
Yep.
They only had to dock into the station, speak with the conductor Alex one time, and it was plain sailing.
I love watching something because like, you'll see him play an agent that you think is like, okay, supportive util lineup, and then he's playing contact with a sniper rifle at B main. It doesn't necessarily add up. I also love the fact that we've seen these changes to Sage. Obviously,
basically ये बोल रहे हैं कि PRX इतना गलत खेलता है लेकिन
places it 2 millimeters away from where he is. Yeah.
How not to play Valo but win.
Expectation incredibly low. Any weaponry drop would be nice. And hey, Raga has dropped one of the rifles, and that should be retrievable. Oh, good selection though from something.
Will be retrievable, but at a heavy cost indeed. Round goes Jing. He's down to 15. Doesn't need to swing as something covers that. 2-0 start for PaperX. 4 players alive. Big weapon still carried through, and it's a strong start, but this round is really where we get the litmus test. A good sign early on, though, is seeing Rarga be able to deliver. As we said, he's someone that comes in, as he said as well, he's someone who comes in here with something to prove, and he's certainly playing like it.
Yeah, I definitely think so. As I said, like last time we saw XOG at Masters, it wasn't really anything to write home about. Like obviously we've seen them have a fair few roster changes throughout the year, trying to fill in for you, and I don't mean you, obviously.
Oh, अलग बोले बे इस बार.
You trying to replace me, Tom? Is this like Baby Bay?
Tough है बीजा now.
It's all right. I'm ready to play.
Okay.
Me against him.
Your Phoenix might be better than his. We'll have to.
Oh well, there's no need for that.
This purchase is definitely an odd one, though. You've got yourself a Buckingham for Forsaken. Sting is still in play. Like this is around the XOG, nigh on half to win. Otherwise, the amount of economy upgrades one away as well could be powerful in that post part, but it is a wide net currently being thrown out by XLG. Mentioned that he had a weaker gun. It didn't stop him taking a fairly aggressive angle.
By rotations देखो map में, rotations देखो map में.
45 on the clock, fairly committed from XLG. They got to go towards this site. Jing to deal with to start. Great stun, but he gets out of there thanks to the blast packs. Well placement. 35 now. XLG got to pick up the pace. Wrapping around, but PaperX are flooding back into the site. 3 players here now with one deeper towards the spawn. This is essentially a 4-man hold. 25 seconds, and they call for the rotate. Yeah, it's the right call. They've dragged all these players over. They'll make their way across mid with that smoke with ease. This should be a plant, but I'm always wary of PaperX's ability to be disruptive. Something, he's in there.
Mara.
And then they managed to make it to the side. The spike was being guarded all the way through. A good redirection, especially with the Sage wall being used in towards the spawn. There was the box up top that you would have had Devi watching from afar. And now even with no man in the spawn, just waiting to try and catch them as they fall out. The fact is, though, PaperX, all of these guns are going to be upgraded in the next round anyway, so they might as well try and do some damage.
That's exactly what they're looking for. You see all this deep clears of middle. The idea is certainly in their head. Someone could be lurking around. Rifle picked up for Devi as well.
जिनको ट्राई करना चाहिए एक मार के
these
मरने का.
exits very costly. He will close in
worth it हो जाएगा.
towards the spawn. I don't think Jing has any chance of. Oh, actually, he might have a chance to have an impact. He goes back to mid.
अरे
Is shut down. Okay, 2-1. 4 players alive for XLG. That's a
क्या भाग गए ना लेकिन 25 सेकंड में.
And that's exactly as clean as it needed to be. It definitely got a little bit dangerous, and as
Shot.
we mentioned, like you're always going to see these sort of timing
crazy shot मारा
fights
बे.
looking to be utilized by
और
the
सेकंड
side
में
of
पीयूष से क्या
Paper X
crazy
against a lot
लगा
of
वो shot.
information. So I like the fact that with 20 seconds left, they were willing to sort of gamble on that rotation, not fearful that they'll be caught somewhere else. Even still, though, it's going to be an immediate
Your one should be a free side
from
chat.
the side of Paper X, and I'm kind of looking
अभी
at
देखेंगे कि ये
Braga
लोग
here.
retake कैसे
He's
खेलते
going to
हैं.
immediately utilize that dimensional drift. Bear in mind, the only weapon he has is the short.
Free side, free side.
perfect for this ultimate. One flash left. Oh, he's come out without one. Moving around through the smokes, but the wraparound from
क्या
Patman.
बंदा है भाई.
Quick on his feet. He'll take Raga down. Now it's rifles, though,
fuck?
that they will be up against. The trick play hasn't worked. Devi's dead.
God.
Dead to rights. It's even a headshot from Noman to lock it in. But still, a 2 versus 4. Can't even get the 3 out before Patman's dealing with another. Paper X holding strong so far. And Happy Way failing to take down Jing. Now that's the information. The element of surprise gone for his position. And the wraparound super late from Forsaken. He's going to cause issues, but Viva seemed aware of it. The timing, though, he corrects in time. Can't quite land the shot.
3-1 W.
Especially with how low some of these players are, but there's a chance.
W.
It seems like Paper X are
अभी
ready and
जीत गया ना
raring to go
4-1
on this defensive
पैसे नहीं है.
path. A third already picked
उसके
up.
बाद अल्ट
I
आएगा
have to say
5-1
that the
उसके बाद
orb placement
इको जाएंगे
coming
6-1.
out from Patman there
क्या
in
लिख
the
रहे
early stages of that round, which is wonderful. Like you see
वॉल्यूम
this
बढ़ाओ. इससे
attempt
ज़्यादा क्या बढ़ाओ.
to play into the back of the site, and he's just denied all of it, just keeping hold of that control.
बैटमैन सेक्सी प्ले बताया.
Yeah, it's the fact that he's
बैटमैन का
able
स्टार्टिंग का प्ले बहुत
to
बात
into spawn to be safe and then back out with his smoke, right? It's so much value delivered as a result of that. I'm not sure what's being said there. I love these guys. The energy on the stage is different, and 3-1 up. Energy will only increase as these rounds keep going their way, but Paper X, deep play, caught by the stun, caught by the paranoia. Jing stuck in the corner, and they know it, but in goes Devi. Happy to help out his buddy, set him up for success. Forsaken's found one elsewhere, but Jing looking the wrong way will be dropped by Noman. We're back to a 3v3. Spike's still secure for XLG, and this map, it doesn't get any smaller. The less players to defend it, this should be an advantage for the attacking side.
Yep,
It feels like the first 15 to 20 seconds of the round lead to those early battles, and then there's a break in the action. I do feel like XLG throughout this matchup so far have actually done quite well to deny a lot of these plays from Paper X.
बहुत info है. 100
I think it was even Noman just having a reactive stun immediately to try and slow that push. Now with 50 seconds left, early rotation available. Borfo second up top, but he has been dealt with immediately. Noman doing well on this Neon.
Spike planted.
Spike will now be planted.
They know players on side are stuck there. Snakebite stops them from falling back and stops Happy Way from helping out, but now it's faded. Happy Way on the angle, looking for the fight, finding it, and Noman rippling up. That's what we needed to see. XLG won't let Paper X run away with this as they push up the
बोला था कि नहीं 3-2.
Yeah, I was definitely a little bit skeptical with Noman going onto the Neon. I think definitely a role that he has played quite a bit in terms of that individual brilliance. I think we saw some of the skill in the last round, but as said, even some of the reactive stuns he's putting out, willing to sort of take a bit of a gamble, take a risk versus these players. The timing was then in his favor, but even just winning, some of the fights that maybe he necessarily shouldn't. Flexing while he does it.
कड़ा हुआ ये खुद का मैप पे करके.
Economy of Paper X has taken a hit here though. A
कड़ा
pistol
हुआ
for something, although at times it doesn't even feel like a detriment.
जिंग भाई वो लगा ली दो जरा.
Paper X. Think back to the last map.
जिंग
They
भाई
had that astonishing, I think round 5. Bunch of pistols in play, and that's maybe the most dominant that they'd looked. For XLG, ulti's available. They need those safety nets. The rotates from Coconut, the information. You have a Hunter's Fury soon. Deep play from Noman. No ult popped. It's down to his rifle. But Coconut's fallen in middle. Raga, good to trade that back. Now they've sensed the weakness. Blood in the water, but Forsaken still standing strong. Deep fight from Noman, though. has managed to pull this back to a 3v3, and with the ult pop, he's got a tough fight up against Jing, and he won't win it. But with Forsaken going down, going back and forth till there's only
the 1v1 that leaves the Sovas on either side. Bit of a risky position to plant from, and because of that, something is going to get away with it. It was kind of as easy as that 1v1 could have gone, but that was, yeah, I felt like that. I always talk about an observer's nightmare as a round where there's just a million pieces of utility. I feel like that was it. It was just one kill, but all on different points of the map. Like timing to catch out Patman, the drop down, avoiding the fake out, Jing winning the battle.
हम लोग पे तो नियॉन मिस नहीं करता अल्टीमेट.
Coming all the way down to the 1v1 at the end is PaperX to keep their lead, extend it a little further. But there is still investment here for either side. In fact, both teams' economy here is on the brink. It's only something that has a few extra credits to spare. So a winner of this round, it could be worth a double.
This is going to be so punchy. Could even have a Hunter's Fury off rip coming through from Viva. They want to get aggressive. They want to play this one fast. You can already see Nomad taking space. Paranoid by PaperX early to try to slow them down. Jing goes in swinging. Won't find much. His TP from Coconut. He's deep in their spawn. They are making so much pressure towards this A site. Forsaken, he doesn't crumble under that pressure to start, but finally, he will come crashing down. A 4 versus 3. Res possible for PaperX, but the positions of those bodies, it doesn't make it look very likely. Happyway's got beautiful timing, but the shots don't land. Luckily, Rarga's there, picking up the pieces and leaving something alone and trapped in with the enemy. He can't even get out till that wall fades, and he will be cut down to size before that happens. Great round from Happyway after a little shaky of a start.
Yeah, like he gets the job done, but I think also the hesitation there is that he realizes how much value his position holds. He goes swinging wide, guys. They can potentially be isolated on the site. Instead,
भाई बैटल पास दिला दो भाई. तुम अगर काश दोस्त मेंबरशिप लोगे तो मैं बैटल पास दिला सकता हूं.
Instead. And it's sort of the Happyway I wanted
to see.
Like, yeah, sure. Still maybe a few jitters here and there, but the guy is always good at having those backstabs, always good at sort of having those multi-frag rounds. And I like the change of pace from XLG. I said so far, I feel like even in the last
attacking
map, they
played
a decent game. Like it didn't look like they were getting outclassed.
80-40.
And the important thing there is, right, PaperX on that A side hold, not only do they have numbers, but they have the wall behind them, so they're not even worried about a mid flank coming through. Everybody is focused on that choke point, and Coconut being able to go into the spawn makes that much more difficult to do. The guys on site can't just swing out wide and hold the short fight. They can't just look for the elbow duel because they'll be shot up from spawn potentially. And you have all of these headaches created for PaperX. That very much felt like PaperX getting a taste of their own medicine.
No jinx today. नहीं. मैं करता ही नहीं हूँ कभी jinx. How's yours, Fatima ji?
How slow and methodical.
Fatima ji पेट में गुड़गुड़ हो रहा है क्या? News दूँ क्या?
Forsaken has been able to take that first fight. Now the move away is somewhat to sell a ruse.
Fatima ji हो गया. Watch party सफल.
ये साल. Steps as they rotate.
ये साल और कुछ news मिल जाएगा ना. मैं एकदम
He does have the showstopper available.
Watch party कोबा में जाऊँगा.
Immediately, but no, never mind. He's going to go straight in, and the steps were faked out. That was Raga's utility that has baited the ultimate, but now they go back towards something. Are they going to check the box? No, they're not, but it's a bit whiffy. Not quite connecting. Divine now the next man up, and Happyway just thriving. The Dane just seemingly slipping out of the round. What could have been incredibly costly ends up with still 4 players standing.
Great correction from the previous map where PaperX were finding so much value with these weaker weapons. Forsaken. The only player that, well, he didn't have that much of a weaker weapon. He had the Guardian. Wasn't the Sheriff doing the work. And he's recovered a rifle, a chance to do more damage. Surely the round win is already lost.
I'm found one for 3.
It could be an ace, but the problem is you've got Viva deep playing with that Hunter's Fury! And Forsaken now only has that ult to deal with. He now knows where his opponent is with the Hunter's Fury. Surely decides the fate of this round. It's already activated. It might seem early, but the time the clock is already so Forsaken goes in, pops it, goes for the stick. He might have time. It's going to be desperately close. This back coming in from Viva doesn't get there in time. But it's a 0.0 second difference. Blink and you miss it, but that margin of error swings in XLG's favor.
So you know earlier where I said it might take a while to beat that 1v4. We almost just had it beaten, and it was 0.02 that made it not. That's absurd.
सुहा का दिमाग बाप था. Second ult मार के third ult complete नहीं किया उसको. सीधा भाग के मारने लगा.
I'm a little bit disappointed.
They have Hunter's Fury post plant in a 3v1 with the spike planted ages ago.
But Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'd like to argue with you, but what we just saw means my point's invalid.
Oh, that was so desperately close.
0.0, that's ridiculous.
Wow.
Nice shot.
See the confidence right back in. Aggressive stuff. This is what I'm saying. XOG have always been doing well to recover any of those early advantages that PaperX are able to gain.
3v3 तक गए, इतना अच्छा 2 मारे थे भाई. भाई क्या गेम है भाई ये?
Expecting to be challenged. He's going to spot nothing outside the A site, and because of that, it's allowed for an immediate rotation.
You know, B क्यों जा रहे लेकिन B
to
rate
get back
कितना
into
easy है?
B. They have definitely been red, and in fact, Jin can now just lock them in.
Smoke up, it's decently deep, but that drone, oh, it didn't see him. He's gotten inside the smoke, Forsaken. Oh, it's beautiful from PaperX with Jing.
नहीं ना B नहीं है ना, HLG का B नहीं है.
Slipped through the smoke.
ना?
It's been a problem. A couple of times you've seen that finesse from PaperX and being quick on their feet, able to get especially smokes, poison orbs, it doesn't matter what it is, but able to get that positional advantage in some of these plays. Even still, a round gap of only 1.
It's definitely been a different match to expected, but still those moments. Jing still
Normal sin 5 man होगा क्या रात को नहीं कल से होएगा. कल अपन वो करेंगे. Champs के बाद gaming.
This one is, it's not looking great, is it?
No.
4 sheriffs, an attack side Bucky. Makes a bit more sense when it's on the neon. Slide in, get real close.
Oh yeah, I've seen plenty of TikToks of that sort of gameplay. We'll see if No Man has it in the locker. It might not matter. Already one going to his teammate, and there you go. That's a Bucky onto Jing. This fast-paced 1-2 punch of the duelists have not only got the positioning, but also got them in with that weaponry. And the bigger danger as well is, okay, sure, you had yourself the ultimates. Hunter's Fury might now be able to cause some damage. No Man gone, rifle dropped, drone already being sent through. Raga just immediate on the headshot.
Not hit by the drone either, he sticks around. Divido, the one to punish him.
By res देगा वो. So tough.
Res available. There's a player that can be res. There it is. Patman's brought back. Even numbers. And it gets Coconut curious. He swings out looking for the duel, but now they'll go pushing into him. Viva down, and it's Happy Way against 2. But he's brought it to the 1v1. 6 HP. A headshot needed, but it's the jumping with the shorty to close this one out. A round that should have been PaperX's.
They will just about get it. If they
I'm starting to doubt myself.
They lost 2 rounds to time. With that close, that would have been madness, but unfortunately, the ring around the rosy, the only man falling down in this case was Happy Way. Nice shot from Raga. In fact, an excellent round from him in general. Making this one competitive. I feel like No Man actually walking further into that shot dart rather than away from it, but you understand the panic. A nice attempt, very low by a round, and Happy Way definitely.
I think he was doubting it as well.
Well, he has just watched the spike go up at 0.02.
Yeah. Good comms, good comms.
Why he's nervous, but not quite.
Good comms. वो spike का call दे रहा था वो मतलब वो पहला spike फटेगा गांड फटेगा वाला call था वो.
6-4.
Good comms right there.
The timeout here on their attack side. That's their first one used, and indeed the first one of this map.
क्योंकि देखो क्या होता है मालूम है क्या होता है चैम्प्स में जब भी स्पाइक फटता है ना गांड इसलिए फटती है क्योंकि यहाँ पे ये देखो एलेक्स भाई है अगर स्पाइक फटा टाइम आउट लेके ये गाली देंगे वो अलग सामने वाले खड़े होते वो अलग एलेक्स भाई गाली देंगे वो अलग तो double pressure है.
An average team with maybe great coaching staff, but it feels like a lot of the sort of slower rounds with mid-rounding, I've been impressed by XOG, and you take away the pistol and the follow-up, and this is an incredibly close match. The problem, though, is now they are in a case of this ends 6-6, you go into the second half, you're happy. If this ends 8-4, I think most people will have a lot of faith in the attack side of PaperX to be able to close
Technically,
this
one out. Technically, ये 5-5 हो जाना चाहिए.
Just on Happy Way, someone you highlighted as he had a tough, and the desk highlighted, had a tough map previously, and look at him now, 11-7. He's been there on this attack side in the previous round, almost ended up winning it out on time in the 1v3. Impressive performance. Well, Rarg is going to wait for his teammates to break that wall open. It's going to limit how far he can get. He can barely make it to the backside. Instead, he's going to tuck in default. Hunter's Fury coming through. Firing in deep from something. Clearing out these close corners on the site. Not finding any tags, but delaying the push.
It didn't really allow for much space to get back in either from the side of PaperX. They're waiting to move as a unit. Batman does have ult, but unless they really need this space, it's going to be tough. The Vigo's a little bit ahead. They were still setting up utility on the remaining players, and No Man has been able to take that close contact and put them into spot, and especially with Forsaken coming in on this flank, he's managed to get past the trip. That's why nobody's looking in this direction. If this smoke fades, he might just have himself at least one freebie, but he's looking for more. In fact, he's going to take it all! Forsaken, a one-man retake! And another on the board for PaperX.
Shrouding his steps to great effect. He made it past that trap. As you said, camera on the site. They're worried about the retake from Market. They're worried about early contact for the player over on that box and backside. And instead, he smokes main, so they think, well, he's obviously not coming from here. They want to block this line of sight. The timing could not have been better. That round was forsaken for XLG. The timeout making no difference. And one round left to play with. For XLG, 7-5 still possible. The answer's not far away, but will they be a pistol round away from correcting the scoreline or trailing by 4?
This is where the last round really could give them a little bit of wiggle room. Well, we've said that it's been a closer affair than maybe expected, but if it ends 2-0, ends 2-0. They'll still be yet to win a map at a VCT international event.
Hannah?
Maybe after how close the first one seemed.
इसके बाद सीधा lower bracket है था वो लोग का.
It won't change a thing.
Giantex के साथ.
Already you can see some of the vulnerabilities, and more worryingly, it's that showstopper Viper's Pit on the other side. Like, there's so much to play with in this.
Hey bro, I hope you like the gift. I gave it to the last week. Oh, sorry for it. अरे sexy है अभिषेक भाई. Love you.
That's unbelievable.
Cookie sexy था. मेरे जैसे अल्ट मारा चैट ये तो मेरे जैसे अल्ट था सेम अल्ट मैंने कल मारा है सेम अल्ट यही सेट पे मारा मैंने प्लीज अभिषेक भाई हम लोग ने क्या किया मतलब में डब्बा नहीं लिया सेट पे करके डब्बे के अंदर का सामान बैग में भर के लेके Thank you so much for the fire and मेरी जान कर दे
a lot of those contact plays, Jake managing to get it done. Nonetheless, it's a pretty big recovery. We'll see if XLG can turn it going into the second half.
कैसे एंजॉय करते करते जीतते ना ये लोग एक्सक्यूज मी भाई ऐसा सेटअप चाहिए भाई ऐसा सेटअप चाहिए इंटेल बोलते और भाई हाउस बस बढ़िया पे थैंक यू दमन भाई मैं एकदम बढ़िया पैम 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 भाई चैम्स का एटलीस्ट गाना अच्छा है भाई हाँ सूदिंग सॉन्ग्स है सूदिंग सॉन्ग्स वाला फाइव में कितने होता अभी मिसिंग दैट सब होएगा अनम भाई नेक्स्ट मंथ से सेटअप चाहिए बस +1 भर दे बेचारा कोच इंच बाय इंच बोल रहे हो इंच बाय इंच अपने को जगह लेना पड़ेगा
Welcome back, folks. The halftime concluded, and it's time to get back into the game as we look at the Coinbase Econ report for our first half. And, well, it has to be said, PaperX, they could be leading in terms of the stats, 8-4 up.
Yeah, for sure. It is. It's been one of those games where there's been a lot of crazy things. And a lot.
Chat, तुम लोगों को दिख रहा है एलेक्स को ऐसा स्क्रीन दिखता है, तुम लोगों को दिख रहा है क्या? तुम लोग बोलते रहते हो ना कोच को वैसे दिखता है. बेसिकली कोच को ऐसा कैम दिखता है. ऊपर तुम लोगों को दिख रहा है, उसके आसपास 5 जन का पीओवी और नीचे 5 जन का कैम. समझ रहे हो? तो उसको हर एक का पीओवी दिखता है, हर एक प्लेयर का पीओवी दिखता है उसको, और हर एक का कैम दिखता है, क्या बकचोदी कर रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं, सब कुछ दिखता है लोग को बेसिकली.
So, a loss here sent PaperX skyrocketing into the lead, a 9-4, probably 10 on the board, and then they're already on the home stretch while XLG trail.
हाँ बे खुद को क्यों देख रहा हो? ये तो मैं सोचा ही नहीं.
The game or attempt to. I like this early play.
एनिमी का नहीं एनिमी का भी दिख रहा है ना उसको. एनिमी का भी दिख रहा है उसको. एनिमी का कोच का भी कैम दिख रहा है. ऐसा करता रहता है जीते बार.
Just falls back, looks to punish anyone over aggressing, and hopes that this flank can find a lot of value.
Yeah.
But
basic समझ गया ना तुम मत करो यार.
But this is where the wall causes issues. You're going to block off one avenue and then try and pressure the other. The only thing they really need to worry about is the flank, because they've sectioned everything else off, and actually no, they're looking the wrong way, completely the wrong way. They've been foiled by their own plot, but there's still a couple of players standing. Jing, Forsaken, not in the best of positions to try and deny this, but that time is already ticking. Only somebody just getting onto the spike. They need to try and wrap back around, and that's exactly what Forsaken will do in this match. This man could do no wrong.
Oh, his impact has been outrageous. That pistol round was slipping through their fingers. The flank that wasn't expected. When he found his 4K from main, there was at least a trap there giving them some security on the other side, but PaperX had no reason to believe that that space was clear. They get caught off guard, and oh, it's just so nasty.
All I'm going to say is he's already got a bracelet on one arm. I think he's looking for a bracelet on the other. If he keeps this sort of performance up the entire tournament, I think he's going to be dual wielding by the end.
टेक्निकली ऐड करते हैं. एक राउंड जो एक्सएलजी का था वो और पिस्टल जीते हैं, और अभी वो लोग इको जाते हैं, तो 3 राउंड एक्सएलजी में ऐड करेंगे हम लोग. टेक्निकली देखते हैं एक्सएलजी जीत सकता है कि नहीं.
Stick the man on an omen. He's having a ball. Well, I said it was almost imperative for XLG. They get themselves a pistol. 9-4 down, their opponent's map choice. PaperX going into the attack half. And when they have shown strength on this map, that's where it's been. Solid victories on that side versus Sentinels. Fnatic T1 more recently. And it was a defensive side defeat when they struggled versus Zeta. Everything is set for them to now take this map.
It's a good stack from XLG. 4 players on the B side, 2 of them with Sheriffs. The other on the polar opposite of where this hit's coming through. A lot of players from PaperX, though, covering this plant. They've got numbers even after the barrels run, or the mags run dry. Something with a nice shot over the wall, and it looks like a lot of the danger already dealt with. No man traded out, and that's really the story of this take. Even if one player lands that first shot, PaperX flooding in like this, they've got the numbers to back it up. Finally, it will be divided close, and 10 to 4 on the line. But this was not the round XLG were fighting for. It all comes down to round 15. Rifles in play, both sides.
Yeah, well that was the investment of the last round. It was mostly into stingers, a couple of rifles. I also think this is the point you'll make a lot of the time when it comes to Sage. Like there's been critique a lot.
James भी अच्छा खेल रहा है. James भी पूरा event अच्छा
खेल रहा है. Map like this with a lot of different
very much potential of the equation of the
potential. You're covered or not, and that's about as free as a kill as you're ever going to get. Because let's be real, there aren't that many teams to play with the Sage. Okay, a very aggressive early start to the round, but it is No Man. Been impressed so far with him on the Neon.
Let's go, Barrett, 4 seconds for the XLG. 100 minutes
trying to get that early contact for this corner. And even with the
best
flex
player in the world, in the world, huh?
Forsaken,
अपना Pacific भी नहीं. Best flex player in the world.
He's calling for it. We see the pings that he wants to walk on through. Has to catch a timing. Even with that smoke, a TP will be heard. Nice shot by Noman yet again, delivering. And as he looks up at the cam, that's a wonderful punish. What is going on with something here? And a swing from Noman that gets punished. Something's got three. And I think Devi is about to go down. He's trapped in the corner with a sliver of HP. But in comes his old buddy. Something here to save the day is for this fifth. An ace from something. An XLG from 1 foot in the grave to bury deep behind round after round of Paper X success.
I need to see the POV because I feel like there were 2 players in elbow. Yeah. And I don't really understand how he's walked out of it alive. Oh, they're just isolated. Okay, fair enough. He gets 2 bites of the cherry. It's incredibly clean, though. An absolute headshot machine throughout the round. I don't even know if he reloaded in the middle of all of that. It was always going to be one of them, you felt like, to take the first ace of the tournament. And something will be there. Mentioned maybe. Forsaken.
Nice one, Ilya. Let's go. ऐसा बोला है उसने. मैंने lip reading किया chat. Let's go, Ilya. Let's fucking go.
Timeout for XLG.
Oh. At these last few rounds, it
अभी जितना बार मैं जिनको देखता हूँ मेरे को बस वो याद आ रहा है.
हाँ? Round 13,
जितनी बार मैं जिनको देख रहा हूँ मेरे को वो याद आ रहा है भाई.
Round 15, you probably should have won, but you get aced. Yeah. Like, what are you going to say? Oh, we need to play get together a little bit more.
Don't let Forsaken get a 4K. Don't let something get an ace, and we're good. And that's the thing. I feel like
it's crazy that you retired as a coach in 2020. Or was it 2021?
Thank you, Binks. क्या ये? Thank you for the late night. क्या है? MTG क्या है? Hope to see you in Tokyo. By the way, I wrote message on it. Hope next time I get good gift. Also, thank you for telling me about right. W for Binks भाई. जिंदगी के L लगे पड़े भाई. मीटिंग अच्छा अच्छा. इसलिए मैं बोलता हूँ सुपर चैट ज़्यादा करो लेकिन पूरा लिखो. 2001 में आ जाता था पूरा.
Credits for the next. Nice opening from Devi.
भाई late smoke जिसमें टांग बिकता वाला मारा.
Was one of the guardians that he took down though.
Love you Abhishek bhai. Thank you for the 1,000 yen of the dinars मेरी जान के today. Love you. I hope you enjoyed the event, bro.
For Noman as well.
Given the coconut.
But Japan is crazy.
Risk it. Also, Forsaken's been caught. This has put them in a good spot. Bear in mind, the spike plant here for Devi would get him his ultimate online and likely bring back someone who's been terrifying if it even gets to that point because
you will not kill
they've already got an advantage.
Yeah, worth putting it in obviously.
Wall भी किया, plant भी किया, race भी किया, heal भी किया, ban.
Most of the time, Hunter's Fury for post plan, but no, they want to fight. Of course they do. This is Paper X we're talking about here. What's going on? Is that fight? Devi closes it out. It came down to a 1v1. They needed a 3K and a res to get it across the line. But you know what? A round's a round. 12-4 now for Paper X.
There's so much I hate about this round. That was like, it was just like, at this point, you can feel like they are just vibing with how aggressive they're being. TP into the site with basically nothing alongside it. A complete and utter whiff, running into a smoke in between a wall, so there's only the time in the back that is a nervous smile if ever I've seen one. Immediately.
It's an early one, and it's Forsaken going deep on the back of Viva. Good for the trade, and Noman doing the same. Numbers light on the A site. Noman's the last point of defense, so he'll fall back. Won't continue the aggression. Well, the rotate had come through. Viva, who started over here towards A, went back to take that kill and spawn.
They're comfortable
now. There's no more pressure on A with that deep control coming in from Nomad. There's nothing on mid. They weren't looking. They weren't walkabouts. So the B sites where the hit should be coming through. They'll keep it 2-2. But Happy Way and Coconut, they're the ones that have a chance to keep their team in it here and now.
Cage immediately used.
Going
through all of this utility. Feels like a little bit of a risk. Paranoia even being thrown through as well. So they're going to know that there's a couple of players here at least. Curious to see if Paper X still opt to actually execute in this direction. They're throwing in more utility. Boombot to clear close.
35 seconds. Now we're limited on options. We gotta go for the spams through the smoke. They'll take down Devi in the choke point. The choke dart's fantastic, and the swings are even better. XLG with a round win, still trailing by 7. But they gotta take this comeback one step at a time.
That's a good round from them. Something to note as well is it really does feel like the how far you can get it now actually makes things really interesting, because Devi put that wall in from inside main. Like, he was just like, I might as well give it a go, just try and give us a little bit of extra space, but it feels like it goes incredibly far. I don't mind the buff though, because I feel like a lot of the aspects of what people are using this work before were basically
गेम खत्म होने से पहले 5k लाइक्स हो सकते हैं, इसके बाद सेकंड बाय मारेंगे, सेकंड बाय
but potentially a much faster one. I like the kill trips though.
Great trip positioning indeed. It's a little never mind. Unexpected. Jing hit that. Happy way down and out. Jing revealed in the corner, but he's got backup now as they start to flip back out. No, looking for market control as a deep late play from Hatman. Will it be attempted? But there might not be anyone left to flank. Jing's already got 3.
He's still going.
Coconut's being watched on the flank as Jing looks for his 4th. He won't find it, but they'll clean up anyways. 13-5, 2-0. PaperX looking lights out on the second map as they claim their win to open up champions here in Paris.
Fact is, you can see that individual form, especially on their own map choice. Forsaken something, performing incredibly well. Jing joining the party towards the end of it. And Jing and something still performing to that degree. I will say though, I feel like there are silver linings for XLG. Map number 1 especially, I think they definitely look like they could compete for a couple of clutches here and there, and who knows, I think going into that lower bracket match, there's going to be more opportunity, because not everybody plays as manic and as crazy as a PaperX does. Nonetheless, it is the expected result. We're one of our top seeded teams coming into the tournament, 2-0 victory, and, well, I don't think anybody will want to match up against how they're currently playing, especially some of the stuff Forsaken is doing in the clutches.
Yeah, we saw signs of life, sparks of hope from XLG, but it is
W
as the favorites and playing like it, especially on map number 2. They were a little slower to start in the first, but they found their rhythm by the end. I like that they played against a team
second map to
match them on the right playstyle. They mixed it up. They didn't make this easy, but we saw just how deep the bench of individual skill goes on this PaperX roster.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen almost every multi-kill showstopper. We've seen an ace, we've seen a 1v4 clutch. It's been an enjoyable series. I think most would have come in and expected that this would just be bullying, a bit like
basic stage. Stage हमेशा basic रहता है. Finals और semi-finals में वो बाप बना
they can probably do some damage though.
Interview something.
भाई champion का poster दिख रहा है तुम लोग को?
I need to speak to you about this first win in Paris. So first of all, bravo, congratulations. And the first question I wanted to ask you is: this was the first match, but we already see such a high level from you guys. You guys were shooting, but there were 2. So who?
Hey, big man!
Say in the XLG team.
For me, the most impressed player, obviously, it's Farga, because he is my close friend. So, yeah, and overall, we start slow on bind. And I guess it's just like bound to happen, because we came from Korea, jet lag and stuff. I mean, overall, it's nice to win the first game.
Yeah, we could see that definitely. Donc finalement, qui t'a impressionné chez XLG? C'était le premier match, mais on a cliqué des deux côtés. Et ben j'ai envie de dire Arga, c'est un pote à moi, j'étais trop content de l'affronter. On était un peu slow sur Bind, on avait un peu le temps de prendre le rythme, on était un peu jet-lagué par rapport à la Corée. Mais voilà, toujours très content de gagner forcément. And I'm speaking to a champion here, you know, an AIM champion, MVP from Stage 2 with that gold keyboard, winning Toronto and stuff. So I wanted to know, like, do you keep on setting like such high standards individually on yourself, or does it matter less, you know, to carry when you have such a great team?
I mean, I don't really think we have pressure after we won Toronto in stage, just because like we also understand another team scared of us because we are playing well and our form is great, especially after stage. We show it. And then, yeah, there is no much pressure.
Adi,
pas de pression, du coup la question c'est est-ce que tu continues de te mettre un peu la pression individuellement? Est-ce que tu sens que tu as besoin de carry avec cette équipe? C'est plutôt le team play qui prime et bah il dit moi la pression, je m'en fiche un petit peu, on gère ça, on est en équipe, les gens commencent à avoir peur de nous et c'est ça qui est le plus important. Thank you so much Ilya for your time. I wish you the best of luck for the next match. On souhaite bonne chance à Ilya pour son prochain match and we're gonna discover in a few minutes who's gonna win between Sen Sentinel, and GX. Stay tuned.
W.
Bang, that's what we're like alternator. I kill one, you kill one, bro. I kill one, I heal you, bro. RTK! No man, stand up. God, minus 60. I'm resting, I'm healing, killing.
भाई दवाई तो अपनी बबलू निकला रे। हाँ?
Now that I'm a mom.
चैट सेम बबलू जैसी बातें रे दवाई के। सेम बातें बे। प्लान भी मैं करूँ, हील भी मैं करूँ, रेस भी मैं करूँ। हाँ सेम ना।
In one singular posture for 12 hours a day.
Just saying 12 hours a day नहीं है, जब भी 3 रीजन का होता है ना तभी 16 to 18 hours रहता है ऐसे ही। Same posture 16 to 18 hours a day. Continue.
Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Chair. International बबलू, chill बना भाई, पेरेंट्स बाप है। Excuse me. ये देख के सेन के लिए डर लग रहा है। सेन ऐसा नहीं खेलेगा। सेन है यार। सेन और पेरेंट्स मैच क्लोज जाएगा। ए बे सेटअप तो यार।
Red Bull gives you wings.
That we're close to 5000 likes मेरी जान बेटो। क्या पता अगर 10 के लाइक्स हो जाएगा तो 50 गिफ्ट मिल जाए, क्या पता। एड्स बंद कर बीकेल, मेरा एड्स बंद ही है मेरी जान। जब भी कहो प्यारे जीतने पे दिल से खुश होते हैं। अपने वीडियो लोग हैं ना यार, बहुत प्यारे लोग हैं, बात भी करते हैं अभी अच्छे से, रेस्पेक्टफुल भी है, अच्छे बंदे भी, इसलिए तो उनका इतना फैन फॉलोइंग है, जेन्युइन बंदे हैं। मेरे को अभी 2 किलो वो लेके जाने थे, आलू भुजिया पेरिस में। पापा क्यों देने को लोगों को। लास्ट टाइम मैं उधर गया था ना जापान में, 2 पैकेट आलू भुजिया लेके गए थे, सबको पसंद है, खत्म हो गया। मैं बोला कि पेरिस आऊंगा तो लेके आता हूँ। बुरा थोड़ा टाइम के लिए मेल का रिप्लाई करने गया था, मैच करता हूँ। एक्सक्यूज मी यार, एक से भाई कब जा रहे हो? वीजा आने दो, अगर वीजा सब हो गया तो नेक्स्ट मंथ फर्स्ट वीक। बेसिकली सेमीफाइनल्स और फाइनल्स में वॉच पार्टी नहीं कर पाऊंगा क्योंकि वहाँ पे कुछ काम करने जा रहा हूँ, लेकिन शायद से पंखों शुरू कर पाए, शायद से, पता नहीं। 15 मिनट तो है अभी। 15 मिनट नहीं, हार्डली 10 मिनट। ये ब्रेक के बाद एक छोटा सा वो लोग का नॉर्मल ब्रेक है। क्या
here with me, again, taking suggestions on what their duo name should be.
Have you gotten anything good?
I've got a couple of ones, but there's all ones I've seen before. Like nothing groundbreaking.
Nothing original?
Yeah, nothing original.
Do
just yet.
better, people. You can do better.
Yeah, do as good as Paper X did.
Yeah.
And they did do good.
They did
quite good.
Super good.
फिर मैच कैसे देखेंगे मोटे तो भाई पता नहीं मैं ब्रॉडकास्ट में वो दे दूंगा
लेकिन either of you expect them to make it to champs?
जीत गए
No, I don't think anyone really did. No. Like you didn't expect them to make champs.
Hell no.
Yeah. This is a team that won A series in kickoff. That won A series.
आ जाओ भाई तुम लोग को मेरी आदत हो गई आ जाओ ये लो वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर्स की तरफ से गीली चुम्मी सबको लव यू दूरट अभी दे दिया अभी कुछ नहीं कर सकता दे दिया
momentum that they do have from stage 2 has the potential to bode well, but they're facing
चलो अभी जैसे गाल आगे लाया था यू करके छाती आगे लाओ send to 0 लिख
but
दिया
if you look at this graphic, you were talking about this energy.
बहुत बड़ी गेंद से
Fun है ना? 2023 they essentially needed a miracle to get to champs.
Right.
They won LCQ flawlessly without dropping a
देखो
single.
मैं वो नहीं करूंगा कमिट नहीं करूंगा लेकिन नेक्स्ट ईयर मैं ट्राई करूंगा कि कुछ भी करके 3.5 रीजन या 4 रीजन वॉच पार्टी कर कमिट नहीं कर रहा हूं कि कमिट किया मेरे को 2 जगह से गाली पड़ेगी एक तो फातिमा जी चैट में ही है वो भी गाली देगी और मेरे घर वाले भी गाली देगी कमिट नहीं कर रहा हूं लेकिन
What's going on there?
क्योंकि ये लोग का चाइना जिस हिसाब से खेलते ना थोड़ा देखने का मन कर रहा है एटलीस्ट टॉप टीम्स का एक दो पूरा नहीं देखूंगा जो भी टॉप टीम्स का एक दो एकदम बात मैच रहेगा ना वो देखने का ट्राई करूंगा
No, they
we really are getting all
आप थोड़े पीछे लो
they reference it a lot, but now they've made it here, like you said, Doug. You know, the expectations might be a little bit different. Do they have what it takes? Because they made it here fair and square. It wasn't like they needed somebody else to do them a favor.
Right, they earned it.
Yeah, so as C2, are they the second best team from EMEA? Like, really on paper, do you think?
I think that's a tough sell, right? Because we have to think about the entire body of work. But again, the nice thing about this is Valorant's a momentum-based game. And so if you've got a hot hand and you hit the stride at just the right time, who knows what can happen? I think it's easy for them to forget about kickoff. It's easy for them to forget about stage 1 right now and to just ride the crowd that's currently chanting and cheering behind them.
It's the Giant X fan section. They're going nuts over there. They're feeling the momentum.
Wait,
they're riding that.
That's Lembo.
Yeah.
It's Lembo. I see Lembo. Lembo is like kind of their leader.
Yeah, we had to turn out the lights here because we want to put a spotlight on the fans out there. They're going absolutely nuts.
Honestly, as they should. They're handing out flyers. Oh, please save me one. I'm going to go down and grab one after this. But let's talk a little bit more about the players of Giant X because like you guys said, for the people that are not aware, some of these players didn't play kickoff. Some of these players didn't even play stage 1. They sort of came in at stage 2. You know, Ara and Flickless, they came in the very end of stage 1, and everybody was criticizing Giants for doing this. They're like, why are you making roster changes randomly at the very end of a stage? It turned out that it was a very good decision because Ara and Flickless have been some of the more outstanding players of the EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you just look at the prior results of 8th, 9th, 10th placement for the last 2 years nonstop, you add these guys to the roster and they're carrying you to second. Like, of course, they're the difference.
Yeah, and I also have to shout out Groovy because Groovy has been just a ray of sunshine and he keeps talking about how much he's enjoying doing media, doing interviews, doing content, which we don't hear very often. In fact, I actually had a chance to chat to him after they locked champs, and this is what he had to say when I asked him who he's most looking forward to facing when he got to Paris. Take a look at this.
For me, I think I would like to swap my jersey with Bank from Sentinels.
Oh, Bank.
Now, I've spoken to a lot of different players, and I've asked them this question quite a few times. You know, you're going to a global event. Who are you most looking forward to jersey swap with, meeting, all this stuff? I have personally never heard anyone say Bang. And the fact that Groovy says Bang to me means he's a knower, and he actually watches the game.
That's a man of culture right there.
Right?
Because if you've been following, you say Ospas, Hong Kong, those are the easy choices. But Bang has been so lights out for so long. I respect Groovy's game on that.
Right. And he's going to get the opportunity to do it. And so you make it all the way to Paris. You get a chance to meet the player that you want to trade jerseys with.
Oh, but surprise, you got to play against him.
And then you got to play him. Right.
Yeah.
That kind of sours the deal, potentially.
Hold on. Do you know what, Doug? I'm glad you mentioned that because here in Paris, we have an opportunity to make some dreams come true. Mika was even standing by with Gruby and Bang.
I've got Grubinho here from Giant X with me. Grubinho, I hear you're collecting interviews.
Yeah, right now, yeah. Last month, I was collecting some interviews.
Okay, well, can I add to that collection? Can I add your first Champions interview as well as a jersey swap? I hear you wanted to swap jerseys with Bang, so Bang, come on over. We have this jersey swap. Aw, look at that. Jersey swap here on the arrivals. So Bang, one of your biggest fans is now on the opposing team. How do you feel about that?
Honestly, it feels great. I remember when I used to play against players that I looked up to, so it's honestly sick to have someone like that, like playing against them. It's sick.
And now you have to take down Bang. You have to outperform him. What do you think? You're going to do that?
I mean, it will be hard. Probably Bang have like better experience for sure in tournaments, so like it will be hard game. But let's see what I can do.
Well, good luck to you both, gentlemen. All right, fist bump.
My heart, that is so cute. I want to give some context. The reason that Gruby says he's been collecting interviews in the last few months is because when he did his first one with us, he said, oh, you guys never invite me. And I said, well, we do winners interviews. And he was like, oh, that makes sense. Like he didn't win a lot before GX.
And is that why he decided to start winning now?
Yes.
So that he could get those interviews?
Yes, literally.
That makes sense.
On the other side of this though, Doug, we're living in a generation where players are looking up to Bang, and you were there when he first started.
I was actually just thinking that. It's crazy that I've worked on this game for so long that now Bang is one of the players that people are looking up to. I remember when he like first hit the scene, he wasn't talking to anybody, he was super shy, didn't really know anybody. The impact he's made on this game is insane. You think about another youngster who's hit a very similar trajectory that was just on the screen. It was Zekin.
Yeah, I mean, Zekin is going to be a really fun matchup to watch as well. You like the Gruby and Bang matchup. We've also got Zekin versus Ara, where Zekin, also a young kid, but by now has been proven a veteran and so skilled on the international stage. Of course, thinking all the way back to Madrid, but this is a matchup we got to be watching.
I mean, there's definitely stark differences with them, but I also like the similarities in the way that they play. On that neon, you know, I think both are at their best. If they turn up and show their best, this is going to be one of the best duelist matches, I think.
Oh yeah, it'll be really fun. But I do think the differences are where it's very interesting to me, because when I think of Ara, I've been really impressed specifically by his play with the operator on defense. He's a guy that is going to be often saving in the early rounds so he can get that online as early as possible. Whereas Zekin, this guy avoids the op like the plague. So on that sense, they're completely different players.
Yeah, I think as far as that goes, I think some play style personalities might be a little bit different as well. I think
also
when I think about Zekin, I think about, again, a player who's been around for a long time, who's playing under the Sentinels banner, that has incredibly high expectations. The fan base demands it. I think the community demands of it. It demands it of them as well. This feels like the tournament where Zekin, for Sentinels to really do this thing, has to take over, and take over like he does domestically, take over like he does when he's besting a bunch of other teams, when he's been able to best duelists on the other side of the stage and challenge him a little bit, but I need to see a lot out of him this tournament, and I think it's starting to
He's at the one you worry about the least.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time he didn't deliver, to be honest.
For those of you that don't know too much about Giant X, I have good news for you. Because a little bit more. A chance to catch up play a little game.
Oh, she's looking so pretty.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I am with Grubinho
भाई Mika ने मेरे को
and
इतना बार thanks बोला ना,
Giant
कम
X.
से
And in
कम
case
एक
you're
sentence
wondering
में 10
why
बार.
we're all facing that way, it's because we are about to play quick on the draw.
ठीक है, क्या करने वाले हैं?
So if you're not familiar with this, it's pretty simple. All we're going to be doing is I will be fed a prompt, a certain word. I'm going to be drawing my special interpretation of that on my board. I'm going to be passing it over to Grubinho, who will try and guess what the prompt was, and then he'll give his own interpretation, pass it on over to Cloud, and then we'll get down the line to Flickless, and he'll have to guess what the prompt actually was, okay? So, let's see what we will be today. What is it? Okay, I've received the prompt. I'm a little worried about this one, but okay. We have 15 seconds to draw this. Oh my god!
क्या था मैं सुना नहीं क्या था?
Okay, wait, hold on.
क्या ये वोल्केनो? क्या ये पेरिस? क्या ये पार्टी?
Eiffel Tower है वो.
Okay, right. I'm out of time. Robinho, what is this? You have 15 seconds to try. And
Eiffel
note
Tower.
is out. Timer starts
I'm ready
right
to start.
now.
Okay, I'm going. It's easy. You should guess it.
Eiffel Tower. इसने तो सीधा हट बना दिया है.
All right, last 3, 2, 1. Can you please show the camera your interpretation of this? Respect, respect.
W.
All right. Now, Cloud,
मेरे
please
जैसे
take a look
ड्राइंग
at
किया
this
ना?
prompt
Easy, Cloud.
we have
Easy.
here. Yeah?
Okay.
All right, timer starts now.
वाह.
झाड़ बना दिया इसने डायरेक्ट.
Opa. No,
W.
no.
Hi, hi.
You need to.
Hi, hi.
No, no.
And 3, 2, 1, boards up.
Bro.
Please show the camera.
No
What
way,
is
bro.
Yeah.
No
What is the flag?
way.
What happened up there?
It's cage, I don't know.
What happened up there? All right, Flickless, please turn around. What is this?
Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower is correct.
Yeah.
What do you have on your board, by the way? Please show the camera that.
Buy the GX bundle.
GX bundle बोलते
GX
हैं.
bundle. I think because you got it right, we do have to buy the GX bundle. Everybody out there, looking down the line, by the way, would you like to see our own interpretations? But this is mine. I have
You want me, Groovy?
tourists. I have tourists on mine.
Groovy looks good as well.
Yeah.
But Cloud, I don't know what flag he did.
Yeah, what happened there?
I
don't know. One lane.
Okay. Well, thank you so
Hello,
much.
Vansa. Hello,
for
Dee.
joining
Kem
me
chho,
on Quick
macha
on the
ma.
Ball. And congratulations, Flickless. You got it absolutely
What do
right.
you think?
Like I said,
Binks भाई
you gotta
विश्व
buy
जैसा
the GX
टूर्नामेंट हो
bundle.
सकता है क्या? सब एक ना एक दिन
Thanks, guys.
होएगा भाई.
Thank you. Thank you.
काय टेंशन ले रहे हो?
Buy the GX bundle indeed. I like that they've got that on their jerseys. But of course, we do have to confirm that Aura is playing today. I think there was a bit of a talk on whether if Waylander had to step in, but the roster is locked. We will see Aura on stage, and I think that is ultimately great news for GX
Of course,
fans.
yeah. I mean, and also just for us, because now we get to see Aura versus Zekin. Like, that's just nothing better than that.
Yeah, and I think it.
हाँ बे आरा बहुत मारता है.
Is earlier you said
हाँ
that
आरा बहुत मारता है. फील आ रहा मैं बोल रहा
in
हूँ.
Americas, it doesn't portray just how good they've been. So sell it to
कैसे
me. How
आप
good
लोग
have
बहुत
Seth been
बढ़िया.
really?
Well, I mean, the truthful answer is they did get beaten by NRG, but they also have been consistently the second
भाई, ये लोग
best
form
team
में
in
लेकिन, ये लोग
Americas throughout
form
the
में, ये लोग
entire
form
year. And
में.
I think that is especially important heading into a global event as prestigious as this one, where you are going to be challenged, where there are going to be teams and a lot of players showing up here for the first time. The Sentinels team has
That we are close to 5K like 200 लोग
I think
थी
even
जिसने
just
like
hearing
नहीं
the
किया
team
है
and
इनको
Kaplan
like
talk
कर दो
about
मेरी जान के
adjustments
तो
they
good
made
luck मिल
and
सकता
how
है
they're
समझ रहे हो?
reacting to their loss against NRG. They realize the mistakes they made, and I have faith in them to bounce back and be one of the heavy hitters here.
Yeah, I mean, they walk into playoffs undefeated. Right?
इतना यंग है
And
ना
then they-
सेकंड
and
और
they-
क्या
they
मारता है
deal
ना
through
यार.
everything through the hard group. They played
मैं भी
G2
वो
early
इसमें बहुत
on.
मारता
They
था.
dealt with
Chris
Cloud9
Payne
the way
का
they
मेरा
needed
वो
to. They
इसमें.
come into playoffs undefeated, and then they lose to NRG, as you were mentioning. I think if you were to zoom out and
लेकिन
ask
पे
for a team
नजर
with
रहेगी आज.
championship aspirations
अच्छा
to lose,
लैंग्वेज
that's
भाई
like
पहले
the
150
perfect
का
time to
मेंबरशिप
lose.
लो.
You lose, you get that out of the way, you learn a lot about what it is that went wrong, you learn a lot about yourself, and obviously this isn't the first time that they fall
भाई
at the hands of
सुनो.
another team, both domestically or
By the way, next month जो आने वाला है जनवरी, क्या है कौन सा नेक्स्ट मंथ, जो भी नेक्स्ट मंथ जो आ रहा है आने वाला आगे वाला नेक्स्ट मंथ, तो उसमें ना मैं एक प्रॉपर शेड्यूल्स बनाने वाला हूँ. प्रॉपर शेड्यूल्स कि अपन मेंबर्स ओनली में कौन सा नया गेम खेलेंगे. ठीक है, तो नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम पे वैलो प्लस न्यू गेम खेलने वाले अपन, और मेंबर्स ओनली में एक स्टोरी मोड होने वाला है और एक बकचोद गेम होने वाला है. ऐसा सोच के रखा है. तो प्रॉपर शेड्यूल बना के अपन कम्युनिटी पोस्ट में पोस्ट डाल देंगे. डेल्टा कद्दू मेरा डेल्टा हो गया भाई, हो गया. चैम्प्स तक का ही था हमारा सफर. अभी नेक्स्ट वो होएगा जब भी 3 रीजन के वॉच पार्टी होएगी.
are coming in as the lower seed relative to Giant X. People
That's crazy.
No,
now
that is a crazy. That's a crazy thing.
Yeah.
But it's also a situation where people are going to come in and going to say, these rookies from Giant X, you know, they had a great stage too, but now it's been a little bit of time off. Can they carry it over to the international stage? There's always going to be those levels of questions. Plus, we're in Europe.
Yes.
And Sentinels win in Europe.
Yes.
Yeah, ice cream friends nahi sugar nahi pasand.
Yeah, that's true. That is actually true.
They also
That's just a fact.
They win in NA too.
Yeah, but they
Not in a
win.
while.
But they win
They
in
win.
Europe.
All night देखते क्या?
Do you know who doesn't win in Europe? EMEA team.
RP करो YouTube पे ना.
Now let's hear what Zels's, what his thoughts are on Sen's group here in Paris.
You're in a group with Giant X, XLG, and Paper X. It's a toughie, but you guys are an incredible team, without a doubt. How you feeling, buddy?
Listen, you're gonna make Rob hate me, dude. Okay,
Yeah.
like he's never gonna send me to another group draw again.
Why? You think that you're the jinx here or something?
Maybe, you know. Not, actually, our manager Kez is a jinx, so and he's here.
Okay.
You अच्छा group तो है ना Sen के लिए.
Okay, that's who you direct the blame
That's
to.
who I'm blaming. Yeah.
Well done, well done. Way to divert blame. Super
I mean, our
responsible
group
of you.
is it's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Ah,
It's okay.
अच्छा है. I think सबसे गांड फाड़ G2 का ही
I
group
love
है.
how everyone else they sound like baby bunker, and then Zels just had to go and do this. I don't know if he's like acting or playing up to it, but he doesn't seem confident.
No, and I don't really know why. Like, I understand you see PRX in your group and you're freaking out because it's just like, okay, getting out first seed is really tough, but I don't think this is as crazy a group as he is making it out to be, and I think really this game against Giant X is going to be the test for them.
Yeah, I think so too. I think there's a good chance they lose to Paper X. This is the line, right? If they're going to get out of this group, they have to be Giant X. We just saw the other team play, and so we know like this is really their make or break in the group.
I mean, this is where they should feel a little bit more comfortable, right? They could have had Paper X as their opening.
ये होती है भाई, ये होती है PRX का aura.
Any team to go up. So against GX, where 4 of them have never stepped on stage at a global stage before, Sen, you should be a little more confident if you're a Sen fan.
You come in with a big experience advantage, and I also just think that knowing the way Giant X play, this is a team that plays a lot of similar setups on repeat on the defensive side. It's not until really you see the operator coming online for R that they get a little bit more fluid in where he's going to be playing for the team, and I think a guy like Kaplan and the brain trust there with John QT is going to come in and be ready to dissect these setups because they have a lot of tape to work with.
Hey, don't you underestimate Pips and Waylander and Cloud. Don't you be one of those people.
I'm not underestimating them. Their setups work, but they do have, on the defense side, they do tend to go back into the well that has been working for them.
I can't stress, I mean, I'm biased, but I can't stress enough just how much I love this
I
team. I was telling you guys earlier, they kind of give me 2024 kickoff like Heretics vibes. You have one guy who's really experienced in the IGL. By the way, Cloud, IGL, been playing for 5 years, is 21. That is outrageous how young he is. And then you have 4 kids that are just excited to be here. They're just happy that they get to travel. They're happy they get to play against opponents they've never faced before. It's really wholesome. I love every single one of them, and it's really difficult not to root for them. Because everybody rooted for Heretics last year.
Yeah, I mean, that's wholesome, right? That's feel good. But
ऐसा सोच कि जो तेरे को बैग चाहिए वो तेरे को नहीं दिला रहा आ रहा है गुस्सा आ रहा है तेरे को गुस्सा आ रहा है तेरे को एक फेवरेट बैग है जो मैं तेरे को नहीं दिला रहा नहीं पंकु तू नहीं ले गई वो बैग चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए
Forever, like I better not catch you in Berlin. Like where he's dead to me. He literally is dead to me.
I mean, we'll trade Sideshow for Tom.
Deal. Actually deal. I mean, who's gonna notice? Like
honestly, so down.
Who is going to notice if we just
crazy work.
We take Josh and you take Tom, though. You two predicted Sen. Why?
Because otherwise Rob Moore will heckle me.
I'm fearful.
I'm fearful.
Celsius, you, me, we're gone. The kids are out. I don't know what happens after that.
You're a sellout? You sold your soul to Rob Moore?
No, but I also just believe in the Sentinels team.
He struggled, yeah.
Look, even Groovy believes in Bang, you know? So.
Yeah, Groovy I think believes in Bang, but I don't know if Bang might underestimate Groovy. That's I think in these scenarios, it is very easy to underestimate your Bang.
I think with Sentinels going in as 3rd seed here, I don't think they're underestimating underestimating
anyone.
Underestimating. Underestimating. And I do think you're right. You kind of can't, right? It doesn't matter how you were in stage 2. You've got this team that, again, is your litmus test. If you want to make it out of this group, this is the team you have to beat. And they have aspirations to be playing a couple of Sundays from now, so it can't end here.
Why did you predict San? You didn't say.
Because I think when they're playing at their best, they're world beat. I genuinely believe that. I think when they're at their highest form, they can take down anybody. The problem with them is, internationally, that has not always been the case. I think they've struggled in the past, and I think there are a couple of star players who have not delivered against the likes of X, against the likes of Fnatic, and I think that has to change here.
They struggle to beat teams with G in their name.
Well, guess who did beat Fnatic? Giant X. So, here we go. It's enough of us yapping, and it's time to bring out the second teams that's going to be playing on this stage today. And welcome Sentinels and Giant X.
गर्ल क्या T1 है DRX है नाट से विकल्प बैंड लगे DRX Aura
It's not often that we have 4 players make their debut on the global stage, and it's going to be champs that we see them on the side of Giant X. It's
actually
they're going up against Sentinel. Some of these players have been playing, I think Zelsus has been playing longer than the other 4 players put together, which is absolutely insanity. But looking at the map vetoes here,
I mean, Corrode to start things off for Sentinels has to feel good. This has been an absolutely lights out map for the team up until they ran into some Odins on NRG, but I think the way they approach this map, and especially the way they dominate playing around mid, no one really in America has been able to consistently defeat it.
Oh, and I think if you take a look at Sunset, think about how long
Giant X wale bhai itne
sare.
sare
They hit a couple of bumps in the road, so to speak, this year. Not as proficient as they had been historically, but this is also a very comfortable map for them.
But Sue, tell us why this also works for Giant X, right?
Are you asking me to cope, or are you asking me to be realistic?
Be real for me.
I'm gonna be real. I just want to shout out Lembo real quick because I saw him with.
Okay, shout him out. Get that out of the way.
Everything that you can hear. I don't know if you guys can. What you can see right here is Lembo in the front leading the charge. Because there's a lot of Sen fans. Every single venue we go to is packed with Sen fans. So if you're the GX players on stage, you gotta feel good that your boys and your girls have come out to cheer for you.
Especially because no matter where Sentinels show up, there's going to be serious fight out there.
Everyone else in the arena right now are Sen fans except for them. Literally everyone else.
But these guys are rowdy.
What did you ask me?
I was asking because we were hyping up the Sentinels. Sunset, but Giant X have similar pool.
They have a very similar pool here. I'm surprised that Sen are sticking to the Ascend ban. I thought maybe it would be a little bit different for champs. But GX, they're not going to hate this map. Well, they love Corrode, they love Sunset. They're also very old school. Mini is being very critical of the way that they prioritize so much reach in EMEA. I don't anticipate that changing. I think they have a very strong identity, which is they don't care for the double duelist. They don't care for what other people are doing. They're going to stick to their breach. They're going to stick to their jet. They're going to stick to their op. And they're just going to set our up.
And I think that is something that can be effective against Sentinels. Sentinels usually play a little bit slower of a game plan, especially when they're playing double smokes plus Senti type compositions on the attack side. They can slow things down, try to take mid control, pivot back and forth between the sites. I think when you have things like Breach in the mix, you can try to disrupt a little more.
Also, you can tell that West side, I think it was Nicholas, or they went to the merch shop. Like they've never been to the merch shop on a global event before.
Right before they needed to get on stage.
And they just bought hats, they bought caps. They were like, we're going to wear it on stage. It's so wholesome.
I think another player that I do want to touch on very quickly that we haven't hit on is Narrate.
Yes.
Narrate is also making his champs debut. Narrate's a player who, you know, we talked about it domestically a fair amount.
Narrate it's
a player. And he's crying backstage because he didn't play well against Loud. A series that they still won, by the way. And he's grown so much up until this point. This is the apex of his year.
Yeah, and you know when I was talking about how Groovy wasn't winning a lot, it was partially Narrate's fault. When they faced each other in EMEA, Narrate was incredible. So he's going to know what to prepare for. But here we go into Agent Select. What do you guys think?
I mean, all things considered, no big surprise here for Sentinels. I think really that this game is just going to come down to whether or not Giant X can beat out Sentinels. The attacking side, Sentinels won over that, and I think it's really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have a bunch of layers to how they fight around the middle of the map. As we've seen, this feels like a tone-setting map for both these teams. That should on paper have a chance to kind of make it out.
And for me, the Giant X, they changed their comp. I didn't think they were going to change anything coming into this. Obviously, they bring in 3 different agents we didn't see before. They don't have the KO anymore, which is what Flickless was was they were relying a lot on Flickless' I can't wait to jump into this map. Hey, Cuba, by the way. Also, hi, welcome to Paris.
Great to be here, Yinsu. Thank you very much. Already it's getting loud and proud down there in the arena. So it's great to see the GX Ultras turning up because we've got a team who is hitherto untested at the global level against the Sentinels roster who are still trying to live up to the legacy of that roster last year, the Tens and Sarsi dynasty.
So far this
Saucy!
They make it again to Toronto. They do better. They make it to 5th.
Let's go, Saucy!
That they got a champs last year, and they're yet to get a trophy as they did
Hello,
in Madrid last year. Still hunting that greatness that this organization is known for.
Change of comp here for GX. Last time we saw them against TL at close 13-11. They were on the side for still. Westside has opted to go over towards Device here instead. It's Sentinel starting on the attack side and already want to pressure A with a split.
Second, now moving forward, getting a little bit of information, wants to play off that rally, which does get the connection. All of Yard is now under the control of Sentinels. You can see Gravino fast on the rotate though. 4 GX players posted up.
Some stall here. You'll notice, of course, Westside is tucked there over by Pocket. And for now, Sentinels slow things down, but they are at a clock wire with the drift across the map by Flickless.
Cover going to go down backside, Westside. 2 on the anchor from elbow.
Big opening here. Sentinels realize they're priced into this at this point. With Westside out of the picture now, they're going to have to commit, but a paranoia is going to slow them up even further. And this has brought time for Flickless now to turn up in A main. Sentinels have decided they've rattled sabers enough here on this A side of the map, and they're slowly pulling out.
This B side is entirely vacant with Flickless pushing through B main. It allowed all of GX to rotate over to A. Post up with the entire team. But now, trade-off saying they're going to get that free plant on the B side. But you have to favor GX. Being able to take this retake down, it's just going to come down to competent trades in this 4 versus 3.
Zen can still set up here and at least take a tower position. Naturally, an 08 will post up in elbow. They're concerned about a Rappy coming from spawn side, but all of GX now announced themselves. That's Gravino, not solo, they're atop mid. Flickless not able to take a trade though. And Zekin from that tower spot, that ghost is starting to sing out. A lot of good damage. Ara knocked down to 15. Zekin able to slide across now, but it's Flickless who's exploring the site itself, and GX lock it down. Ara and Flickless, the 2 players coming up from tier 2.
1 second में दोनों one tap का
the pistol. Both those Sen players just forced to swing out on the spike tap. Deleted. You know, despite Bang getting that isolated 1 versus 1 kill from the controller opposition, they're still able to eventually win things out. What a play from Westside. Lovely anchoring from that elbow position. And it was Flickless' willingness at the beginning of the round to push all the way out of B main. It just allowed GX to stack up on that proper site, find the early advantage.
Sentinels had honestly timed their exit from that A side of the map to perfection. As soon as Flickless rotates in from B, he doesn't actually see them get there. Not the opener Sentinels were looking for. But again, their attack side's been pretty darn good on Corrode. It's the defense side that's raised a few eyebrows in the past. Here's Zekin trying to challenge early slide on out. McLeod deals with him as Westside will remain in that pocket spot.
Zelsa's going to go ahead and grab that orb. I'm interested in seeing what Westside is going to bring on this Vice pick, because throughout Stage 2, he was running kind of his patented cypher on this map, and he was locking down that B site with some very creative setups.
By the Valorant of the Vice
very much so
map.
indexed into the meta of this map that we've been seeing more globally. I've certainly been seeing a lot of in Americas. These are agents that Sen are definitely going to be prepared to play against.
एक ही बंदा इसमें वाइस खेलता है जो
एकदम doesn't just draw out the shield wall, he commits and is easily picked off. the most inspired way to try and catnip GX over a day, but it does at least allow the Sentinels to set up. They've not gotten in. Flickless looks to kick them at arm's length now as we head into the last 30 seconds of the round.
Sen should have no hopes of dealing any damage here, but I do believe they're able to kind of min-max the orb situation. And
35 years के एज में आप ओवर एक्टिंग इतना कर रहे हो माइक आपके पास है
West side likely going to clean up these last two players.
मैं 35 की तो ये एक साल बड़ा मेरे से ठीक है
He was the man with the ghost. So all of the important weapons retained for GX into this bonus round effort that'll be coming up. Of course, an outlaw early for Aura. So proficient with the scoped weapons. That has been his bread and butter.
Not
such a part of the success for GX on the defensive side that they play.
I really enjoy watching GX on defense in general. West side, obviously, fantastic anchor player, really dependable, and where the map allows for it, GX have to push up, get some info, super active on the defense side, even trying to set up these little pops early. This is where that'll be put to the test, though. Sent into a buy, looking for that mid-control early, and they've smoked it off.
That standard pop thrown up top by Narrate Prowler through your critical pieces of utility for getting a mid. It's early link control, bit of damage exchange, bang, real low. Zekin as well.
Don't go.
Go, kill yourself to Leon can let that voice line. Go, go, go.
I thought about reposting towards it. We got Crash set up here. Flickless though. He's down. That's a pick over towards top mid. He just goes for an exploration, and Bang was holding the line already.
And look at GX at the top of the map. They're now concerned about some of the gaps that are open. But Sen have just been biding their time. They're waiting to get into this A site, which is now totally devoid of any anchors.
Also, great presence in A main still for Sentinels here. An off angle by John.
They'll
be able to drift over. This puts GX in a bit of an awkward spot. Gravino has been so dependable in this controller role. He has to find a way in himself here.
Go.
Towards pocket, that is at least going to eliminate that as an option. And also let GX start to get into the side. Waiting, Prowler though, eaten up, close range. He's going to try to get space. He's low down to 45, but the paranoia here comes on through. West side of Cloud look to step up. Second will be first up and last out, apparently. Gravino hasn't really been able to move from this position at all.
Alpine de diye, faltu ke alpine de
diye. Out of A with that pick in mid.
But flawless thoda zyada ho gaya yaar.
That situation, feeling the pressure of multiple GX players, retaking through that main area of the site.
Kya shot tha bhai?
Some help, doubles back. A paranoia comes through from Bang to assist him. Prowler as well, then reposts on the angle. A little movement adjustment for that second kill. Really lovely stuff from him. Not too much damage done from GX on that bonus round. Sen stabilizing their economy just a bit.
Once again, it's the same setup over towards mid. Both the fast lane and the Viper were committed. Gravino playing close on the other side.
Yeah, this time GX are ready to contest with this paranoia.
Prowler spotting him out.
Multiple players there. Prowler going through, but Bang crucial kill.
Paper Mache walls to his favor though, takes Bang down now, wants to try and challenge mid off the flash. Not much to be seen there, but Flickless is able to take care of Zelsis. And that's the control, the B side of the map secured.
This is GX saying you're not going to be taking mid for free. What an adjustment from Aura. A gate crash if he does need to escape, but wow, actually just pops it as a fake immediately that he's gotten back out towards that B-side link, but he's staying posted up.
Here's that proactivity on defense for GX, but this time it puts him right in John's crosshairs. Aura at least is able to respond. Again, emerges from the top mid spot. He's already had 3 kills in the round, locking mid down. Causing that spike to go loose and leaving it all up to Zekin.
Those remaining Sen players, numbers dwindling away because they just have too many angles to cover.
A double face here is easy to put together. Zekin has to expect that, yeah. Either Aura or Flickless will get the job done. He's 5-1 for someone who's feeling a bit under the weather recently, not even scrimming. He's hit the ground running.
Debut global event as well. I love this adjustment from GX. Good call from IGL Cloud. They've been giving that mid space for free. Sen have been happy to take it fast. So with those Yoru flashes, some of our own initiator utility, just repop onto them, refight for that space.
Let's go, GX!
Really love that decision from GX. And now Sen, some fear is going to be instilled in them as well. When we have those walls up in mid, there could be flashes coming at us. They could be swinging through on us.
Curious about how these mid to late round have been looking so far. Flickless has been hard to shift on that B side of the map. Zara starting up close and personal this time, a little more than he perhaps bargained for at top mid. Now 3 players in link. Surely GX pop from here.
Well, yeah, they want to re-push. Steel guard.
Repush mat karo.
Up top, so we're second.
Confirmation though, Westside steps in. This is under the effects of Steel Garden, by the way. The classics ring out. I've never seen a better endorsement for the bundle than that. And the A side is open for Sentinels.
A cool,
the only problem was वो लोग
but with Sen being able to escape towards the bottom and then re-swing out. That is,
I don't know,
madness.
Sen.
How on earth does Zekin get 2?
Well, they
Sen
have
classic
onto
bolte.
the first guy coming in who's trying to clear, see where people are at. Sure. How on earth does he get a second off that?
The risk of being a little facetious, the crossfire setup
Zekin का moment देख के चक्कर आ रहा है.
was pretty good in top mid because they're also going to push all the way up to the arch at the very top of that part of the map.
एक दिन में नियॉन खेला था.
We've got to have a look at here. It has to fall apart for GX. They look like they have Prowler out wide. They have the opportunity, and they lose to vastly inferior guns in some pretty sharpshooters' hands.
Well, they're certainly feeling confident. I'll tell you that. They have not come into this game with nerves.
But if you watch GX, right, you've seen this a lot. This is something they did
भाई 4 ulti है वो लोग के पास अभी.
That really made Fnatic uncomfortable. There wasn't this time to set up. There were these thrusts coming out from defenders at really inopportune moments for them. Very disruptive. That is just ridiculous.
I mean, yeah, second just straight up won a 1v1 against Gordillo on that swing. That is crazy.
So still got
W भाई उसका mouse के दबाव दिख रहा है.
I think they were hoping it would.
You're right. That is a very
Black and white
GX-coded play, though. They love to use an ult on defense to activate some kind of very aggro play. Sen are just going back to the well, seemingly. They wanted to go up mid, but this time it's just a little bit more of a bait, drawing the attention and repositioning towards this B main side, and GX are going to find that out when they pop out of the smoke with the flash.
Not a costly re-clear in terms of util for GX. Somewhat in positioning, right? They now have to make their way back into B, and if they don't beat the timing, they're in trouble. Now, no one's going to be affected by this Nightfall. Flickless, though, does step in, and the Steel Garden is active this time against GX. Bang with the Paranoia. They're going to have to hit this at some point, and Zekin gets in there with the overdrive. A player at top mid on the other side of the smoke, and it's very clear where Flickless is standing. All of GX now getting mowed down. Coming out of top mid, even at long range. Zekin down for him in the round. And another flawless posted by Sentinels.
भाई किसने देखा वो लोग ने पहला सेट ऑफ यूटिल डाला ओमिनल्ट के साथ और वो लोग घुसे नहीं. ओमिनल्ट ने सिर्फ इन्फो दिया कि यहाँ पे और कोई साइट में नहीं है. फिर बाद में सेकंड सेट ऑफ यूटिल डाला और उसमें घुसे वो लोग नियॉनल्ट के साथ.
Steel Garden. Yeah. Flickless goes in.
Crazy
ball play, and they're punished for it.
And Sentinels can sort of guess how deep GX have gotten back into that side because of the info, or the lack of info that Nightfall actually provided. And then they've got such a massive inherent advantage. Celsius off the rip finally wins one against Flickless here at B, but he has some backup.
This is just a sharps round for GX, so can't really fault Flickless for trying to go for something aggro.
Again, this is
it's all of GX going for something aggro, which it's really felt like every single round so far. Nice shot from Cloud, does deal with the second.
John gets a lot of damage on this corner, in fairness.
Yep.
At the kill. Picked up for GX. Okay. And those regen shields really getting pushed their limits for John. He is going to have to give a lot of ground here and try and play at arm's length. He's given a lot of map control here to GX, but all of Sen are entrenched now in the post-plant scenario.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, they should just be trying to kill John here. And they are able to collect both. Well played from Sen's IGL.
Sorry, I doubted you, goat.
Like the look from Grabinho this game, but he has not been able to get on the board in a gainful manner. And, well, that's going to remain the issue. Sentinels post another one here, and this is that economy now. The North American squad starting to develop.
Bachcha coffee, kaise the bugs mein maine nahi piya wo sab.
Fairly important for John to keep that gun. I mean, it does just put Sen's economy in an absolutely out of control spot now. They will not be on an eco anytime soon. Uphill battle for GX in that regard.
One enemy remaining.
And so to some degree, it does feel like Sentinels are trying
to hunt the hunter.
Tempt some.
some
early moves.
चाहे जिसने stream like नहीं किया है कोई
give it up,
stream
see
यार
if they
तुम्हारा
re-clear,
कल
see how much
बहुत
they
अच्छा
invest
जाएगा
in re-clearing. either use the position or fight them as they try and do so.
I love you.
Simon's over towards A, that's where the presence is, but there is a poison orb inside. Sentinels aren't going to advance too much further than this for now. You'll notice they've left that sheer wall in their wake, so likely looking to end elsewhere.
We're finally seeing Aura pick up that operator. It's so critical for GX. Success on defense, both for him, but for the team in entirety. You know, a lot of their defense success really comes around playing with the op and then forcing those attackers into West Side site where he's so fantastic at anchoring.
Doesn't see it, doesn't check the corner. Danger abounds. West Side, he takes his opportunity and he converts on it. And there's bang to fall as well. Perhaps some more dotty vibes, crossing of T's required there for Sentinels. They have
भाई लेकिन एक चीज मानना पड़ेगा भाई वो लोग ने राइट साइड चेक क्यों नहीं किया पता है क्योंकि उसको लगा कि वेस्ट साइड में
Celsius is going to be able to pick up this one, but still, how can they wrangle this back? Time is getting quite low, 30 seconds remaining. Spike, isolated top mid. Why not go for it? They have infinite amounts of money right now. But
East guns है.
There's a horn shot out.
Right is east.
Phone spotted now. He's not spamming, I suspect. Able to hold that line down. John is left alone against 4. That ball heavily perforated, the damage starting to come in. An auspicious number of health left here for John. Only 6 seconds left in the round to maintain this weapon. He'll wait for a step up. Decade and dispatch.
That's that op getting online. And then just kind of forcing, you can see sending, they want to play towards top mid, they go right into the left side. Displays some lovely patience there. Picks the opportune timing. Crosshair play unit is excellent. And that's what a lot of it comes down to. Crosshair placement is genuinely impressive. Always in the right spot.
Good bait, no? I'm all behind you.
Really liking what I'm seeing from West Side this game.
Yeah.
Flickless also been really asserting himself on the B side. Still seem to have started to figure out a couple of ways to best him.
Second does take a bit of spam damage. GX heavily indexed towards mid, towards A, as they have that op controlling the B side.
Deep smoke, Omen.
So now what do they do with this mid control? Do they give it up, wait for a
mid pressure डाल सकते हैं.
Cut noise, perhaps look for a way on A. There's a shield wall there in A main, which has not been uncommon in this game.
I mean, right now there's no reason for them to believe that Sen aren't going to drift towards either maybe up mid, but likely towards A at this point. Now all of that Vice util towards A is actually expended, so that's nice for Sen to get out around the minute mark on the round.
Ara playing forward on B here means it's pretty hard for Sentinels to feign B presence at all. He set up with a gate crash that would let him get back to elbow.
एक mid deep smoke डाल दो ना.
Someone who we've been tracking very closely as the top performer already in these 8 rounds. Poison Ob here will obscure that field of view somewhat. Shield wall now triggered and Sen are going to fully commit. So they got 4 players here heading over towards Yard, which is the Omen left back towards mid. Here's the Nightfall coming through. Narrate deals with Cloud. That's the eventual peak into mid dealt with. And some elbow control being assumed now for Celsius. Slow and steady. There's a relay bot catching on to Gravino. He's struggling in this game. Narrate doubles down.
भाई पूरा साइड का पीछे का साइड क्लियर होता है दोस्त. क्या है? पूरा साइड का पीछे का साइड क्लियर होता है उस टर्न से डबल टर्न से.
Both anchoring players on their re-entry after being stalled so heavily by a really significant ultimate that Cloud
Crossfire की अम्मा बैन कर दी
coming through that link side. They had no chance of getting into the site. There was a paranoia thrown on top of that. Which perhaps Gravino is regretting for not saving for a re-entry, but did think they were going to maybe pop out of that smoke, so can't really blame him, but would have been nice to have for that second wave.
I think in general, I just think the evolution
of the reason Sen ने MF choose किया. आप थोड़ा अपने आप के लिए कपड़े choose कर रहे हो. टाइम लो ईशान भाई. टाइम हो गया. 10 साल से नंगा घूम रहे हो.
I think the adoption of this Yoru gives them coverage of a lot more of the map and also some pseudo-initiator capacity, right, in terms of his kit. Not too shabby from them. Remember, Sentinels have a 74% attack side win rate on this map recently. Typically, they run teams over here. The GX staying in step is a very good sign.
And that is really the thing about GX in terms of their comp choices. They love the double initiator still, and it got them on the best run that they've had all year in Stage 2 to make it to champs. But now that they're here, they're switching up towards the more meta double control, or at least to begin here on Corrode. Opsil for Aura. Flickless does have that Viper's Pit, which could be thrown down on B at a moment's notice. So.
Still Garden also active on both sides. That's been a pretty key component.
What happened to your voice?
Until all the heavy rounds that we've seen on Corrode so far.
What do you expect if Sen make too much noise over on this B side? That pit will be thrown down immediately. They have the opt control over towards a main. So this should be a challenging round for Sen.
Yeah, look at this forward posting up here in A main by Ara. This is... I think we heard that shot ring out. This has made a little bit of this part of the map under their control.
And it's key for them that they try to exploit some of these lanes in mid, knowing that pit is in B main. Kill from Cloud just stays back.
Coming off the back of some of that util either way. Zek now falling down. His mid presence completely neutralized. How's a peek out from A short? Running out of options. They did draw the Viper's Pit out onto the B side of the map. Flickless felt like that was an appropriate investment. But elsewhere, there's no penetration into Sentinels.
GX just do a great job of finding those kills in mid, the only really open lane that Sen had, and now they're going right back into this pit in B main. Zelsus with the
Please
attack.
check that corner this time.
Yeah, dude.
This is something he's been picking up a lot more recently in stage 2.
Okay, they're going to try and seize maybe to clear out. Yeah, this pit, they've got a catch there, and again, it's Corvinho set up on the corner. Pip down though, Flickless inside of it, caught inside to seize, but Corvinho nicely down with the recovered operator. Deals with narrate, and this puts John in an impossible situation. He'll just hope to walk away with weapon intact.
Gotta feel good for Corvinho to
लेकिन सेन का डिफेंस बहुत अच्छा है इसमें।
couple crucial kills to
7-5 हो गया ना, सेन के लिए तो भी चलेगा।
It's nicely done from him. GX able to tie things right back up. You can see the effectiveness now that the operator is online for Aura as well. Even though he hasn't been racking up kills with it, it's just the map control that he's getting is even impacting the game, right? That is
apropos of nothing, Wyatt. Cloud has just gotten a
bit unfortunate.
The inkling he should spray.
What a shot from West Side. He is so good, man. He really is talented.
Dear brother from
different mothers.
GX
team. I love those teams who want to push up for info on defense, get active a little bit, take some risks.
Dear brothers from different mothers.
main side with the operator and has a gate crash all the way towards back B.
उसके आने के बाद अपन जो लोनावला जाएंगे भाई, लोग जाएंगे हम लोग.
The entirety of the site, Flickless isolated in there with just a shorty.
They still got an out in response, but this does is really slow Sentinels down. Do they want to imply they've been affected by it? Pull out your secondary.
I mean, that does enough that Flickless does get his gun back in time, ready to fight towards Link. Second power.
What? That is a nasty one. Corvinho able to cover at least, and now swinging into two. It's Bang deals with him. Did catch the pocket player with the paranoia. It's shocking to me that there's even a trade. Nicely done for GX, and Zelsus is dug out of position. Traded though. West side off the map. Now player inside elbow, and Sentinels have the pre-plant Viper's Pit in play.
Then caught by that Prowler, knows it's time to just get out of there. This dimensional drift trying to spot players out for Cloud, but with all isolated, no value to be found from this ultimate.
What's the play supposed to be for Ara? Yeah, I think discretion might be the better part of Valley here. Play off the side, hold the op. Still another round left in the half. Maybe get yourself a freebie if anybody steps past the line of scrimmage.
Really has no choice but to save. Look at the status of the catch for GX. It is dangerously low, and there is zero chance to be able to win this post plant out in this 1v3 with the pit down. I honestly, if Second doesn't get that initial kill, that absolutely the slide kill. Round looks totally different. You have 9 out of 10 times he's going down. He's jumping out to create space and draw the crosshair away from his teammates. He didn't even have his gun out.
There are actually
slides and gets a kill.
2 GX players on that corner, and if the paranoia doesn't hit one of them, as you see there, this is disastrous. This is very bad.
Criminal. That is a criminal. I like this from West Side as well. That was nice. He, with the wall going down,
Excuse me?
He's not able to get any assistance. Having to smoke off good effort, but
Sentinels seem pretty satisfied with progress so far in this map.
भाई उसका शॉट बेचारा प्लेयर को लगा यार.
Late, the attacker beats the timing of the defender in A main, but he's just so fast that it did not matter. That is a display of just the sick reactions that this guy has when he's playing with the AWP.
Yeah.
Now he's over in that mid position. Gate crashed here after the first pick in A. Three players of Sentinels here grouped up trying to make their way through short. This is not being actively checked by Grabinho. Now the ball comes up at a nice time for them to get on in. R&R needs to spend a shot, get back through the wall. This is going to get that top mid control over. The Sentinels have struggled to fight for this part of the map. It's been very expensive for them, and they don't really want to force the issue there. Still trending in that A direction one.
They draw a lot of attention towards B. Good paranoia from Grabinho will stall things up. Maybe allow for rotate timing. Well, rotate is gone now. Westside at least with a pretty swift trade. Sen still need to deal with the anchors here on this site from GX.
And they're still on a clock from that rotation in through mid. It's Cloud with the Guardian now to give a quarterback good count of himself. And that's Grabinho. What an important anchoring moment for GX. Just the same. Beautiful on defense. This team is really enjoyed that half. Sentinels here are more stably open to the Champions campaign.
Real neck and neck game at the moment. Sentinels who are typically very dominant on this road attack get stalled out just enough.
We're back of course with all of this first map between Sentinels and GX.
अभी आया मैं जीएक्स ने सनसेट लिया है मस्त टीम है टीम अच्छा है जीएक्स टीम अच्छा है बे आरा भी बाप प्लेयर गई
तो किलजॉय को पानी में क्यों रखा है
भाई ऐसा सेटअप चाहिए फंको
डांसिंग यार कर दो
क्या सेटअप बनाया है सेटअप के आगे जगह सेटअप के पीछे जगह और कुछ मेरे फैंस भी रहेंगे सेटअप के पीछे क्यूटी
सेटअप के आगे जगह नहीं हो सकती
है जगह
प्रैक्टिकल नहीं है रूम के बीच में टेबल डाल के इधर डाल इधर बैठेगा किधर कबर्ड में मुंबई में रहता है तू भूल गया
नवी मुंबई
या तो टेबल ऐसा रख बालकनी पे पीछे संडास
चलो माइक पकड़ो और कुछ से बात करते रहो जाओ बात करते चलो पकड़ो बात करते रहो कुछ से चलो चलो जिनको ट्रक आ गया पहले कितना ट्रक आता था यार सर बस हो गया था पीआरएक्स मिस किया तूने बे विजिट नया चैनल पे ढेर वीडियो आ गई है वही तो बोला मैंने इसको
गाइस देख के आना इसके बाद वॉच पार्टी के बाद मत देखना बस मत देखना जरा भी
देख के आना मेरी भी मैंने देखा पूरा देखा मैंने
नहीं देखा
हाँ
मैंने नहीं देखा
मैंने देखा
मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं
डांस भी सिखाया तुम लोग ने
Spirited affair already here between Sentinels and GX in their opener in Group A of Champions 2025. Kuroba's the map, and as was discussed on the desk, a lot of overlap between these two teams' map pools. Ended up only having, what, Lotus eliminated, Sen taken out of the mix.
Rest liya na
not going to coming back in with that point-based econ report. Someone who really had eyes for his west side. Controlling that top part of the map really well.
मतलब इतना तेरे को मारने का मन कर रहा है मतलब
मेरे को मार खाएगा है तो अच्छे से मारूंगी ना
Definitely someone worth looking at. Zekin here though at Globals has been the silver bullet for this Sentinels roster.
Yeah, his entries that he was finding were pretty astounding. That sliding kill with the Phantom was absolutely outrageous. See what he can accomplish now that Sentinels are switching over towards this defensive side, where last we saw them on Corrode playing defense, it was against NRG in the lower bracket final.
I tried to
America
bleach my eyeballs after that one.
Yeah, they got one round. They went down 11-1. So doesn't really need to be said that they need to put on a much better performance here against GX. This is the map, by the way. They picked this map, and that was their last showing on it.
रोहित भाई आपके गांड में हाथी का लंड किसने पूछा आपका ओपिनियन देने मेरी बीवी के बारे में Who the fuck are you mate? Who the fuck are you? सुपर चैट भी 40 का कर रहा हूँ कम से कम 400 कमा क्या चलो
Pretty forward position in mid, but with the wall dropping, going to retreat a little bit towards Link as GX need to rotate towards this A side. Cloud has been posted up in a safe position just to wait out any aggression that may have come from Sen, but it did not. It's been safe from them right now on this pistol round.
Testing A main now. Near Viper ball to keep them at bay, and they're going to step over that. And a Razor Vine there and Flickless.
And Nayak just walks out into the open angle and it's left John alone
as well. John's about to find two. Surely not more from John QT. A stunning three-piece that has now given Sen a chance to come up for air. And Zelsis deals with the spike carrier. A round that felt salvaged by the captain.
I suppose Nere feeling like if he goes out, they wouldn't expect John to be behind that box as well. So sacrifices his life. And John, he definitely made the most of it.
They never expect the second player to swing alone.
But listen, if there's anyone that could win a 1v2 right now for GX, it is Westside. He is white hot.
Arkrose confirms no presence in the side after the fact. Westside has pulled back now, though. Giving his position away. Smoke thrown up here. Bang will be waiting within its depths now. Zelsis already got it to half. And Westside gets a frosty reception when he ducks in. Sentinels after a rocky start. 3v5 at 1 point. Able to take a second half pistol.
That is such an outrageous series of kills from John. The second one, the adjustment to the jump connects the instant headshot. That is sick.
Ara literally jumped to try and allow the other player to swing in. Could be looked at there for GX, but it's hard to feel like they did anything really
wrong.
Idea is not totally alive. If Boris just swings out normal, he might have just gotten the instant trade. So fundamentals a miss, and John hits some unreal shots to exploit it.
Classic Sen move here. The force into heavy stingers after winning the pistol. Something that sort of changes the dynamic of the bonus round quite drastically, but allows them to buy up pretty healthily.
क्या mid clear होएगा? Late mid clear करते ना एक बंदा मिलता ही है.
One bulldog for Bang who's posted up towards A main.
See it on this map a lot from them as well. Even on the attack side, if they actually win that pistol.
Yeah, it is typically on attack that they've favored this buy. Couple shares for GX. See if they can get anything accomplished here.
Zekken very far forward, but this is being checked for. This is about to be ugly. Oh my goodness, the rate bails him out. Zekken has the wherewithal to pull out the classic and go for some right clicks. Oh yeah, classic NA sting around, I suppose. For those unaware, that's a thing.
क्या backup है ना?
And then when you lose the stingers, it's well, it's not too bad. It's not the biggest
read on top
to the economy. You can just buy more stingers. So you're fine. That is the North American
hailing
way.
from the land of plenty. Just buy more stingers. Great setup here for Narrate, though. It ends up being a crossfire as GX know. They know Zekken is in that corner. They look to dig him out, but expose themselves to that off angle. Not even Ara can bail them out.
Well, let's see what the plan is here from
अभी ये round GX को जीतने पड़ेगा, वरना loss थोड़े चार.
Pretty fast approach.
वरना straight up GG है शायद. Straight up GG.
As GX work both of the extremities.
How much longer can they take this early mid-control when we start to play the spam game? That's my question. Something they got owned by NRG on. With Brock just spraying them with an Odin.
One nice little benefit of playing the Yoru against Sen. You know that you're going to be able to use that clone to just trip the Vice wall. So that is immediately just off the map for Zelsis.
जिनको पता है उनको पता है यार.
So change of tact here for GX.
देखने जा रहा हूँ आपका जाने का प्लान नहीं है ऑनलाइन देखूंगा
which is far more loosely held.
मंथ बहुत वो है ना. Champs watch party और उसे.
Elbow now with a stinger. So not at its effective range. Likely would leave this open for retake.
तब तक ऑनलाइन आ जाएगा.
Should have the molly for a little bit of stall, and Zekken is actually posting up towards that link. Dodges out the paranoia.
All right, in the sight. Grabinho also teeping across, very much like Lotus here, as those two are able to get a bit further ahead. Into the site. Rotations coming back through. Spawn here for Sentinels. And a position taken up in tower. But remember, these are just stingers, with the exception of Bang's Bulldog.
There was really no opportunity for Sen to flood there. Players not in position. Zekken continually just smoked off. And now on the re-entry, they're going to have to deal with these thorns on the ground.
Yep. And no steel garden, no nightfall, none of that sort of accoutrement, so to speak. In we go, Zekken up first, banged out as John and QT step in. No one to trade there for Ara, but yes, it's Narrate with the shot to step up. Cloud, you think would be dug out of this corner in a few moments. Economically, this is massive for Sentinels. A very cheap bonus with 3 slingers in play. And we're going to have a full retake on the B side.
Just a 5-on-5.
Which company? Mike use.
Zekin gets a lot of distance with the fast blink there.
It's a backbreaker for GX.
And Grubino just steps into the open to try and find the kill onto him, not expecting that a player would be right there. It's an absolute 3-1 on account of it.
एक जगह फाइट लेना पड़ेगा.
As you should be.
जगह ही नहीं तो लोग खड़ा रहने के लिए.
Inflection point in this map. Honestly, this is where Sen might be able to just run away with the rest of the game.
And it's honestly an uncanny amount of these stinger bonuses we've seen Sentinels be successful on, even domestically. But able to have a proof of concept here and an international, gonna feel good for them. Again, they want that mid control, but they're being pinged out. It's actually Gorbino spotted by the horns. And an easy pickup for Zekin through all this smoke.
All the GX players, but just Sheriffs are caught in the corner. What on earth is that? Come on, man. That's not how the game is supposed to be played.
Give me that white ripper piece,
That's not how the game is supposed to be played, bro.
Baby. Oh my goodness. Tough round, of course, for GX to walk into. Knew they'd be unfavored economically.
This isn't what I thought the game would be when I was playing the
What happened to the game? I love.
Hello?
This devious.
But what is to stop
activity from Zekin?
What is to stop GX though from scouting out this early movement? Because they are thrusting down mid, right? In theory, you could spray them down. You've got a double controller competition of your own. Ping them out with your, your Fade Initiator. Surely that's an option for you to answer this like early push-up.
Really, outside of a couple of those early fight rounds from GX,
hey,
mid belongs to Sen this entire game.
Kings of mid, as we call them in NA right now.
Mid is so critical on Corrode that is just going to continue to give them the upper hand throughout.
The joke, Rob Moore, please don't tweet at me. Obviously not the ending to stage they would have liked. And everyone expecting them to step up. So far, not so shabby. The mid control, again, that GX does not contest in the early part of the round. They're really only interested in the extremities.
अब ले लो mid.
So Zek's gotten pretty deep.
Mid ले लो GX by हार जाएंगे round.
GX over towards this A side.
हार जाएंगे mid ले.
Attention to R, of course, with that dimensional drift. Can collect all of the info towards A. And if Cloud gets just one or
mid
fall as well. He has the spike right now, so maybe we'll see a scenario where this dimensional drift allows them to get the plant down, and then they can Nightfall to win out in the post plant.
Ara in shot there, concealing surely a massive chin. Very chiseled. And beginning with the dimensional drift, and now sees the Nightfall come out. Cloud caught out of that timing. Looks like Ara's going to commit to the site, and is sent packing by Bang. Who'll happily occupy this pocket position and play off second. Weren't even needed. Another three-piece for the young gun. Another flawless for Sentinels, and 2 rounds away from the map take.
This control of mid is again just so influential. The pace that Zekin is able to just get right over into this A site and fight. That's insane, the adjustment. I mean, we rightly so talked a lot about how good Westside was anchoring. Bang is also on the anchor, one of the absolute best.
And it looks like the cue there for Sentinels is the dimensional drift that comes in from Ara. They know he's close by, and they just windmill slam.
Let's go.
Nightfall onto the attackers.
Sentinels bolte.
For GX, they've not had any control of the target. They've won 2 rounds, of course. It started with a loss in the pistol, and then a very unlikely loss in the first gun round against the triple stinger.
Raze is like my second favorite.
They need to stabilize, they need to settle. It's moments like this that really put teams in international debuts to the test.
Down by 5 rounds. Every single player on Sen effectively money capped right now. They have ultimates to play with.
Number 1
is within Sen's hands to take. This first map, their pick of Corrode.
Coach Pipson just trying to re-establish what the parameters should be for this GX attack side. And maybe at some point, they've returned to trying to fight for mid a little bit, but they tried it once so far this half. Of course, Gravino to get pinged out by a horn and picked off instantly.
To be fair, that one time, that was just a buy where they had some lower weaponry. But they're just ignoring mid entirely again. They just want to hit this B site with the ultimates, it seems. Maybe some kind of cheeky Grabinho teleport behind with the Nightfall to cut off the audio.
Look, we've seen it. We've seen Ara get into that B site with a gate crash. There's been a TP forward. They've lifted their own Doru past that layer of stall util that we're seeing from John here. You're right, Wyatt, you called it. Nightfall comes on in. They want to fight for this here. Razorvine already popped out on the side. Zekin is there already. And he's got an overdrive to work with. Straight through the pit he goes. He's ready to throw down. Spot back Robinho. It's electrified from Zekin. High voltage warning should be on the label for this guy. Not quite the ace, but still. Well, it's a show-stopping performance.
Bang cleans this up. 12 rounds for Zekin, one away from the win. Again, it is just the pace that Zekin is coming into these sites to assist the team anchoring. These straight up hits from GX
20 kills.
Absolutely stomped into the ground because the anchors are arriving on time. Zekin gets in, gets that first. I mean, this is a beautiful play, but again, it's this lack of any control of mid that is allowing Sen to just rotate so fast, flood in, support their anchors.
3 big ultimates up in that round for Sentinels, right? They've been sitting on those for quite a while. They've been getting a lot of kills, having a lot of success on this defense side. What we've seen domestically from them, looks like they've tightened the screws a little bit here. Horn does ping out Grabinho, though, stuck inside that corner. Aura's already gone down, and Zekin tries for a flamboyant slide across mid. Sentinels encouraged here to slow the pace down a little. Finally, they've given some mid control over.
And why not go for that if you're Zekin?
At this point, he's feeling himself.
Yeah, just a little bit of confidence. Flickless, unfortunately, peaks into 2 Sen players who've taken full A main control.
Spike down A.
Well, Cloud gets onto A. Unfortunately, it's in a body bag and narrates. To kick off Sentinel's campaign here in Paris. And a slow start conservative. Looks like they really want to get their bearings early on Corona. A perfect defense side to lock up the first map. 13-6.
And that is an energizing open for the Sen City. Took a pretty tough loss in that lower bracket in Americas. They're bouncing right back.
Clean defense, bro. It's a pretty NA biased test, but we're going to go over and see what Yinsu and our experts have to say to break down this first map.
भाई गलत मारा मैंने लेफ्ट राइट गलत मारा
We'll work on it. We'll work on it. And listen, in line of me going to the other side and that huddle, I think we're winning the game. This guy's like, I actually can't. Jordan's just on Giant X, and I'm like, wow. Hey, we're going on Reddit one way or another. Don't care.
Excuse me.
यार मेरे को एक बात बताओ वहाँ का रेडिट इतना अच्छा लोग खुश होते हैं आने के लिए हाँ मेरा पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस थोड़ा सा
Valorant, if you want to win, you have to win against
यार they're close to 6K like 150 लोग बचे रे बाबा स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो मेरी जान कटो चलो आखिरी गेम और आखिरी कप पफर फिश पर्सनल पफर फिश लेके घूमता हूँ मैं पफर फिश देखो मेरे वजह से 6K लाइक्स हुए हैं जब तक मैं रिटर्न आऊँ तेरे वजह से एटलीस्ट 2K लाइक्स ज़्यादा एक्स्ट्रा होने चाहिए तो तेरे 2 आर्मी में पावर है समझ रहे हो 2K लाइक्स यहाँ पे 200K देखते हैं
मेरा 2 फैम मेरे चैनल पे वेट कैसे भरा तुम तो खाया भी नहीं क्या खा रहे हो पापड़ गार्लिक एंड दिस वन इज गार्लिक ये जला हुआ मत देखो मतलब मेरे को जला हुआ पसंद है तुम लोग को जला हुआ पापड़ पसंद है या नॉर्मल ये गार्लिक पापड़ है होममेड है सब मतलब गांव में बनाया और ये मिर्ची वाला पापड़ है गार्लिक मस्त लगता है पहली प्राइस खाओगे घर की ओ हाँ देख घर की फ्राइज ही अलग होती है यार मम्मी ऑल्सो मेक्स ना इसके लिए फिंगर चिप्स बेस्ट फिंगर चिप्स बंकू हाँ वही बोल रही हूँ भिड़े से लिया ना पापड़ हाँ माधवी भाभी का नहीं दूंगा ठीक है ना ठीक है मैं कल स्ट्रीम को ऑन स्ट्रीम खाऊंगी व्लॉग में देखा था क्या ना वो बिंक्स का फेवरेट है वो फिंगर चिप्स मेरे लिए मम्मी स्पेशली कम तीखा वाला देती है यार बट ऐसे एक चीज बहुत खराब लगता है यार We all love Aloo so much but Aloo doesn't love us. It's just sad. One side एक तरफा प्यार. क्या पापड़ excuse me. Why wanted Aloo? Fat.
Mika here, standing with Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, I know you guys didn't exactly end stage 2 in NA the way you wanted to, but now we're feeling this renewed energy from Sentinels. Is it a new story here, and are they feeling all that energy because this is a global, this is a fresh new start for them?
Plenty of it is thanks to a global, thanks to champs. We're pumped, but it's also deliberate from the guys. You know, we walked away realizing our energy is a problem. We can be incredible if we choose to be, and they're choosing to be today.
And Hubert looking very healthy, very happy so far.
Yeah, I think he's lost a little weight. I might have to feed him some baguette. You know, gets a little hungry, but we'll see.
We'll see. To be continued. All right, thanks, Cap.
Thank you.
It's so nice to see Kaplan smile, but also welcome Cuba to the desk. How are we doing, Cuba?
I'm scared I'm going to knock him over and he'll have a tragic
Cuba, you want to say
fall,
anything?
Yeah.
No.
Based.
Not a man of many words.
No? Yeah, I mean, he's just sitting there looking pretty. It works.
He does. I love the little Cuba. Mini Cuba is very, very cute. I also love the way the Sentinels were playing on Corrode. And speaking of, it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment. This one goes to John QT on the pistol round. I mean, this should have been GX should have managed to close it out in a 5v3, surely.
Yeah, and this is coming in at a 6-6F. It was close, and then John QT does this in a 5v3. They're down numbers after losing those early members, and he just crushes them. Like,
and I think we often talk about how pivotal pistols are in halves, given that we play MR12. Like, this is a nightmare start for GX to go that way in that pistol, and then obviously things continue to go off for them. Bang.
What a smoke.
Yeah, the smoke was perfect. It was essentially unwinnable for Westside there. I don't know how we could have played that any differently.
Honestly, after that 3K, I think everything Sen did the rest of that round was perfect. You know, there's no fault. And I almost feel like I love his angle. Oh, he's so cute. I love Cuba.
The voices are telling me to punch him right now.
No, he's been through enough. He's just a little guy. He's been through enough. Leave him alone.
I didn't say I was going to do it.
Leave him alone.
I won't let this man hurt you.
Good.
I won't let this man hurt you.
Good, because I think you have to go through Doug and apparently Zekken if you want to get to Sen. Because
I'm not going to mess with Zekken.
No, and Doug, I don't think any of the GX players were messing with Zekken either, really.
No, and I will say this, Ara held up to him at the very beginning. I think he looked great, he looked competitive, but there were just so many situations where Zekken should not have been converting some of the multi-kills that he had. You think about the Bisol mid in the first half where he walks away with 2-3 kills with the classic, and then you think about all the ult kills he was getting as well. The ult is a little bit different, but Zekken played with confidence, he played decisively, and I think it's exactly what Sentinels needed.
And I think it was a big difference in those brawls, right? The big team fights there, 3-on-3s, 4-on-4s, when Zekken's on the front. He was just crushing on that front. And I think to R's credit, I think on the other side, I think when he was finding rounds where Sentinels were walking into him, he could actually find picks with the operator, but more often than not, he was being forced into a retake save, or Sentinels were seeing him and pivoting away and not letting him play.
Yeah, 6 out of 20 of his kills was his ult, by the way. That's insane. Absolutely love that from Zekken, but I want to hear what Coach Hickson had to say ahead of map 2.
Mika here once again, and I'm here right now with Pipson of Giant X.
Kabora start abhi ke abhi.
Not exactly news for Giant X, and EMEA fans would know that Map 1 loss is quite common, and usually this is because you guys need a little bit of time to iron things out. Sometimes it can be a
warm up.
a little muddled. So I'm curious, was this the case in Map 1 against Sentinels, or was it something else?
Oh yeah, it's definitely similar things to what happened to us in EMEA. So we talked right now. I hope that it will be the same like it was in EMEA, and second and third map will be much better than the first one was, and we are going to end up winning.
Well, good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
It's so nice to hear from Pipson on the global stage, but he is right. For those of you that don't know, GX have had this big issue all year, which is looking terrible on map 1, throwing 5v3s, 5v2s, 5v1 one time as well.
One half.
And then map 2, they miraculously look amazing, and then they end up winning the series.
Is there like a real thing that changes, or is it just the map 2 glow up?
No, it's, I mean, you even heard it there from Pipson saying it's the same issues. They tend to over-communicate on map 1. They're very excited. They have
लेकिन यहाँ पे एक्चुअल में यहाँ पे गलत बोला है. दे 10-2 नहीं था, 6-6 था मेरे हिसाब से. तो यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा गलत बोला गया है. ये चीज फिक्स कर सकते हैं अपन आगे जाके.
Stages like they can relax a little bit. They're going onto their map pick, and I am a big fan of their sunset. I would love to know why they changed their comp on Corrode as well.
Like ads off है भाई.
On sunset.
Yeah,
you don't need to.
Yeah, you want to keep them playing the breach and whatnot. I honestly think like part of it might just be that when you're coming in and again there is so much footage going against you and knowing there's going to be a lot of anti, like coming in with a different idea. I think a lot of teams will usually try to do this to just not be so readable coming into the event, but clearly Sentinels on their comfort zone of Corrode, that wasn't going to be a help for them.
And I'm curious to see, if there are any changes, since you mentioned that you want them to kind of keep it standard.
Look who's here, chat. Half Indian is here. Hey, 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 hey. What's up, my half Indian brother? What's up, what's up, what's up? Chat, ये बंदा मेरे को जापान में मिला था. Very, very, very W and good guy. He's introvert like me. उसने ऐसे इंट्रोड्यूस किया था. Hey, I am half Indian. हाँ? और इसको मुंबई सर्वर पे खेलने का है. What's up, Swaggy, my boy? After champs, we are playing Mumbai server duo queue. The only problem is I am immortal 2 right now, and you are like plat 2.
Hey, he can play with me.
Huh?
He can play with me.
And I saw Plat 2 is trying to raise and get some cuties in their own server through TikTok. Huh? My boy.
Obviously, great.
Let's go. Easy for Sen. Easy for Sen.
We kind of thought Sentinels would too this year, right? In 2024, this was absolutely one of their go-tos. It looked fantastic, and it made its way back into the map pool when Toronto.
Are you getting a lot of girlfriends now?
We did not see that same level from Sentinels here.
Plat lobby,
Plat. Not really made it their own.
Plat lobby in Plat lobby. Hello, Plat lobby.
The results here. GX, however, have not been mixed. They've only lost this map twice, both times to Liquid,
right? Yeah.
And outside of that, they have 5 wins on it. This is absolutely their best look.
Gaming
Westside on that Cypher where he thrives right now on the B anchor. A lot of damage through onto Bang. Gonna need some support. And they need a flood.
I think they know where Westside is right now. And look at this. They've inserted Zeka onto the side. The rest of Sentinels have actually pulled out. Zeka might have an opportunity here to really ruffle some feathers.
Bro, Zeket is
it all really remains to be seen
beyond
what the landscape looks
imagination.
like as this dark cover clears. He'll stay tucked in. Re-smoke to be main, and Cloud diligently is looking to clear this corner very carefully, but Zekin is not looking towards his left at all.
On
the right side, however, Grabinho flattened run over by Sentinels, who now can accelerate into the site. Start to set up for a post one.
Unfortunate that GX lose a player immediately after. That was some nice awareness from Cloud to pick off second first kill. Zelsis ready to flash, maybe to fight towards spawn, but no, Sen going to call that off.
Because of the one-way likely.
He's just playing right now with that fault line towards Link when GX try to get back in here. They do have a good amount of breach util of their own to do so.
Zelsis still holding onto it. Veins starting to emerge on his forehead now. Patience, and release. It's on the side now. Are the only player in though, and it's staggering. The spacing of players has really thrown Sen for a loop. The narrates some sharp shooting. It's just not remotely enough. And 4v4 retake. GX.
Really fantastic at playing around their breach utility on this map. This is still the map in the pool where breach is very much so relevant. It's the only map in the pool where breach actually has a above 50% win rate against non-breach cards. So makes sense that both teams are playing it here.
Zelsis swings from that box on A side, expecting there to be more players. But actually GX slow things down. Ara goes ahead, and they've still got 2 players tucked on Link, who later emerge, and the timing completely throws them off. Also, Ara just knocks heads together on the site. 3 kills for him.
It's a map, by the way, if you haven't seen Sen for a bit, where John is back to playing the Cypher, just straight up one-to-one swapping with Zelsis, who's now picking up that initiator, playing the breach. This is something that Sen have opted for since Toronto, going back to John's old role where he had so much success in 2024.
Oh, okay, and a rare miss from Ara there. He allows for some of the mid-control to be assumed by Sentinels. They are, of course, nothing but the classics.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to make any investment after losing the pistol when you know you're going up against a defense. 100% of the time he's going to have the
full armor.
Yeah, you need the full armor every single time you're going into that initial buy round.
Flickless here inside the site. This is awkward. Very awkward. Flickless able to get through though. Zekin for a moment. Thinking to remain in what's top mid, but now it's going to be a large flood across here in the market. West side not able to find anyone. Some damage on Delson, but the looks of things, and Zekin takes the fight to him like a bat out of hell. Hello! Backside. West side. One by one. Oh shit! Overwhelmed. Sentinels running in numbers.
By guns.
With the Bulldog has to salvage the situation.
Cloud only has the ghost right now. Probably can't recover. A gun goes in. Zelsis just
not
ready
good.
for that.
It's Grubby though. A little more than a 1. Much needed, and Sentinels on nothing but classics. Once again, shilling the bundle. Get that top mid control and go mark it very quick.
By W breach util. W breach
caught in alone. Westside spent a bunch of time just spamming
W cages
that was thrown in market so Sen could cross the site. So he's a little bit late to getting in to actually help Aura, who fully
W omen blind.
Tries to kill Zekin on the slide.
For no reason. I didn't even yell at them. I didn't even.
And from there, I mean GX, they just really mistime their players coming into flood and assist. They're essentially all isolated in ones.
I don't hate this position from Cloud. It's so dirty. Zekin walks up into it. And so GX will take their pint of blood early in the round. Nicely done by Westside.
Stunning shot.
And this is GX for you. So active in these early rounds. So proactive. Looking to work the map. Push up for info. Take risks. And it's given them the edge. Even if not the rifle drop there in B main.
Now Westside hears all of these players running forward. Catches one with the cam. GX are trying to be fast on this. Rotate and isolated. That relay bolt forced. Narrate back or he would have been caught.
Frustrating for Zelsis. He certainly would have felt stranded there. As the rest of Sentinels pulled the plug. Now have to try and work the map with only 2 players up. Narrate considering a double back here. Someone who's been very vocal, Wyatt, in saying that when he can contribute more to the ideas of this team, it feels like the game goes better, but he struggles when he's not performing well to have that voice.
Aura takes this contact, but that haunt ensures that Westside's position, I think, will be revealed. I couldn't tell actually if he broke out for his flickless. Regardless, Sen do not want to get into that B site. They know there are multiple players there. Yeah, but what options do they have?
They've had no mid control at all, and Gravino is able to scope in time to deal with John. And simply, he will
Binks by Kare Jaise Champs
Ma. Held by Gravino. Fantastic thrifty from GX.
Ek tera, ek mera.
First to pace onto that B site, but very heavily disrupted by the
counter thirsty भारी पड़ता है लेकिन counter thirsty बहुत भारी पड़ता है.
Throw the guns around at the very end there too. Maybe get flickless one. I couldn't tell. They were trying their best to recover all the weapons though. That was a great relay ball from Aura, who was getting into assist West side so fast on that rotate.
Can't blame the guy for being pleased about that. It feels like it's so hard to get bored watching
Zelsis a little bit. He stood up for there you go.
But he didn't know what to say, really, did he? He just sort of stood up. Grabinho, wow, they're having problems standing on their feet right now. Sentinels cut down aggressively. Grabinho's able to push up here and Flickless can only go 1 for 1. Still, with Sentinels committing all of the remaining resources to that elbow part of the map, it'll leave Zelsis limping away with the recovered Phantom and 8 in the chamber.
Bridge back is नकली bridge में है असली वाला सुपर सेट सब करता है भाई.
Very quick with that reaction. Sen just go for the NA Stinger Rush, but GX a little bit too stacked up towards elbow with the much better weaponry. They make light work of that.
Binks क्या तो मुझे गाफ दे रहा language.
Looked off the rip. The ping is very good.
The blue reveal ना?
For Grabinho. Shoot the dart, boys.
No one ready for that one.
Can't navigate all of that util pretty effectively.
Yo, shield down, sit down.
Sit down, sit down. Sit down.
Shield
down?
down?
No, a little sit down.
Shield down.
A little sit down. Sen, all right, well, we're getting into mid pretty quick. R's been able to pick up that operator quite early. And the buy for Sen honestly isn't great because they committed a fair amount into that Stinger round. They didn't get kills. They didn't, only a couple. They don't get the plant, obviously. So the armor, not ideal. Bang with just the Guardian.
And on Corrode, as soon as they knew that Ara had an operator, they stopped playing his part of the map. They avoided him entirely. This time, no, not the case. They've got the Neon, of course, who can take this space aggressively, but Ara's going to repost up on this corner and might have a timing.
And the danger is where
Aura's
in location. You want to go elsewhere, and then you're running into the site that West Side is anchoring, and that is where he's at his absolute best. Especially when he's playing Cypher.
यार वो angle नहीं आता है ना.
The option, of course, to try and play top mid, pull the rotation through, and all just get gunned down.
Bridge back है कि वो 1001 मेरी जान के towards the goats.
Very hard to bounce back from that. What do you go back to the side that Ara still posted up on?
Very cool from GX that they pivot into that high-low setup mid after assuming that Sen will be rotating away from A. Aura's reposted up towards elbow, so then they're ready to just gun them down midway through their rotate. They read the situation well, and they, as a team, will always do something proactive around that on defense, even if it is just setting up a base like that to get an advantage.
I'm always really impressed by the sheer number of different set plays that GX can put together on defense. It feels like they've always got something. Like Pipson has them drilled to a T.
और मेरी जान के टोटे कैसे सब बढ़िया people by halvesies.
Who what? They won one game of kickoff. What, one game in stage 1? Now they're at champs.
Yeah, they were 7th, 8th kickoff, finished 9th, 10th stage 1. Now they're at champs. And that is also a testament to the impact of bringing in Aura and Flickless right at the end of that first stage. They make away with 3 rifles, saving on that prior round. Invested so heavily into this one, of course. They have that Nightfall to play around from there, right? And they're just one orb away from getting that rolling thunder for Celsius.
Okay, that was a TP across tiles by the looks of things by Bang. Smoke top mid here. This is
again same problem. Neon has full line of A.
Pretty lightly held.
But they're okay with that. It's R with the operator posted up. He's getting all of that information just by existing there.
Pair of hands for sure.
Ignore Mara 24 months
going to at least spot out the second. These dark covers are going to need to
24
cycle
months
yet again
of
from Bang up towards top for Sen to safely maneuver around this area of the map.
That's the second one being used, of course, to be.
भाई मेरा भी hurt हुआ है एक बड़ा कास्ट दोस्त मेंबरशिप निकालना पड़ेगा
अभी see if someone is over towards A, are they going to make
बड़ा शॉटआउट के लिए बड़ा कास्ट दोस्त
into a B split?
9999
I don't think they really made any noise towards A just yet.
I think Zelsis wants to probably find a fault line opportunity when it comes back available.
First में good morning good night messages मिलेंगे.
No, he gets killed. Wow. Center trying to pivot into some kind of crazy A split right now. A smoke is placed top left mid. for Zelsis to maneuver
breakup वगैरह तो लोग miss कर रहे हैं ना. Good morning, good night.
Dangerous there, very dangerous, but Bang goes for a diligent little shoulder peek. Ara, those asking for more, and there's no opportunity to trade it back. Focus may have fallen, that's a breach you till gone, but most of it was already expended to the favor of GX now. We've got 12 seconds left in the round. Sentinels accelerating here. Threatening to break the sound barriers. They hit that A side.
Hello.
GX get drawn out.
Insane execution from Sen. That's a crazy pivot back towards A.
When are you laughing
Making
for
it seem
Paris?
like they were going to go through market, then they smoke top mid
When are
for
you leaving
Celsius
for
to
Paris?
kind of re-flank up top while they're going through main. That was mad.
Set up here ends up being what the trade. It's the play here from Link. Narrowed has his crosshair set already. For that emergence out of elbow, and Sen just send it. They've got no other choice. John is he's disgusting in some of those moments. I think the pistol three-piece as well back on Corrode. Another moment memorable.
दो round जो
John.
Sen जीते और Sen ने जीती है, GX हारी है basically.
Cloud did not look pleased with how that round went.
I cannot believe that they won that out. Because second goes down immediately in market as well.
On Sunset right now, it feels like GX
अभी तक GX
kind of locked down the entire map. They've got really good setup there in market. It catches out second. Ara's posted up on the A side of the map. Pretty reluctant, I think you are, to push into that kind of setup. Especially when you might have a Prowler available to you or something like that. Seems like Sentinels just took that situation in their own hands. Raw gunplay on that A side allowed them to open it up. But that's not something that's replicable, right? That's not exactly a core strategy or heuristic that you're going to lean on over the course of this attack side. Sentinels need to make use of this timeout, which they called.
To that point, it's Kaplan calling the timeout despite getting that round win. It did kind of feel like a Hail Mary that they just threw to win that one out.
I mean, that is very much just trying to make the most of what you have left. Bringing the lemonade recipe out here to Paris, I guess. But again, tough to replicate rounds like that.
Now, we've seen from GX, when they have a Hunter's Fury, they often like to send it into spawn just like this. R will push down Corpino through mid. This is something that they need to be prepared for. It's a play that they like to activate that they use in the EMEA.
Delsa's got battered there by the Hunter's Fury, and Grabinho winning in tiles is huge. It means that GX don't have to worry about...
The spike is down in that corner. Center getting sold out by the dark cover. Paranoia going through. R in an isolated 1v1 though.
They have the Rolling Thunder to get A-main control back. That is absurd. A counter one comes out, though. Flickless lets it go, but it's Grabinho who eventually falls by the wayside. Sentinels have not got off the starter's mark in this round, and Zekin's not there to double up. Now trying to at least play off this aftershock. Zelsa's got his, and it all falls apart. More than most.
That is a classic GX
Shit,
play right there.
दो मारा उसको तीसरा भी मिलता था. क्रेजी मारा है ये देखो मैं बोला ना साइफर ने कुछ क्रेजी मारा है वरना वो भी जॉन क्यूटी का था
to win a round against Fnatic, for instance, in their matchup in the playoffs. This is what they excel at. Their strat book on Sunset is absolutely as dense as it gets.
And Sentinels have definitely seen that. Kaplan has definitely seen that. It didn't really seem to prepare them for it either way. What a nice look there for GX. Here's a fault line that'll force Cloud off the line, and in theory allow the cross back from Grabinho. Finds a perfect window to punish Narrate, and again, early in the round, Sen have been knocked down to 4.
It's good to see Grabinho really getting into the game here on map 2. I don't think that performance in any way is representative of the normal level of play that he is offering to this GX team. And he's starting to come to life here when they desperately need him to stay in this series.
The buy here for Sentinels is tragic. They want to try and work the map a little bit, but they've got nothing done over at the B side. Ara is there with the op. They've sort of sniffed that out, I feel.
Grabinho is posted up on this dark cover angle and knows he needs to get the hell out of here with his overdrive on the way.
Is he TPing? Yes, he gets out just in time, but he TPs into the relay bolt. Flickless though, sharp shooting, gets himself set up. Backside. And crucially, Banks still in play, so need a smoke to come back online for him. There's 30 seconds left in the round to probably cover up. Yep, that spot in spawn. But Ara has had time to get here with the op. John, he's sprayed through smoke. Realizes is there for the taking. Bang maybe doesn't know the lay of the land before he TPs in like that. Another 3 for John, but not enough for Sentinels. This is the 6th round to hand for Giant X.
How dangerous was that, though? The spam through the smoke from John was crazy. He is on one right now.
That is a very insightful shoulder peek for Gravino.
This just never should have been that close. 2-on-2, he gets the 2K just spraying the smoke.
Reflex now.
Alright.
Sorry, reflex now.
Hey, you gotta be feeling good here. Tough first map. Much improved on Sunset. They're going to thrust down mid again. They're going for an hour and that's the threat. Sentinels barely get out of bed before getting clotheslined. Ara finally taken down, but once Sen cannot get 10 seconds in the round 5 players wide. They just can't do it.
This is just another play out of the GX strat book that we've seen from them before, and no team seems to know how to stop them. It's just the combination of their initiator util, the push down mid, push through B main. There's a fault line that comes through B main that canvases all of bottom mid for Aura to fight. And then there's that recon up top. It's just, they run the same plays and it just keeps on working.
And here's a neural theft for John. He sees all of this at top mid.
Second baited into that swing, and I mean, why not? Cloud was right there using that drone, obviously. It's just good that he had support from Flickless for that instant trade.
Second doubled his entire kill total in that round, Wyatt. He had a quiet outing up until this point. John has been making plenty of noise. This is going to hurt them, though! Tell you what, that's value for ammo, isn't it? Flickless X's around with 3.
लग गए सोनू पटेल वेलकम बैक टू द क्लास दोस्त मेंबरशिप मेरे जान के टोटे तमे केम छु मजामा
It just doesn't even matter.
6 member बोलते.
This is just what they are best at. Look at how all of that util is placed on the map so perfectly.
Bhai sexy खेल रहा है जी.
Comes from
Sexy खेल रहा है. Sexy खेल रहा है.
Just gets the entirety of bottom mid into lower tile, which is even covered with a dark.
सोनू भाई आप WhatsApp ग्रुप में नहीं है तो हमारा प्रीमियम टॉप क्लास गोड ऑफ द गोटेस्ट WhatsApp ग्रुप में ज्वाइन हो जाइए.
In situations where we've seen GX, you know, go for similar plays.
ये भेदभाव क्यों? अरे विपुल भाई नहीं.
He will slow down.
नया करके हेलो बोल रहा आपका 2 साल हो गए.
Set Ara up for success so often.
तो उसको ऐसा
this is stuff that Sen, I think, are expecting. They absolutely should be. They knew Sunset would be in this pool. They're not going to ever take it out, and it's always going to be picked by GX. So they've seen the wrong stuff. They know it's going to come eventually, but it's another thing to actually have to deal with it in the moment.
I guarantee you, both coaches knew the exact 3 maps that would get played in this series when they came in.
Yeah,
I think
their map pools just have so much overlap.
Yeah. But these teams definitely behaved as you would expect when it came to the
डन है मैं कल ऐड करता हूं परसों भेज देता हूं
generate some momentum here. GX are locking them out of the map. They're not doing it passively either. They are assertive, they are proactive, and they are more than happy to get into the face of America's number 3 seed.
Now Aura's picked up this outlaw knowing that everyone on Sentinel is just going to be on the light armor. He'll be controlling that.
पहली बार सेन वाले लोग जिंदा है.
Account of that can really put the emphasis on stacking A together.
Gravino here is going to be forced back, timing not quite on his side, but the paranoia came out enough to act as a relief valve. Flickless might try and work this angle with him. Not affected by the C's, but sprayed down as those bullets were intended for Gravino.
That was very, very dangerous for Flickless. He was getting stalled up by those bullet tags, slow movement. This is crazy. They know where Sen are hitting. They know that they're going A.
I mean, this is just breaking conditioning.
Bhai, thank you for the $20 normal dollars, मेरी जान के टोटे.
In the rest of GX,
thank you so much for the $20 normal dollars.
Behind the box, but the aftershock came through. And Cloud swings for the fences. 2 kills cleaned up now.
Good bolte.
Catches Elsa's out.
Normal dollar #1, Canada dollar #2.
Will step in when needed. Flawless round and so many metrics there for GX. Untouchable on this defense.
Go you come shoot.
Yeah, they really do a lovely job of just fighting together on the site when the hit comes in.
Kayu काम चू तुम्हें.
And second getting stalled up in the back box. That was
essential
for the win there. And obviously Aura just getting the entire
भाई GX का फैन क्लब क्रेजी लग रहा है मेरे को तो इसका गेम तो बड़ा अरे बिल्कुल सॉरी
somewhat important too.
अरे
just a comprehensively great round from GX who are running away.
Sorry यार भाई
Sentinels are struggling to adapt. Why they've not found a
VPN
gear
करो ना
that suits them against GX.
डिनर मार
Aura
ट्राई
has actually kept this outlaw. Does have a few 125 HP
क्या बोले
targets.
पता नहीं मेरे को
Zekan and John, though, they're the ones with armor. So John can have some confidence pushing into this.
Much faster from Sen. They're going for that three-prong sight and Zek splitting from multiple sides.
Now, how do they deal with the anchors, though? West side's going to be dug in here, but Narrate steps up with the Guardian. They know, yep, Prowler confirms. West side in the corner and only gets his one. Stinger goes to work for John. And a Nightfall now to catch the players rotate in. 2 pings at Boba. Tells the whole story for Sentinels.
This is a pace adjustment from Sen that GX were not expecting. Crucial win from Grabinho.
Ugly stuff with the Stinger, but util in hand for when Narate steps up to the plate. And now it's on Cloud
8-4 करना
to
पड़ेगा
make their way
पिस्टल
through a
जीतना
smoke
पड़ेगा
down
वरना
Boba.
जीरो
Money, damn good for GX, and it might
पिस्टल
be
तो बहुत
worth
क्रूशियल
going
है
for it.
लेकिन मेरे को लग रहा है कि GX पिस्टल जीतेगा
Cloud wants to wrap around, has a lot to say across the stage so far this game. He'd love now to show some bite with the bar.
I
Nice
still
swing.
remember the fun banter between and Pingedi, 40k ka, makeup, skincare, etc. Love you, yaar, Atharva bhai, love you, yaar.
Unbelievable retake.
Thank you for the 100. Thank you for the time se.
It's Cloud just able to
isolate. Round.
He gets that 1v1 against Zekian, ready for the swing from Narrate next.
मैं तो love you कर रहा था.
He is going
जीत गया करके.
insane on this map.
That is really nice. Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. The desk touched on it. By far the most experienced player on GX. 5 years of play, and is yet only 21 years old. And has to be the leader of this team. And I love that we're seeing him give it back to Sen.
Yeah. Oh, is he indicating we won a 2v3 against you? I think
like Celsius stood up after they won round 2, and since then, Cloud has just been giving it to him.
It's a 7-round gap between these two teams. And look at how far back
Amir
Sentinels are playing early. They're
differentiate
expecting some
करते
nonsense
हैं.
because Hunter's Fury is active.
बुरा लगता है ये.
Cloud doesn't give it to him, though. Not in that way.
Reaction दो, नहीं तो membership cancel.
Sen will be allowed to work the map here. Just them being given more rope. Market probably the loosest held part of the map here for GX along with top mid now that pressure's come in.
And after just an absolute all-star performance from Zekian on that map 1, here on map 2, he has been completely nullified by this GX defensive util. Has really had no opportunities for clean entries.
No ping though being set up just yet. Looks like the Sova Dart comes in a little late.
Flickless has maneuvered his way into the site, ready to throw out some
we go.
util, but Sen are ahead of it.
Alright, gets the jump on him there. It's going to be a relay bolt. Now right, just stuck to the ground. Watches the sword fall. And there's Hunter's Fury. In the last round of the half, Sentinels are unlikely to put much of a scratch on Giant X. Spike is heavily within enemy territory, and John has to stand and face the music.
I mean, look at that setup that they pivot into so quickly. Flickless set up to fault line through main. Off that, the Hunter's Fury gets significant damage through, makes Sen scramble in their positioning. They have this double setup in elbow. What can Sentinels do? Honestly, what can they do?
Honestly, the protocols have been incredible, and so many different plays here for GX that have just kept Sentinels off their back for the
बाप खेल रहा है, इतना डिसिप्लिन और इतना यूटिल डंप आ रहा है ना, भाई क्रेजी खेल रहा है भाई, अजय मैं रात को आएगा वो रात को.
Et je suis ravie d'accueillir à mes côtés deux
तो क्या दोस्त मेंबर जितने बड़े हैं वेदांश भाई, love you यार, hit मत फैलाओ please.
Guys, Lembo, Sandra, what a pleasure to welcome you here in Paris in those beautiful jerseys, supporting Giant X, of course. And we've seen that on map 1 it was a bit tough. So who can you count on the most within the players? You know, when times are a bit difficult to bring
Ara.
I think our little West Side, because he's the clutcher of the team.
मेरा favorite player है.
That's pretty solid too. What about you, Lembo?
For me, Flickless is so important in the communication, and his calls are winner.
Du coup, sur qui est-ce qu'on peut compter finalement quand c'est un peu compliqué? Ils ont perdu la map 1. Qu'est-ce qui remonte un petit peu l'ambiance dans la team? Et bah du côté de Lembo, c'est Westside et également Flickless qui sont là. On a le facteur Westside pour les clutch et aussi pour les calls, on a Westside. Donc on va ensuite pouvoir leur poser la deuxième question. I wanted also to ask you because we know that French and Spanish fans are very passionate, you know.
Yep.
How are the vibes so far?
I think Spanish and French people are the most enjoyer of the esports, the most passionate people cheering for the teams. We saw in many events the blue wall and excited to see them.
Really beautiful fan base, right? Donc on voit que les Français et les Espagnols sont tellement passionnés à propos de l'e-sport. Ils adorent ça, ils se déplacent pour les fans, etc. Et donc, qu'est-ce qui t'a impressionné finalement de la French audience? Et tout simplement, ils sont motivés, ils sont là, ils font du bruit, notamment le Blue Wall, les fans, Carmine. And now, let's see if GX can take the win on Sunset.
Bandana Mandra.
The energy in here is great. I think something special about coming out to France to cover some Valorant. They have a legendary crowd, so we know that. It's only going to get more.
क्या आपको लगता है Zen comeback करेगा नहीं? ये मैप गया. Next match.
Let's talk this match though. Coinbase Econ report for you right now. A couple of players we want to highlight. West side here. Remember, the Econ rating, it's a metric, right, that we measure with the amount of damage done as opposed to how much is spent on your loadouts here. So almost 2K down to West side, 88.1, which is really quite high.
बंदा हेवी एक्साइटेड है ऑब्वियसली भाई मेरा भी टीम खेलता वहां पे एक्साइटमेंट वैसे रहता ना समझ लो
yeah, but he is obviously on the defensive side at his best. But now that we're heading over towards the attack for GX, honestly, it feels a lot like the defense in the way of they play incredibly fast. You know, compared to the average in Europe, they plant the spike 10 seconds faster than all the other teams in stage 2. They send it.
That's a nerd stat.
They have
इसके बाद गेमिंग
sorry, कल से गेमिंग where all of the utility sequences are perfect. All of their timings are hit. They're really incredible on this map.
अब ऐसे तो नहीं करते थे language.
Kind of beat them.
MC missed 2 MC.
And that's been hard to do with all this util slanting engagements in GX's
member chat, sorry.
Big stack here of being
made set up Sentinels. Hey, Gideon! Love you, Jungle. Love you, National Bay. They got 3 months.
Ingress towards that Boiva area. And there's Zakin tucked in his corner. This is a pretty conservative approach here for Sentinels, but they are getting torn apart a little. Narrate lit here by the bolts.
Great
spot Clouds. He gets around the corner, but it's gone low.
Was able to dodge that out.
Now he got into the sights. Spotted out by Flickless though.
Oh my
German unable to win that last engagement. It's a much needed pistol round here for Sentinels. And it looks like nothing more than grim satisfaction on their faces. They're still reeling from that first half.
I like their decision to go for such a heavy B fight. GX do like to go for a lot of splits. So they can just isolate a couple of those players in main, and then try to refight elsewhere.
Last few bullets there from the right. Important round for him. Some confidence for the young gun wouldn't hurt.
Double.
GX, no investment on this round 2. Maybe if Narrate can collect a few kills, Sen could work towards an early nightfall.
यार ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है कि हमारा पिकेम्स के लोडेम्स लगने वाले हैं?
Getting some information about mid, but that Cloud's core has been pinged already, and they'll be banked to take contact.
Conversely, for GX, if they can try to maybe around the world get the orbs, they can get towards that Rolling Thunder early. They've been able to get Flickless the one so far.
Economically, Sentinels never really able to get in the game on the first half. That's evidenced by Zekin leaving it with 4 kills.
Except for when they win
round 2 and then क्या बहन जो ये लोग वहां तक जाएंगे पेरिस तक एक मैच खेल के रिटर्न आएंगे पागल हो गए.
is cooked.
Pretty slow, very default coded look here for GX, of course. Hoping for something to be offered up by Sentinels, who are pretty patient, but they're definitely more lean into the B direction.
मैं 15 मिनट से स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूं अभी तक लाइक नहीं किया. ऐसा मत करो यार. इस पे 10 के लाइक्स हो सकते देखो. पॉसिबल तो है.
Prowler from mid. That's now cleared. GX basically contained by his util usage and now hitting a paranoia as they try and get out of market. John's there. Bulldog sings out. Good damage. Cloud on the side. Somehow able to win. It's very unlikely scenario. Ara is contained by Bang. Matches his freak, so to speak, and Cloud at 19. It's caught on the site. Bang knows he's coming and is trained on that corner. Still not enough to get him out of there. Cloud getting some pretty ridiculous 1v1 moments. Sentinels convert on the pistol one.
GX will be super happy with that.
Comeback दिख रहा है मुझे. Radiant कह रहा होता सभी दिखेगा ना तेरे को.
Kills and it's Cloud, who's now one away from getting a Hunter's Fury.
Sorry.
Easily going to be the first
I'd like to apologize
in this game. You'd have to imagine, right?
I'd like to apologize.
So not too bad for them.
I think this team has drawn criticism from some of the attack side calling from Cloud, and he's maybe sort of less experience being pointed out, but this is not the start that we're looking for. The attack side anyway. Now we can see a little bit though what's cooking, what's under the dome for Cloud. To mention that Hunter's Fury just a whiff away.
Fault line set up if there's going to be some aggression from Sen towards A main. The GX could go for a bit of a refight here.
आप क्यों पंखा नहीं चला रहे? Because she's a fan.
Safer cross set up for the Sentinels defense at the moment.
अंधी क्या सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है?
Fault line likely set up reactively here or to set Ara up.
And now they
ये ले रे पापा ये ले
Google
कर comeback ये ले.
Getting the information.
कर comeback
That's a good reactive fault line that comes out from Flickless just to stop Sen pushing up. They really don't have any deep elbow presence. Look at them pulling back on A entirely.
Yeah, they're slowing things down, getting into elbow right now.
क्या ये round
information
defend कर सकते हैं
so
वो
at some
लोग?
point they're going to have to start looking over their shoulders there at Link.
भाई कितना फर्क है बे जिक्स और सेन में. जिग जिस हिसाब से खेल रहा था ना एक सेट पे एक लाइन फुल ऐसा कर रहा था कि वो सोलो हैंडल कर रहा था सोलो.
Maybe overextend. That Prowler's going to get the information on Aura in the corner.
I'm looking for decisive calling on this.
वो लोग के लग गए भाई. एक क्रॉस फायर लेफ्ट राइट हो गया ना वो लोग का डोमिनोज गिर जाएगा.
Yeah, they get that fault line back up and now it's go time.
Aura on the side runs in and narrate first. It's going to be Bang, no credit with the kill. Bang gets ahead of that dark cover and now the Paradigm comes out late. Gravino thought he had the drop on narrate, but he couldn't have been more wrong. The rain eventually falls, and there it is, nice little flash in the smoke. Little two-piece from GX now, assume
member को no roasting बोला था, refund काश तो member करे बाप मोटे तो भाई.
Second,
timing
gets the opening with the outlaw.
Relay bomb might make things hard on the side. That's John downed. West side sharp as attack, folks. And Cloud
लग गया GG.
will hold his ground there on the side.
20 for 8 right now.
GG.
Yeah, we've had 15 rounds of play, right? 14 rounds of play.
That is
वो लोग डोमिनोज गिर गया बे. एक बंदा लेफ्ट राइट हो जाता ना वो क्रॉस फायर में. डोमिनोज गिर जाता है.
Oh, okay. Yeah, some interesting classic.
सुबह अटक गया 143 का फन कर रहा था ये बोला था. By the way, love you to Vedas bhai, love you.
Gets that kill on Narrate, then immediately gets back to play off contact so he can swing Link. Really intelligent stuff with him.
Going from bottom of the table in
Fielding set करेगा मतलब catch करेगा मेरा.
world caliber should be studied. GX, it's unreal how they come alive. And now we're finally getting to see what they're made of in the second map of the series.
John has the trip set up for backside control. We'll see if they try to make their way out at all. The second, I know John does get that catch.
Yeah, Ara in the corner.
Cash
Still
on
a lot of side
delivery
control for GX. Now they are deep. They
ball.
can anchor in the post plant. Grabinho very mindful of a sort of off-timing push out of Boba though.
And Elzelsis, he does have that full kit to get back in. Narrates still with Prowlers with the C's as well. Sen
हो सकता है ये लोग ये भी hold कर पाए.
Try and preempt this now and spots out Bang by the looks of things back towards spawn. John tagged out, has the dodge away. Some damage done. Sentinels are against the clock.
ये भी hold कर पाएंगे मेरे हिसाब से.
Stinger there for Celsius, looks like fault lines avoided by Flickless. He tries to get ahead of the game and so far not too shabby, but Second is up on the side and demanding some attention. Brought down by Cloud. And Narrate's got to step up in his absence. Does Bang. Job. Someone's going to do it. And Flickless puts the round to bed. 12-4 for GX.
Positioning देख के मेरे को लगा था.
Sunset.
If Sen can't get it done
भाई
there, they can't get it done at all on this map.
GX जीत रहे वो भी इतना convincingly बे.
They're 4-on-5. Sen have all of the initiative.
दो ulti बाप का. दो ulti बाप का.
Hits used from both of them, and that's still not enough. Even
क्योंकि वो लोग ने जहाँ पे ulti डाला ना वहाँ पे कोई बंदा ही नहीं था यार.
Doesn't matter. Adjustment wins it out. Mental play from him.
I feel like Haven is such a wild card map to look towards our third here.
जब तक 10 था तब तक Sen was
put in some extra work there.
यही तो
When
बात
GX get to
है.
control the tempo, they
हमारी
look
सोच में.
head and shoulders above.
बिना टेंस के भी ये लोग यहाँ तक आए हैं चैंप्स में.
No inroads on this map whatsoever.
ना अच्छा
And it feels
खेल
like
रहे
the
हैं.
second they find some kind of advantage, GX just absolutely stormed them in the round, and it is done.
Goat है 10 OP है
The game plans on this map are just genuinely fantastic on both halves.
It's going to work mid again. Pretty underboard. Sentinels here. Zeka dodge to go out. Look for something. The setup was there for him.
Yeah, cosmetic stun. Just one taps him. Cool. That is crazy.
8 and 16.
And now after pressuring mid, GX is going to go back, meet up with the rest of their teammates in B main and try to close this game out.
ये तो mid by tension ना ले.
Pretty one-sided maps back to back.
Good luck के लिए
Volatility's been introduced into this series. Okay, TP there from Bang. They gets him set up in Boba nice and early. Johnny's in that corner, and Ara not able to fully clear it. Still suspicious, mind you. But John will have the drop on the side. Cloud with the plant now. Got to be forced out of the cubby by that arc shot. John's going to have to get active. Another Cybercade set up. He does not want to show himself. I get it. But Ara and Cloud already racking him up. And John eventually falls. Zelsus pees in, gets one with a rolling thunder will put him to bed. And Sentinels, well, they let the keys in the car. They didn't turn up the sunset, I'll be honest with you. Invisible. GX absolutely flattened him. Straight out of the gates. It's a code hanger that leaves the American squad absolutely reeling.
360 CS for Cloud. That is an outrageous performance from the IGL for GX. Their gameplay on that map was phenomenal on both sides. The game plans that they had coming into this
में मेरे में ना वो है एक औरा कि मैं फैंस देख के मालूम पड़ जाता मेरे को कि कौन जीतने वाला है मेरे में वो है
मीत बच गया तू
वो है
Yo, say nice try. Oh, we lost against Eco. Yo, shield down.
लाइव छे तो जान बाथरूम में
Oh.
जोक मारे छु
What are you doing, boys?
पानी नहीं
जोक मारे छु Kalpan bhai will become Alex bhai. Kaplan bio.
Game changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. Like a crazy experience. We're making history.
GC का भी बहुत बड़े हो जाए एक दिन.
It's good to be back. I guess what I've been looking for 6 years.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby. 全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
जैसे शर्म में आता है ना हमको देख के नारा नहीं कहते मेरा
Are your Valorant esports instincts next level?
This man is a big player in big games.
Prove it. Put your game sense to the test with the all-new VCT real-time prediction game, Shot Call. It's a Twitch desktop extension available exclusively on official VCT broadcast channels. With Shot Call, you and your friends will be able to call your shots, score points, and earn rewards. Here's how to play. During the official champion streams on Twitch, open up the Shot Call overlay on screen to make real-time predictions by answering questions. Whether it's predicting a Forsaken clutch or correctly calling a site rotate before it even starts, you'll score points, climb a live leaderboard, and have the chance to win prizes. Play along seamlessly with Shot Call's built-in notifications, or open the extension in full to check your progress and see how other viewers are guessing. You can call the shots during Valorant Champions Paris.
इसमें हरा भी क्या अच्छा गेम प्ले देखने मिलेगा बात तो है उसमें 10 के लाइक्स आएंगे जीसी की पिंकी कर सकते हैं वॉच पार्टी
हाँ यार अच्छा आइडिया है
नहीं लेकिन प्लेट लोगों को परमिशंस नहीं मिलती
मैं प्लेट हूँ नहीं
डायमंड लोगों को
फातिमा का नंबर है
इतनी बड़ी हो गई हाँ
मैं तो पहले से बड़ी हूँ
पंको इतने टाइम से वैल्यू के लिए कब तुम मेरे से सीखेगी बताओ
सीखना क्या है यूसी करना
1972 से सेम जोक्स मारना बंद करो प्लीज
तो क्या ए शॉट होल्ड करना सीखो मैं स्मोक दे
एजेंट में टरेट डाल के बेस में बैठ के ओ माय गॉड कहां आ रहे गाइस कहां आ रहे ए प्लांट हो रहा है लेकिन बी में खाली है ये बोलने से तो अच्छा ही है ए शॉट होल्ड
ऐसा तो खेलते नहीं
हां
ऐसा तो खेलते
ए प्रूव
ऐसा बिल्कुल
बी खाली है फट रहा है उधर प्लांट फट रहा है गांड फट रही है लोगों की लड़ाई चल रही है उधर भी खाली है
मैं तो चिलिंग्स के लिए खेलती हूँ तू खेल जीतने के लिए
मैंने से था पिंकी थी भाई बेस्ट था लेकिन भी खाली एक्चुअल में बेस्ट था
मेरे को याद भी नहीं है वो क्या था।
पंको मेरे को कुछ तो हो रहा है, ये कितनी सीखती है।
तो मैं क्या करूँ?
मेरे को याद तो दिला ना चाय पी।
Sounds like a you problem, bro.
दिमाग नहीं है क्या मेरे पास? याद तो दिला मेरे को।
Sounds like a you problem.
तमे चोंपियाचे, तमे चोंपियाचे, हे तमे चोंपियाचे।
या यार खाया। ये तो गया। चिकन टिक्का? नाम दे किसका? देख लो तूफानी डायरेक्ट जमीन पे था। मैं ही पहले वैसे भी जाने वाली थी सोने, सीधा रूम का दरवाजा बंद। बिगड़ी 1v1 થઈ જાય बिंक्स भाई सारगे साथे यूनी। तू गुजराती એને બહુ માર્યું છે। આખી જિંદગી એક જ ગેમ રમીને પણ આનંદ। सूरत थी हाँ वाह मुझे भी पता है। बिगड़ी वे विद यू थैंक यू यार। तू गुजराती आयु गुजराती हाँ भाई वो કેટલા પટેલ છે ભાઈ। એક આખું ને પટેલ ગ્રુપ બનાવવાનું વિચાર્યું છે પટેલ બ્રધર્સ જैसा। ચવનપ્રાશ ગૌરવ અમે પણ ગુજરાતી हाँ ભાઈ कितने गुजराती है बे। હું પણ સુરત થી ને મને ખબર છે બી हाँ नहीं बिंक्स को बिंक्स बन गया ये चाय दिल्ली से सबके सब गुजराती ग्रुप ठीक है।
In true
Gujarati
Giant
group.
X fashion, they don't look the best on map 1, but they hit back hard on map 2, which means we will be going to map 3.
Bichara
Cuba
gir
not
gaya
having
ye.
the greatest time, but he is telling everyone to buy the GX bundle. Let's go! I'm not biased at all. Go on, join me.
You know what? I'll admit when our team is bested. We've been owned up here.
And holy smokes, were they bested?
Yeah,
it looked brutal. I mean, there were so many parts of the game where it felt like you had a lot of these players who historically do step up when things look bad. John delivered. He did his best, especially in the first half, to drag them over the halfway line. But everything after that was just rough.
And and there's a reason why EMEA fans are so excited about Flickless playing Initiator agents. He was so good on Breach. It actually annoys me that they took him off of it for Corona. You never know what could have happened. But this is just classic Flickless playing at his best.
I mean, I think Flickless Util was absolutely on point. I think the combination of him and Cloud, what they were able to do in terms of like the comp of like the ultimate plays coming online, just the sharp shooting, especially out of Cloud as well.
He had 3 Breach ults.
I am good.
Yeah, it was.
In what 17 rounds? Yeah, in 17 rounds. That's insane.
But so nice from the team. And I think it all started on the pistol round for them, on a nice retake. Then they lost round 2, and we were like, oh no, this could be ugly.
Right.
But still, the West Side Sheriff is just the best of the game. Gets a couple of kills up in main and there, so it ended up equalizing the half for them. And just continues to prove how good Giant X are with the pistols.
Yeah, and there was something about watching that round play out where you saw the first pick by Giant X and went, I don't like this. This has bad feeling written all over it. And sure enough, that bad feeling never really dissipated. It never really went away.
And then I think we ended up seeing them get to run a lot of these set plays later on. A lot of these aggro looks here. A little crunch maneuver, seeing the neon through main while Groovy goes down into tiles. And I think even once they froze, knows, right? They didn't fall out of space. A lot of teams would take that fight and fall away. Giants just stuck to their guns up in there, and it was this brawl that came after that initial fight that went so well.
Yeah, and I think there were 2, maybe 3 big looks like this, but then they also had a bunch of these little like micro traps at the beginning of the round where Groovy farmed. He had so many good moments. This is the second one that I'm referring to, where they were very intentional about taking the fight to Sentinel's doorstep, and they couldn't find a way to navigate around it.
And what I love about these rounds, so we just saw round 7 and round 9, and it's both of these early aggro plays. The calling from Cloud I love, because in round 8, it's when Sentinels play that painstakingly slow round, where they almost lose on time. They play with like 10 seconds left. And it's all surrounding that Cloud goes go, go, go.
Potato Surat se.
Potato Surat se. And again, GX have such a old school way of
No wonder तुम लोग दोनों एक जैसे खेलते हो.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I think matching up against Sentinels, they started incorporating the Viper that's getting a little bit more popular, at least in Americas. What this game is to me is all about aiming. Usually Bleach is an agent, and with the Neon 2, you can dominate the fight over that space. But the
Never heard Bunks by speak in his mother tongue.
पंकु कांट पट रही है यार. तू यहाँ से पंखा मार रहे हो, वहाँ से एसी आ रहा है, ऊपर से पंखा आ रहा है.
स्किन के ड्राई तो होने दे.
ना कैसे ड्राई नहीं हो रहा है भाई, आधे घंटे से एसी में.
I think on the other side of the map, you'll expect Giants to take
No, आपसे better. Exactly.
You don't bait. The one who are mentioning it, they're very comfortable with the flash dash or the slide, I guess.
Yeah.
Always low rank fox return बात करते ना.
क्या बोला? Sorry. क्या गाली दिया तू मेरे को?
Sorry.
Supreme Court.
नहीं मैंने ऐसा गाली दिया, ऐसा वाया दिया मैंने, डायरेक्ट नहीं दिया, वाया दिया मैंने. अरे sorry.
Excuse me.
They're gonna go be prepared for B.
Qbert. Book लगा Qbert को.
Please give us something normal.
Save us. Okay, well, I don't really see the problem with trying to provide Qbert with sustenance. That is pretty reasonable. I don't think he's got the anatomy to down a baguette, which is fine. Maybe puts him at a disadvantage out here in Paris, but hey, at least Kaplan is trying to feed the guy. I think he'd like to see more Sentinels rounds, though.
क्या लगता है Jed? Sen या GX feel आ रहा है मेरे को अंदर से.
Very few of those at one sunset.
पंखे बहुत लूज है बे, मुंह डाल सकता हूँ मैं इधर.
Look, I mean,
बस ऐसे ही
बहुत लूज है.
They looked dead. They struggled to bounce back from the beating they'd suffered. Sunset looked just like that. So do they have what it takes to dig deep here and show us a great haven?
Yeah,
we haven't seen much of them on in stage 2, but they have gone for this double controller.
इधर क्या कर रहे थे आप?
Does he dare swing? No, dark cover. Zekken wants to go in though off that recon.
All right, men at the door. Zekken bypasses them entirely and then decides to get on out, drawing a lot of attention. And now they're going to make.
अरे लग गया.
All over him like moss on a rock.
बाप टैग था.
And the side swarming with red.
Yeah, just a sheriff bullet penetration going through default box. Now 2 players from GX ready to face onto Zelsis. He doesn't want to take that duel right now, though. He can just take things easy, slow down.
Coming. That paranoia doesn't hit narrate, so he can stand a bit of burst.
कैसी स्लाइड में मारते समझ नहीं आता. 2-1. Gurbino, oh!
That's his birthday.
Volume डालना.
Still, a mildly furrowed brow for Sen's fans. That could have gone either way.
WWW split.
I mean, that's a pretty classic.
I wonder ये garage C split.
Be fake with your neon who can get
100% success rate वाला किसके YouTube channel में देखा? I just wonder.
And then he's lit up back box. Cool.
Has Zelsis shot?
That's a nice part of having the sheriff though, on these pistol rounds.
आपके चाय में दूध गोट का होता है क्या? गोटे तू अभी तक पानी से बाहर गया है मन?
2 piece together.
Thank you, body.
Always, but Sentinels at least get their pistol. That's what they came for. Nice little pivot there into C.
So we have this gamble sack from GX that is based on this paranoia from Grabinho. If there's noise long, and throw that out, and 3 players are ready to swing. But I don't seems like Sen are probably going to be dodging that unless they go for maybe a late C split again.
I don't know if Narrate liked what he saw off that recon. There was no drone used on that C-long position though.
ये ड्रोन करेगा और कुछ प्रेशर नहीं है ड्रोन को ना कोई ड्रोन तोड़ रहा है ना कुछ.
I mean, I think Cloud has kind of put the fear of God in here about turning up in random places on those eco rounds. So Sen have to be
Yep.
spend that much more checking these random corners.
बराबर खेल रहे चैट.
Clearing really thoroughly.
बराबर खेल रहे.
They've gone ahead and worked all of long.
अभी Zekken का ये ड्रोन वाला शॉट देखना. इससे किधर ड्रोन शॉट?
After that,
ये देखना ड्रोन शॉट.
Early Zekken caught, but quickly gets that shot off before going
कुछ
down.
pressure नहीं, जाओ जाओ.
No stone unturned
कुछ
to
pressure
set on the
नहीं
A
है.
side of the map, and Zekan barely gets out of that one alive. Now though, GX are going to have to play the A side retake. Always
सारे spike से बटो चुपचाप. एक भी अगर kill दिया ना किसने.
But the gamble stack does not eventuate.
सारे spike से बटो. चलो. 5 men heaven जो.
He's been waiting on this late little wrap through B. I have to say, it's tough for me to kind of rank where Sen are at with Haven in terms of their map pool right now. You know, map pool is something that Kaplan discussed heavily as an aspect of the game that they need to work on heading into these global events to actually get the trophy. And they played Haven twice in the second stage. It was against C9 and 2G in the regular season. They won both games, but just a very small sample size. So I feel it's very hard to evaluate where they're at. For GX, they've had moderate success. They're sitting at a 3-2 record in stage 2. Beat Na'Vi a couple times here.
2-0 W.
So it's really tough, I think, to try to match this up.
And I think also we've got to take this map into context of the rest of the series. What we've seen so far from GX when they get that lead, when they start to build that momentum. They look to be really good at just strangling you out of a game. As on the defense side, we've not really seen anything special from them yet. No real set play.
See, retake ही छोड़ देना चाहिए लोगों को. Straight up.
Rear their heads. The Sentinels, of course, still have a Stinger Bulldog.
ये लोग का retake utils बहुत ज़्यादा.
Invest into getting that Vandal. Early recon certainly going to be broken. Cloud taking the opportunity to spam through that standard A-long dark cover that Sen can use to claim this space easily.
So far, and this is small sample size of rounds, GX are a little less proactive. Again, it's a 3-side map. You're spread a little bit more thin. Using a player on each hurts a lot more than it would on Sunset, for example, where there's almost always someone else to back them up. Even like a 2-1-2 or even a 3-1-1.
Sen have maneuvered all the way back to this C side, which was vacant. Westside wants to get in backside. Will anyone actually be here in time to assist him, though? He wants to break the recon that might come in on that top left side, but it doesn't. It's just a drone, yeah.
Okay, well, they've got presence, though. You'll notice that he's been joined by Grabinho.
भाई दिया अच्छा recon दिया लौड़े लगे सबके बाप recon दिया भाई बाप recon दिया लग गए बे भाई बाप recon भाई घुसने के बाद इतना late recon दिया ना उसमें इतना late भाई fuck bro क्या खेला भाई.
GX are able to rotate everyone into backside. Sen really slowed things down, but then eventually I do feel that kind of played to their advantage. They get a lot of clean fights at the end there.
God, narrate.
Lovely little kill.
3-0, 4-0, ult आएंगे 5-0, फिर 6-0. Huh?
Bonus round converted for Sen.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, if this late recon comes through. And GX, they really feels like they kind of try to overfight there, you know, with that double swing coming back default, and it sends patience getting into the site that does pay off. Getting that recon thrown back sight after the drone had given them front sight.
PTSD?
Not me, man.
That's a deep cut, John.
Not me.
Any knowers? Okay, so sending out pretty slow. They work seat slowly enough that Ara's able to get in there as well. GX maybe just not ready for that tempo.
Now on this round, GX looks like they maybe want to explore down mid, try something more proactive, which has not been the case for them so far on Haven, in contrast to the style that they had on Sunset.
Crowd पागल हो गई है भाई, हेलो कुछ सुना ही नहीं दे रहा है.
I'm not surprised to see Sen waiting for a push out of mid, for example.
भाई क्या हो गया crowd को?
More interested in trying to allot the correct number of resources to the side that they think Sen's going to land on, as opposed to trying to get early info pushes. They're not doing any of that so far. Again, the weapons don't really maybe allow for it. But they've made a gamble stack that looks unlikely to pay off for them. And honestly, that lurk wall over on the B side of the map will keep a few of them there.
This game as well, I will say, it's an interesting clash of styles with the two approaches here to Neon. Westside has made his way into this backside that should be cleaned up. It's this double controller with the Viper that has really been the trend in Americas versus
heavy counter कर रहे हैं ना, लेकिन read कितना sexy है वैसे इनका.
Running double initiator with Breach and Sova. And I think a lot of people do have concerns when they see teams picking breach on maps that aren't Sunset right now. And I do think that's valid, but GX have shown a real proficiency with that agent still, where their sequencing of utility is really effective. Their timings are usually impeccable. Honestly, they're certainly going to have to be if they want to win this map against Sen.
I think the KJ choice over the Cypher is an interesting one to examine.
ट्राई भी नहीं कर सकते गलती से सोवा को किल मिल गया ना सोवा उठा जाएगा
lockdown is pretty awesome to force retake
सोवा को ट्राई करना चाहिए उसके मारने का मरा तो मरा इकोनॉमी है अल्ट भी आ जाएगा शॉट
Cloud seems to just
लग गए
particular way late in the round. No, it'll be GX perishing to the blast and hoping to hit the ground running in their second buy round.
All right, let's see if GX can finally stop.
अब वो लोग को ए फर्स्ट से भी डरना पड़ेगा, सी स्प्लिट से भी डरना पड़ेगा सोवर्ड का. Usually भी नहीं होता सोवर्ड.
Obviously gives you a crazy advantage in the series. The economy has finally gotten to a place where Aura can pick up that operator.
Okay.
We definitely highlighted that on the previous two maps, how that is really a linchpin for this GX success
close to 10 likes.
Him just being able to control space somewhere so they can rotate elsewhere with the rest of the players. Now it is a little tough at times when you're playing against this Viper, having to deal with the wall. Does make the angles on A bit more difficult to work around.
I definitely feel like the texture of the game changes drastically when Aura has a scope weapon in hand.
Alright, that trip front sight going to be broken by the shock dart. Drone in first from narrate, similar to what we've seen before, a slower approach.
Drone then recon has been the cadence. Backside, we're just going to see some of those corners cleared, and Sentinels have seen or not seen enough.
Yeah, they want to slow things down. The rotate has been drawn very fast towards C. They obviously saw GX willing to do that on a previous round when they set that sequence of utility on the C site. So now they're going to maneuver their way elsewhere. I think this is some really good calling from John. This B site is pretty open. Cloud wants to get in there.
Dangerous though. Yeah. Knew there'd be some utility draw, but Cloud extends onto the side. It was ultimately a fake for Sen. Something that's been in their wheelhouse a lot in the past. GX though, convinced that was for real.
क्या कॉलिंगे ये हेलो अंदर जाके टैप करके बाहर आया और मालूम है कि वो फाइट लेगा उसको कवर दिया सेकंड में
activating that same early utility to do all the rotates in the bonus round that they converted. Catch this kill onto all.
Heavy by
drawing the rotate, pivoting to B.
By sexy calling bro, sexy.
Turn around,
sexy fucking calling bro. Trade कर रहे champ चल रहा है.
They collect the kills, pivot to C where they've left. Zelsis inserted deep. This was a really excellent round from Sen.
And also a decent time to make the fake.
This is by far the best round or calling even.
Maybe that's something that also like has come up to them in VOD review because it's something that Sen likes to mix in. Just a point of tension in this game where, for whatever reason, they are convinced that it's worthwhile committing on. They underestimate their opponents. Big punish as a result. Cloud definitely a lot quieter in this map.
कल प्रीमियर हो गया वॉच पर कौन सा प्रीमियर भाई?
Dial in. See what needs to be fixed in this timeout.
What's made GX so effective on defense is their ability to call rounds where they fully disrupt the plans of the attackers. So far, that just hasn't happened.
No, they've been trying to gamble stack sites.
They've been trying to gamble on some of the eco rounds, and they've been trying to flood on the buy rounds. We saw that on the bonus. We just saw that on this round, too. They all tried to flood back C, right? And so far, that hasn't been effective. It's just resulted in John having free reign across the map.
It's such a beautiful place, Paris.
And execute plans perfectly.
How safe is it, though, to be pushing off these sites as individuals or duos for this early info, for this disruptive potential? There's been no defensive pops, right? There's been no sort of very aggressive early-round movements here for GX. In fact, they're not even working the map much for information passively.
At some point here, I would like to see them do something active towards mid. I
think we're going to get it
mix
now.
That in. And yeah, I do think they're going to do it here with this half buy that they've got going.
Now, there's no KJ turret set up to see this.
Oh, wow. So that's a recon paranoia with a stun from Aura into window. All of Sendo, they're stacked up towards this C side. Sight is going to be totally free.
He's bang.
Yeah, him teleporting up top while Zekin runs in so they can double face back Sight, but it is not going to be held by a single GX player. It's indexed in that mid play.
Yep. I like the set play. It give a lot of map control over, allow to contain, but there's no pressure coming from
by sexy blind re bench, sexy blind.
As it comes.
This round
Garage dekho.
is as good as done. Nice shot from second. He's back. Such low HP.
By क्या 3-man blind दिया बे bang ने.
Ara and Cloud. Don't have a lot to say about this round, I suspect. Just as likely to disappear in a puff of smoke.
Huh?
Set up inside garage here, and once again there will be a fight in the round. Sentinel's trying to punish this, but no one's looking in Zelsa's direction, and yet Cloud whips on him. Pretty unconvincing stuff for GX there. Set play attempted, no result yielded.
Certainly not mad at the attempt, though. I want to see them go for plays like that.
Yeah, but how does that condition them now?
But a little insult to injury. Was that Celsius even at the end there with a kill and the death? Now has a lockdown for this buy round. They have the Hunter's Fury with the lockdown to put GX on an eco again.
GX have to play ahead of that lockdown potential. They still haven't an op to hand, I would think. There's the option to go for one.
Maybe if, Cloud is one away from his Hunter's Fury, so that's the natural counter to the lockdown if he can get an orb somewhere. This time, Sen, they want to go very fast towards teleport cross from Bang, but he's caught. He's
पहली बार counter हुए वो लोग, पहली बार.
From them in the previous one.
लेकिन अगर यहाँ पे Cypher hold नहीं कर पाया ना.
There's a stronger A flight from GX. I do like to see that.
और वो retake भी नहीं कर रहा, side ही खेल रहा है. Backup के नाम पे एक Omen है. भाई क्या recon था वो बीच? अच्छा recon नहीं था वो, trip था वो.
Too easy for the Cypher, and finally Westside gets himself onto the board kill-wise. John, not the timing would have hoped for, I suspect. And now Narrate.
Oh, almost line of fire, almost. W. अच्छा खेला.
Giant X get on the board.
Signs of life. I like how they played that round from start to finish. It's that A fight, very aggressive. Fault line comes through, recon into lobby. It was on a round where Sen wanted to go for an A fight of their own. They are completely caught off by that breach util. And then GX recognizing that there was that fast pivot to C coming. Westside gets all the way deep towards plat, gets the cages up, allows his teammates to flood back in. That's a perfect defensive round.
A good example of how that util perfectly facilitates.
And now look, they want to get aggro towards mid again. It's that play from before, the relay bolt, paranoia, and the
takes the space back though. He's there in the second, Wyatt. Ara brought down. Just impales himself on his own sword by the looks of things, but there's that Hunter's Fury that comes off for GX, a big part of their early aggressive play. Second's got to get across the window, lucky to be alive, but can still be spammed down. Scorpino wants to push up outside of lobby. Chaotic early round, leaves Sentinels down to 2.
Yeah, Westside stayed fully committed out of garage, caught off Celsius, and now the neural theft
buddy.
Revealed these remaining 2 players. It's a 1v1. Second one round looking very different. A crucial pickup for Flickless. GX, they have to convert this.
They got all the info. John can't get anything done outside of the purview of GX. They know it all. Now, those thin walls may be his undoing. Flickless wants to step up.
WB!
John doesn't have the mechanics
to answer. कौन सी बीमारी है?
2 rounds.
बीच में चिल्ला देखिए. Language, Suraj bhai, language.
Number 2. Surge of energy coming into this team after an absolute drought. This is the play they ran on that prior half by. This time Sen were in the region they needed them to be towards window. It's that Hunter's Fury that Cloud throws in to get the trade when Aura goes down. Hits Bang as well, brings him to half HP. And they're pushing out of A, and they're pushing out of Garage. That was that play exactly as intended.
And Ara considered,
as they drew it up.
Ara considered picking up an op a couple rounds ago. Opted for the rifle. The GX haven't really needed to play the passive line hold game. They want to brawl and do it again.
Ara,
the
next round Jara.
He gets the second even.
That's where that came from. Zelsis was cut down to the corner there, and Bang is revealed, able to take 2.
By almost
that's the best he can do to give John a shot in this round. The money starting to dwindle. It's getting a little low for Sentinels, as this would be their 3rd consecutive round away to the defenders.
GX, they are a team that can just suddenly capture the pace of the game and take it over. Feels like these past 3 rounds have been faster than an entire buy round from the beginning of this first half.
John here has to keep it simple. Not surging out in that long direction. Has to make a correction here for Cloud, and he's in mid-air. Seals up another round for GX.
लगे ना चाहे एक्चुअली कमबैकेबल है क्योंकि ये अटैक मैप है. अगर ये लोग ने 2 राउंड और निकाले ना GX ने कमबैकेबल है. शॉट बेक.
Hell, they've had a lot of them for a while. They haven't even had a chance to use them because GX are just sending it on them.
You see Bang is trying to find a way to play in response to this raw aggression from GX.
ना मान रहे.
Carrying in a corner while his team gets mowed
भाई वो
down.
डायनासोर पे चढ़ा है बे वो.
Able to take 2 and then not convert any further. It's got to be a timeout here for Sentinels.
Yeah, it was.
टाइम चलाने के लिए नींद उठ गया. अच्छा लाइक कर दो ना. इसके बाद गेमिंग हो गया क्या? रेस्ट गेमिंग कल से करेंगे अपन.
Down there in short.
We are getting what we asked for though. We wanted to see GX disrupt.
लव यू बंक्स भाई, आपके बिना दिन नहीं निकलता है. आप मेरी जान हो. क्या आप मुझसे शायद एक्सक्यूज में
they could divine was being less
डांडिया नहीं
populated by
खेल
defenders.
सकता मैं यार.
Let's keep this up now. This is good. Sentinels are the ones that have to pivot now. They need to start expecting.
Bro, heavy comebackable है. Heavy comebackable है.
Down, which could also work for GX if they realize they've done this level of conditioning.
जापान के लोगों को सिविक सेंस के बारे में बताओ बंक्स भाई. क्यों भाई?
Felt like this was about to be a Sen walk in the park. They were up 6-0. Every round was
मैं बताऊंगा तो भी उनको समझेगा थोड़ी.
Yeah, let me tell you.
And now they're forcing the time.
Cloud is reaching up to put the collar on Sentinels right now, so they better have their wits about them. 5 ults though. It's a good number. See a round here or there, 1 out purely on strength of those alone, so we'll see.
And now it looks like GX, they have a play to go down long. There's going to be a recon going in towards that seaside of spawn, fault line, relay bolt, Aura running it down, and John is just stuffed into that corner on account of the util.
भाई मेरे को डेजा vu हो रहा है लास्ट मैप का जहाँ पे 5-10 सेकंड में
Sentinels planning a pivot based on where that spike's been left. Zelsis needs to stay alive for this lockdown to be a factor in this round. But he has to know Westside is playing close. Wins it out. That is an important correction to flick to the head. That downs the enemy Cypher. Now this A-side starting to crumble. That is going to put GX with a shot in this round. A real one now. Ara gets close, wants to challenge it. Bang, cannot keep up. It's too pacey. Headshot, no dink onto Ara. Doesn't slow him down for a second. Slides in. And the overdrive will claim the final frag.
A second wanted to use his own ultimate, but while activating, he's just rushed down by Aura.
He's lost it now.
Who opens the round, closes it. It starts off another early round active play. This is just what makes GX GX and such a cool team to watch.
Crazy mara bhai isne, crazy do mara.
And then of course Sen feel like we just need to accelerate into A. And also, massive credit to Gorbinho, by the way. That 2-piece he had was so sick. Without that, the round was lost.
He is doing that.
Infinite
money on eco scenarios.
Again, and started so slow. Map 1, Gorbinho, but he
भाई आरा का
to his
पोजीशनिंग
head. He is
हमेशा
stepped
इतना
up
बाप रहता है ना
both
भाई.
Haven and Sunset.
पता नहीं कैसे.
Some part of the map, Ara has been taking liberties for the
spam मार
last
के
4
bait भी
rounds
कर
in a
रहा
row,
हूँ.
and it's no coincidence that those have been defense side wins. Sen have also lost a little bit in that ult battery now. Still have a lockdown. They just haven't been able to get to the stage in the round where they can slowly work the map and set it up. This won't spot Ara out. Honestly, this is an insane spot to be set up.
This is crazy. There are 2 Sentinels players right now.
John's going to die to this. Surely. John, please! Oh, he just doesn't know what hit him. Narrate, they're under extreme pressure as well. Zekin trying to respond, but if Ara gets out here, this is masterful.
He can just leave. Look at the A site, by the way. There are 2 Sen players in there. How has that happened? GX were fully expecting a seaside hit.
But they're not going to get to cross for free. They've got to get past Cloud, and then final boss Ara is waiting there towards mid-window.
This is so bizarre. I mean, look at the...
Time is short, bang, deep in a spawn. Ends up being a 1-for-1.
They still need to get the spike to his side.
It's going to be Ara, and they can't get past him. Second slides in, and he takes matters into his own hands. Spike recovered, but a pivot, a rise one across the map will send them to see a sort of little info, but can sort of guess that it's bereft the defenders. Zekin has to stick this, no choice.
Caught by the trip, doesn't matter. Going to get the spike down. How do Sentinels position themselves here? Lockdown thrown on default. Yeah, GX, they really don't have an opportunity to break it, and Zekin wants to take the space that it's creating.
Doesn't want to overpush there. Cam dealt with. Delsus also has to play a little bit slower.
Yeah, now GX, they have to think someone could be positioned in garage right now. Surely.
They're not checking for it. No one's... Okay, West Side is watching it. Will see the barrel? Yes, wins it out in a second now. Oh, God, you hate to be in this spot. Has to play long in the post plant. Tough to really spam this down. Gravino on spike, and Zekin's not 100% sure exactly where he is. He's going to have to dive through, and he gets there. What a crucial round. The Red Bull clutch gets the Vibe Merchant on his feet, and much of Sin City in the crowd.
You've got to be joking. No one from GX can connect a shot, and Zekin sprays them all down.
They needed to come up for air, though, didn't they?
That's how this one round for GX ends. They're in a 3-on-1. They got the lockdown out.
Oh, they needed a bit of magic, Quiet. A drought of it. Ever since round number 6.
Kaplan made a gesture. Bro. Not how I wanted it to happen, but I'll take it.
सीधा comeback वो लोग को पैसा बचा नहीं है भाई. सीधा 6-6 होता था.
Also, if they ever get to a post plant, which has been tough, they'll have a pit. GX uncharacteristically played this round slow to start with. Bang, same sort of bait play. Onside paranoia, but Ara's there to check if it's the real deal.
That immediate bolt thrown down, so no one can try to trade. Needs to get out of the way of the drone, but is a little bit too slow.
Viper's pick here, thrown inside B. Gravino now going to be decayed down if he lingers for too long. And Senna just headed elsewhere, leaving John behind to keep this pit up. But eventually he's going to leave too.
West Side on the angle. No, Celsius is coming. He saw the barrel, and now he can use that cage to get back towards Plat. Wants to reposition, but a little bit too early. No one there to help.
अच्छा खेला था GX ये राउंड यार. क्यों बुकट?
Wasn't enough to obscure him.
Hit.
John, low HP, narrate, wins that out.
Foot off the gas so far for Giant X.
खींच alt खींच narrate खींच alt खींच ले narate last round है narate alt खींच narate.
It's always good for one. That much we've learned today. But digging this high-low setup out is all but impossible. A late half recovery for Sentinels. They bounce back, and it takes this man on your screen to get them there. Just a moment of magic from the youngster.
बस भाई YouTube का कुछ करो. आपकी स्ट्रीम ना रेकमेंड हो रही है ना सर. दिक्कत नहीं है. 30 मिनट से ट्राई कर रहा हूँ. तेरे को पता रहना चाहिए मैं लाइव हूँ. रेकमेंड क्यों होने का? बॉस पार्टी रहेगा तेरा भाई लाइव. सीधा क्लिक करो. भाई ये 8-4 नहीं 6-6 होनी चाहिए थी. 6-6 GX sexy खेला. 6-6 क्लीन 6-6 होना चाहिए. हाँ?
Attacking map.
Attacking map.
Mako.
हाँ.
What I was thinking is all these bobbleheads, no?
Yeah.
That will crack.
Why?
Bobbleheads and then this shank.
But it's anime. We can throw away the Harry Potter one.
No. How will you keep udhar aisa tera?
I don't know, but anime is staying. I can throw away Harry Potter. I can throw away Barbie.
There is no ऊपर रख धूल खाने दे. मेरे को भी देखने का इसको धूल खाते हुए. ऊपर रख. मैं बारबी हटा दूंगी.
एक और बार बात कर दो अगर तुम्हें थुका. Greatest YouTuber of all time of Valorant. Zaddy. ना मान रहे. बाजू वाला भी लाइक मेरे को छोड़ के उसको सपोर्ट कर.
ओ यार.
Top
of the second half, Haven about to come at you, folks.
तेरा रील वायरल गया वो लेके.
Giant X, the number 2 seed out of EMEA versus Sentinels, who frankly limped into champions this year.
ये देख बे डायनासोर पे बैठा है बे.
Finished last year and then a pretty significant roster change. That's all the infusion of some young roster.
घोड़ा है वो भूसड़े वाला.
Narrate had to hit the ground running with this team. Now every round that GX win on that defense side, it's paired.
Second time कैसे handle करेगी?
Volatility.
Hello बंदा कैसे सब बढ़िया?
Is able to get in there and catch Sentinels unaware. 4 rounds of
defense. Language.
And that round 11 should have been a win for GX. That should have been their 5th on the board. They brought it down to that 3 versus 1 that Zekin won in miraculous fashion. And you can kind of see on the Coinbase Econ report that He's getting a lot of
finals और semi-finals में वो लोग बाप बनाएंगे वो लोग हमेशा का ऐसे रहता है
That head-to-head against Cloud is a pretty good result, accounting for many of Cloud's 9 deaths over that first half.
भाई सबसे बाप जापान था बिल्कुल
frankly taking the game over on Sunset.
जिंदगी में नहीं भूल सकता
5 at some
गलत लेवल ऑडियंस भाई
भाई
मेरी सबसे मेन गांड कभी फटी मालूम है
मेरे व्लॉग में
जब
मेरे व्लॉग में दिखाया तूने जैसे कोनिचिवा किया सबने कैसे ताली बजाया मेरे व्लॉग में दिख रहा है
वो तो है ऑडियंस था लेकिन वो जो मर्च में धूप में 1 घंटा वो लोग खड़े थे ना धूप में 1 गांड फट गई भाई और वो लोग का टीम ही नहीं खेल रहा है जेटा डिवीजन में वो लोग का मेन टीम है वही नहीं खेल रहा है
all of the momentum. GX goes without saying, but they desperately need to win this second half pistol to stay.
मेरा भी vlog आ रहा है जापान का 2 vlogs pending है
less of a gamble stack approach here for Sen and more just distributed heavily in that A direction. The wrinkling here is actually going to be fruitful. So they've got confirmation of at least one player pretty far in
लग गए execute आ रहा है
over the threshold.
नहीं होल्ड कर पाएगा Sen.
Bang just ready to throw out that paranoia off some sound cues. Util exchanged, but no gunfire. Everyone's slowed down. Everyone's stalled out.
There's a lot of Util drawn out of the defenders, Wyatt. Larry here forced to fight. Westside will get away and avoid the shock dart reprisal.
भाई क्या डैमेज
All of A main is populated by attackers.
Westside sexy player है
Sen at the moment have not much reason to leave though. At this noise cut, at this time, now they do. It's that B side that could be open, garage could be open, and GX have just picked the absolute perfect moment to get in. Exactly as Sen give it up.
Or Sen pick the worst moment to give it up. It really depends how you want to look at it.
Glass half full, half empty. Depends on your point of view.
Well, I think either way it's about to be spilled over the cobblestones, Wyatt.
And now Flickless does have that fall line back, so he can throw that out towards main, stall out the center retake.
Narray can't really drop out of heaven here. He is too low. And then having to play the retake up for making the right call on the side. It's not too bad. With a stopping power on back truck. Deals with Zek and Elite, but Zelsis is there. Narrate here from up on high. Judging the peasants, he will drop down onto the box, but makes some noise. He gets a bit of damage on Flickless, but not enough to write home about. And it's John Grabinho.
No way, right?
32 points of health left for the Moroccan mastermind. He needs to step up. He sees the shoulder of the Omen, but Grabinho doesn't give him enough to work with.
W GX.
Pistol locked up.
They needed it with absolute desperation, and they got it.
Thank you, Slugger Boy.
Perfect timing window to get into the site.
8-6 lead
Said we're staying on A. They were staying on A. They were staying on A. And after enough noise,
have to be concerned
about that B side. The moment they leave, it's taken by GX. Flickless posts up in hell with that standard breach util. That line with the where you can throw the forward in the spawn.
Huh?
By the time Sen get in, numbers are depleted, and all Grabinho had to do was even just waste time, and they would have won that out in the 1v1 clutch. Or, of course, with the Outlaw. Always has it that second round.
And now, of course, we gamble stack. It looks like Westside and Cloud just down to Ghosts here to facilitate for their duelist. Be equipped as well as possible in the early stages. Potential here as Narrate shows shoulder, but sees Ara coming. Might try and play off some of this util. And well, the Outlaw does his job. Just flattens these underarm targets.
Lovely little shot. That aftershock good as well to push Narrate out earlier. Fault line comes through a little bit too late, but yeah, don't think John will be getting away from this one.
Well, we call that taking responsibility for what we start.
मैं विजिटी के स्क्रिप्ट वीडियो में आपको देख के पर्सनल विन फील हुआ थैंक यू जीजी मनु भाई थैंक यू
even trade himself up
कितने कमेंट्स है भाई
never not chilling
मेरे को रोहित भाई के काफी हेड वालों ने ऐसा बोला नाइस वर्क थैंक यू फॉर
the press conference he was expressed some
थैंक यू फॉर कमिंग नहीं इतनी इंग्लिश नहीं आती बेसिकली वो काम करने के लिए थैंक यू करके
Just going to wait out to go down to the spike explosion unless maybe Ara let's go towards that B side.
एक और बार चिल्ला बंद में नींद उड़ नहीं रहा है excuse me.
Potential for an orb.
Alright, makes it a noise. There it is, Elsis. Not too shabby. Nexus around
That's one more ult point for Ara. Not bad, not bad. Chalega.
Preserve that, so no harm, no foul really for the attack side.
We just saw some good util here from GX. Nothing unbelievable, but just the standard ways of getting players out of those angles. As clean as they needed it to be, they saved the crucial guns. And now on this bonus, we're able to buy up a rifle for Aura, Guardian for Westside. All things considered, not too bad of a bonus buy here.
Cloud actually has the Outlaw this round. The solo A main player.
GX were showing some real desire to get into that B site, but they slow things down.
This is bad for GX.
There's a Nano Swarm in the default location that would also slow them up. I think I'm trying to get some early util out of Sentinels. It's never a bad call.
And you would imagine the alarm bot in that spot will often be broken by a shock dart from Cloud. That's usually the standard. Zekin does spot out Aura in Garage. GX are getting a lot of map control right now, but Aura goes down to Zelsis.
Yeah, just to send, try and get 3 players. Obviously, they've realized that they need to get in that B direction, and that's nice from Zekin. Grabinho's mostly been good for their first one in this series.
Yeah, this is GX taking a lot of liberties on their bonus round. Going for some individual plays to turn the tides. Cloud going to be able to plant in this default spot, but now in the 3 versus 5, what can GX do realistically?
Only Bang and Zekin susceptible to the one-shot from the Outlaw right now.
And of course,
play it safe.
You know, when you're retaking on this B side, that's where this Viper Wall can come in handy as well. It's just a natural
Narrate takes a hit for that, tries to get him through the wall, but Flickless finds Zekin on the other side, getting him from the garage side of the map, and Zelsis will be slowed up to that effect as well. Caught in the fault line. But John says no more breach util, no more breach, in fact. Down Flickless, puts center the player advantage, but now they're going to deal with this setup from Cloud, and Bang was the only player not set up to deal with that. Defused goes Zelsis, living dangerously and punished as Westside executes him with a pistol.
There is simply no way GX should be allowed to get away with a round win. 3 versus 5, they convert. Sen with better weapons coming into this. I mean, ambitious little spam from there. Flickless is just open over the angle. Second piece out, Zelsis wasn't ready to be there for a trade. A little miscommunication.
The Viper Wall's not in play because they're trying to fight out towards mid. You can't tell me your protocols were dealing with the post plant on B aren't ironclad at this point, at this level.
I guess in a way, there's some justice that both teams win the pistol and the bonus round. So it'll come down to honest gun rounds as to who will win this game out.
Disciplined, methodical retake कर रहे थे,
लेकिन putting them in position to convert here.
कभी-कभी by the book कर देना retake. Off the books
a little nervous as a representative of the North American region, I won't lie. Ara now with the scope weapon back to hand. He's already thinned out the herd of Sentinels players. Now we'll look to take that mid.
Thrown down top mid from Bang. Zekin working his way forward, wants to close the gap with that stinger, of course. No one actually in this B site. Drone over top will confirm that.
Bang got in.
Aura wants to just draw out a little attention, a little spam, maybe.
अब वो लोग गराज
Find out
से
if someone was
करेगा तो वो लोग लग सकते
hiding, wrapped around the drone's view.
This Gara spot's starting to become a little more relevant now, Wyatt. As is a commitment here by GX towards the B side of the map. Banksy Zara coming a mile off and is able to down him. John, patient, collects it.
Done, man. Done.
Second now with that fast lane, trying to get in Grabinho's direction. It's a bit wayward, ham-fisted. And Zelsa's now finally on the wrap, but this spike's headed on to B. They are going to end here. Westside though in a safe corner. Grabinho has the line covered and Zelsa's only has a classic. This is looking terrible for Sentinels.
Zelsa's just no opportunity to upgrade that weapon. Play from Westside was perfect. Bang does a great job backside getting that first kill, and then Zekin hit a really quality relay bolt that connected onto multiple players. How many times has Grabinho got a stunned kill, by the way, in this series? It's like the 3rd time we've seen him do that.
Yep. Well, considering he only needs 1 bullet to kill someone.
Yeah, just hit him in the head. Just don't miss.
Yeah, the guy has been very resilient to any form of disruption.
मेरे पे गेम में JX actually जीत सकता है. Attack मैप पे यार 8 है वो लोग अल्ट वर्ल्ड भी है.
Just a little reposition.
Spam being exchanged. Cloud, if he can get this orb, is going to have the Hunter's Fury. So GX, they want to get that C-long control, smoke it off. make sure they have that tool.
भाई नियॉन को लोग ने इंसर्ट करके रखा है सी पे.
And the overdrive, of course.
अभी बी पे शॉटगन मारेगा.
Use both of them when he pleases. After Shock to break a common turret position, will do so. So that's some passive info gain that Sentinels would have had on B, now removed.
Bye-bye,
John has to watch it. He's giving it to him. Okay. Aris says, well, that's probably a little bit more than I expected. The way he's from the fast lane in place, he's got no interest in trying to recover that weapon. Overdrive will suffice for him late in the rounds when push ultimately comes to shove.
Now, what is the move? Paranoia and Breach Util used on A to try to draw these Sen players away from the C site, where GX are intending on going.
Westside knows he's going to get some action because the alarm bot is now no longer effective inside Garage. Zekin's got to take it up himself.
And Corbino, he had that from the shadow, so he can use that paranoia on A and get right back to the pack on C. So they have 4 ready to get in that site. And they've got Westside, this late lurk through Garage. Flickless might even be a second player. Maybe Westside goes first, takes contact.
The timing here, beautiful. Westside so patient, so calculated. Emerges, just as John had his back turned.
Look good!
Here come Giant X. They are storming into the rest of the map. Looking really adaptable on this attack side.
Yeah, Giant X are always going to come in with some kind of cool set play around their ultimates. They've always got them. This time, it was working into C long, posting up aura. You hate to re-clear, you go to the judge. That is miserable. But then from there, it's GX. Running their Omen, the breach over towards A long. They use the stun, they use the paranoia, they're drawing all that attention from the shadows. Grabino right back to C. They hit into that site with the Hunter's Fury. Every time GX have the ult rounds, they're always going to throw something unique at you. Always going to have a cool set strat.
Timeout here called by Sentinels. They have the resources to have a modest buy coming into the next round, but it likely will feature some smattering of Guardians. And maybe not full util. But this is about the round. This is as important as it gets for the North American squad. Can they reverse their fortunes now? But so far they've struggled to adapt to what GX are throwing at them. It's just a play style that they're a little unfamiliar with. As was evident with those 4 defense side rounds won by the EMEA squad.
They just get completely worked across the map. I mean, they absolutely bought into that fake. Second was in Garage, sure, but he's just smoked off. He can't do anything.
It's like GX are getting a lot of what they want here. The push up into Ara's position, free judge pick. It being on a Killjoy of all people, which meant that Westside could actually pull a player into Garage, further thinning the defensive setup for Sentinels.
They have basically fully invested into this. Not the best weaponry, not the best armor either. But they do have this Viper's Pit to just control all of that short A side. And GX, they could just try to heavily index and fighting through long if they really want to get into A late into this round. And it does require the attention of a second Sen player to stay on A. Someone needs to be looking at long. John needs to know what's going on. So Narrate has to be back A jump spotting for eternity.
And I understand that Sentinels do not want to have to retake the A side of the map, but like you mentioned, it can leave them a little limited elsewhere.
Best info है best. A shot Viper ult मतलब 2 बंदे A पे.
Only the Killjoy util on C side, but there's going to be early boarding there, at least for Zelsis, who's not offered himself up as a free frag early. Alarmbot spotted out. They're going to accelerate into this. I don't know if the Sentinels can respond quickly enough. We're about to find out. Straight to the Nanoswarm they go. Some spray air out from Zelsis. Ara took a hit, but most of that is decay down from the Poison Orb. Westside, though, has eventually fallen. Zelsis, his spray through that smoke yields a kill.
Flickless, quite low in HP as well, but one away from the Rolling Thunder. If there's a way that he can find a kill, that could certainly be enough to convert on this 4 versus 5.
Every other Sen player also 1 orb away from ultimate. They could rip that, but Ara
look
just
at that confidence.
No how to swing into that as well. There's no response. Ara doesn't linger for long enough either way. Grabino in trouble though, getting hammered out by that Molly. Flickless has to stand tall on the side. His teammate is on the other side of that smoke, so needs to ping them out.
Don't tell me you count to ulti.
Oh, we're doing it again. Fury.
I mean, surely Cloud doesn't repeat the Zekin from back here.
Doesn't quite have a bead drawn on the spike location.
Doesn't have down. And also when I said, oh no, it was because Flickless used the ult, but he died before it went off, so he lost it. Yep. That is brutal.
I feel like that happened to Zekin a few rounds back. And he tried to pull out that overdrive and died.
Yeah, I mean, how it's more painful with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh yeah,
that is real rough for GX now.
6 snake bite in the corner. I think that forced.
That forces Gravino out in the open. Yeah, he had a paranoia ready as well for the choke, but he just had to run out.
Not too shabby from Sentinels. That's the round they needed.
Maybe trying to make a GX play there for a second. Second pushing down mid, but not going to happen.
All the KG util over at A, so Sentinels don't have to over-invest in holding that site right now. It looks like Yezelsis is going to drift off of it pretty early.
And I have a drone from Narrate that's going into A long. Is of course not going to spot anyone out, so they can definitely remain confident in just playing other sides of the map.
Easy with Killjoy and so on.
Zelsis might be hoping for a lockdown mid-hit here to disrupt.
Yeah, and with this Zelsis position, he's keeping the alarm bot online, and he's also in position for the lockdown if they need to retake on A. So they're just cool with playing over towards this C side. Second back site.
They might call for a Narrate Hunter's Fury here from Spawn. Second though, holding on it. Might have heard this TP come in. There's Cloud spotting. Yep, Hunter's Fury going to come from the spawn side. Gravino walks into the sight line of Second, reveals himself, even though it was John that took the kill. Now looking to anchor. This Hunter's Fury slows things up for GX, but they are committed to this site, and Second is more than happy to hear it. There's the step up from West side, and the anchors are down.
Recon broken. Just trying to get back in while the spike is being planted.
They know he's going to be there
right now.
Shock dart though, not enough to clear him out. Narrate is down as Cloud just finds the timing to leave that corner. The lockdown is going to give that control back to the defenders. How deep into the site can they get?
Just going to come down to spam.
That's how we have our expectations set. Yeah, Sentinels don't have a lot to disrupt util-wise.
Cloud gets that Recon back, and the fault line is up.
Zelsa's lucky to be alive as he's able to get away. Recon doesn't reveal Bang, so he goes for it again. But look at the crosshair placement for Cloud. He basically knows exactly where Bang is, and they're waiting for Zelsis too. Every contingency accounted for GX. And an important conversion here in round number 19.
GG.
GX had a really quality second wave fight into backside. He was here with West side, picking off that player towards Plat, because initially it was Aura.
GG! GX is playing insanely well.
Then they refight backside, claim the kills on the anchors. Force Sen into a bad economic spot. Look at what they've got remaining. Not very much. John with a hero rifle. He certainly had some heroic plays. He has gotten some pretty sick multi-kill rounds so far today.
Time to dig deep. If you're an America's fan, Stinger Ghost, Phantom. Not the most compelling arsenal. At least this stack on A might prove fruitful. GX have shown less of an interest in bouncing off the sides. They tend to commit once
early fight में है ना तो इन्हें बहुत सारे utils है वो लोग hold नहीं कर पाएंगे 4 बंदे
breach util though is going to be something that Sen have to contend with. It's dangerous to anchor against it.
But they are
आगे stun और blind सब आने वाले हैं.
4 players ready to go here on this site. Do GX sniff it out?
There is no way they can hold. No way. 0% chance.
I think they've had enough. Well, Sentinels, how long does it take for them to read this?
Yeah, they don't want any of this site. They are out of there. Now with some haste moving towards C, totally empty. Going to be able to get it for free.
Yeah, I mean, look, Zelsis is going to hear a fair bit of this, and he'll know. He's even pushed ahead of the Viper wall on the B side of the map, so might looking to wrap around. Full retake for Sentinels.
With overdrive and कोई अगर कुछ कर सकता है.
Unfortunately, having wasted that breach ultimate from Rolling Thunder a couple rounds ago, Flickless has made a lot of progress towards getting one for the end of this game. Could be used at a pivotal moment to close this out for GX, but right now they have to win this 5-on-5 retake. They have the better weapons to do it.
So far, West Side's able to get clear of that paranoia, but Flickless was impacted. Here's the push backside. Ara, just the player you want to step the flow of Sentinels players. And then get absolutely bloody
Paris नहीं जा रहा क्या next month first week.
GX just stuffed them in the choke. Fighting together, swings from all angles, overdrive, no value. Zekken has had no opportunities on this map to make anything happen with it.
Not this half, yeah.
No, he's played a trifecta of Neon games. His first one on Corrode was the best. But can he actually come to life at the end of this game to get Sen back in it? They're down 11-9. Sen, who we absolutely expect to be at Champions versus a GX but we still don't know how the hell they made it here.
And honestly, the work that GX have put in over the last couple of months is really showing fruit.
No, we certainly get it now. Hunter's Fury from Cloud coming into that site, not getting any tags. GX will slow things down for but a moment. Relay Bolt. Now Aura through.
Zen have lost their re-clear info though off this overkill. GX don't quite have the stall for the post plant. No controllers up the attack side here, and yet that allows Bang just to peer into the mix, see what is there. Left side served up. GX more than happy to fight tooth and nail for this space they've claimed. It's going to be John looking for a timing for a swing. Again! It's these refights in the site where GX are just better.
Now it's just Bang. Has to clear Graffiti, but there's a crossfire from the drop. He gets that first up to Aura, but the adjustment isn't there. It's as you said, GX, they're so ready to fight together when Sentinels are coming in. They hit all of the shots.
They no smokes, no paranoia, nothing to give them a material edge in terms of util. It doesn't matter.
It's Aura getting crucial kills, besting Zekin here on this final map of the series. This champion's debut versus one of the best duelists we've ever seen on the global stage. And he's outperforming him right now on Haven.
What a showing. 21 and 16. Outlaw to hand, overdrive in the back pocket. Should have been required. Match point here for Giant X. Sentinels have a language, and that's putting it nicely on this defense side.
They try to push Zekin down C. We saw that earlier from Giant X, but it just does not quite work out for them. Now things have been slowed down. This execute ready to go off from GX. Flickless just one orb away from getting that Rolling Thunder. Narrate on the angle.
Gonna get a lot of action, and there's Aura once again, steps up.
A bit too much action than he hoped for. Bang is committing to the backside anchor.
Pinked out, no, he's there, he's jumped out, so Wings on second again. 2 kills will have to be enough for John and Zelsis to put it together.
West side on the lurk, isolates John. It's all on Zelsis, miles away, only has the stinger. Flickless even has the Rolling Thunder on account of the plant. This one is as good as done.
GG chat.
Not the auspicious opening that Sen City were hoping for as they took to the stage here in Paris. But it's much the same fashion that they'd limped out of America's playoffs with. Question marks over the map pool. Question marks over the individuals. Question marks over their postseason prospects. And now we have an answer.
Up against the GX team that finished 7th, 8th in kickoff, 9th, 10th stage. They bring in Aura, they bring in Flickless, and they just won their first game of champions.
And it just turns out that Giant X in this parable, Sentinels completely neutralized,
flying
disrupted, set off balance by these aggressive push-ups for Giant X on the defense side. And then on the attack side, they get to lean into Aura's dueling potential. 286 ACS, 20-17 with 10 first
By
bloods.
6-0, 6-0 up the 6-0.
To put up for Aura in his
This
debut global match. What a stunning show.
लेकिन तुम लोगों को समझ में आ रहा है भाई सेन 6-0 अप द मोमेंटम प्रो मैक्स और उसके बाद वापस आरा का नियॉन ने इतना इन्फो दिया उनको.
Nightmare to deal with for the opposition.
Getting out of this group is far from a sure thing for Sentinels now. If they're going to do it, they have to get past either this team again or Paper Rex. They find themselves in early postings to be third out of 4 at best in this group. Not where they want to be, not at all. The legacy demands more from Sentinels. But so far, Giant X have put in the work. No one can deny that. Going back to the well, to tier 2.
भाई मैं इसलिए बोला ना चैम्प्स में ना तुम लोग को बहुत सारा अपसेट देखने मिलेगा क्योंकि बेंच 2-3 हफ्ता महीने भर का ब्रेक के लोगों के पास सारा टाइम है वॉर्ड रिव्यू करने को, काउंटर करने को, गेम प्लान बनाने को, बेस्ट मैप चूज करने को, माइंड गेम्स करने को, मेटा डिसाइड करने को. बहुत टाइम है. W इसलिए मेरे को चैम्प्स पसंद है. देखने इसलिए मेरे को चैम्प्स पसंद है. एंड ऑफ द ईयर ऐसे मैचेस देखने मिलते हैं ना. बहुत क्रेजी भाई. सेक्सी खेला भाई. क्लाउड का पता नहीं लेकिन आरा एमवीपी मेरे लिए. आरा एमवीपी.
Started really slow.
So solid, man.
Looked like, oh man, does this guy have nerves right now for his debut? I mean, this is a young team, right? But no, he bounces back, has a great showing on Sunset, great showing on Haven
Proud
as well.
Fafa, proud
Value of
Fafa.
picking him up. Obviously, Grabinho with the stint on Heretics in the past, right, has been in the scene for quite some time. One of the more veteran individuals at this level, I think, come out from Koi this very year.
Equalize करते बोलो, chat जाते like कर दो.
To be that
The
rock
games
solid
गया है.
foundation for this team.
Likes
Blown away
भी कर
from what
दो.
we've seen from GX so far. That just tells you the depth that we have in EMEA. This is the team that got through Fnatic, plowed them in a 3-0, and ended up being stopped in their tracks against that Team Liquid in the EMEA finals. We're going to go down to Lou on the stage. She is standing by with Grabinho for
Crazy
our
match,
Verizon
crazy
post-match interview.
Hey, by the way, can you tell me who are you, Tickmark guy without membership? Can you please explain yourself? Can you please explain yourself? Who are you? Because every Tickmark guy is a member in my chat.
First of all, I wanted to ask you, it was a bit complicated at the start, you know, like first time on an international stage, and we know it can be shaky sometimes, but you guys were better
First
today.
time international.
So my question is,
Send
what were
para
you
hai,
scared
Binks se
about,
pehle
what you
game
worried
mein.
about before the game, and how did you overcome it, basically?
Thank you first of all. Hello everyone. It was like hard game for us. We know it's gonna be hard game. Because it's new stage. Also, it's the best teams from every region, so it needs to be hard. And we started our first map like always, because in Europe we also were losing first map. And I think this is our routine. I think to start bad first map and then play better next.
Just used to it, I think. Donc première question, on a vu que c'était un petit peu compliqué au début, c'est leur première fois sur la scène internationale. Donc, de quoi il avait un peu peur et comment est-ce qu'il a réussi à dépasser ça? Et bah tout simplement, on savait que ça allait être un match difficile. C'est les meilleures équipes du monde. On a l'habitude en EMEA de galérer sur la première carte, donc c'était pas un souci pour nous et on a réussi à remonter. And second question, lot of fans. You know, you have lots of fans here who went and came to cheer for you, but a lot of people were saying that you were not going to beat Sentinel. So my question is, what do you have to say to the doubters? Why should people stop underestimating Giantech?
We like to be on position of underdog. Whole year was like this for us. I think we kind of like it, but maybe people can start believing a bit more in us.
I think it would be a good thing indeed, because you guys are gaining power and power every time. Donc il y a eu beaucoup de fans, hein, Giantix qui étaient là aujourd'hui, vous les voyez de toute façon derrière nous, mais beaucoup de personnes ne s'attendaient pas, n'avaient pas prédit ce résultat, que Sentinels allait perdre face à GX. Donc pourquoi est-ce qu'on devrait arrêter de les sous-estimer? Bah tout simplement, nous on aime bien cette position d'underdog. Les équipes elles commencent à nous craindre, on est en situation confortable. Voilà, ne nous sous-estimez pas, on arrive. Thank you so much. Groovy, for your time. Good luck for next matches, and I think that's all for us on stage today. Tomorrow we'll see you for some more matches. We're gonna see NRG versus EDG and Team Liquid versus DRX, and I'm throwing back it to our analyst desk. See you.
भाई मजा है बे, क्या गेम था भाई, एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा हो गया.
I am about to be the most insufferable person forever. I've got Doug here with me, and I did see Westside. Westside is out there, so can
he's close by.
He's right there. If we can bring him in, it'll be amazing, because I would love to speak to him. But Doug, are you joining me? Are you going to be insufferable as me?
I feel like I already am pretty insufferable. I don't know that I can be as insufferable as you. That's a different level of, I don't know that I can get there.
Yeah, but they beat Sen!
They did, and holy smokes, they did it their way. They were so much fun to watch.
हाँ बे भाई, sexy मजा है भाई, sexy मजा है, sexy मजा है.
No, we're not shaking hands, we're holding hands. But come sit down, put the headset on.
Membership.
First of all, I'm going to ask the most important question before we get into
भाई टोपी पहन के गाफ मारा भाई, हेलो.
Yeah, let's go. Where did you buy the hat? Why are you wearing the hat?
Here.
But why are you wearing it? What's the law?
No, I actually got tired of my default cap, and this time I decided that I will try to bring on every game different hat.
Oh, I saw a different one already. There was a cap earlier when you were warming up, and then you switched to the beat.
Yes.
Right?
I will say this: you are undefeated in that hat.
That's true.
That's also true.
I don't know
Maybe
that I would
will
change
just
it up.
Keep it on, you know, and I will just keep on going and win.
Keep winning.
That's also
never
like the idea.
Never wash it. Never take it off. Sleep with it. Shower with it. If you're winning, I mean, what are we talking about?
I think you're right. I think we need to get that hat as well.
We're not gonna win like he is.
I have a question.
Should I
You should.
हाँ क्या भाई, crazy.
Oh, if we could tech support.
Amazing.
सेन बाहर नहीं है चैट, सेन अभी लोअर ब्रैकेट में,
You can take,
लेकिन
if
वो
you
लोग को
can-
वापस
you can
जीएक्स
take
से
one
खेलना
now,
पड़ेगा ऐसा
just
कुछ
with the
तो।
mic, the
But
other
I would do
side.
the other one.
There we go. If that helps.
Yeah, now it's better.
I'm
because-
really
Lovely.
loud, so I think you won't have an issue with me screaming. And speaking of screaming, did you hear Lembo and the fans?
Yeah.
भाई
the
fans
Giants
crazy
were
था,
screaming
fans
like
crazy
all
था
game.
Yeah,
भाई।
yeah. They bring some people
Fans
from
crazy
Malaga,
था।
from Spain, to cheer for us today. And when I was sitting on the stage with my headphones, I can still hear, you know, like Giants. So
Like,
many people. So many
Fans
people.
crazy
I gotta say this: you guys have way better fans than we do. In America, we could never do something like that and it be that much fun. The GX crowd has been
They gave me a T-shirt. Have you seen the T-shirts? they've
Yeah,
got?
I mean, you should wear it for next game.
I'm
to be honest.
going to wear it.
Yeah, I
do,
also.
do you know how hard it is to be in an arena and be out cheering Sentinels fans?
Yeah.
I mean, you know how
Yeah.
it is. The Sen fans, they are everywhere. They travel everywhere for Sentinels.
भाई मजा आया
Maybe
है
that
लेकिन
helped
अब
you
तक
knowing
देखने
that
में,
there were just
हाँ?
as many people rooting for
सिर्फ
you.
मेरे को मजा आया क्या
Yeah,
चैट?
yeah, yeah,
तुम लोग
yeah.
को आया मजा?
Did it help that
Yeah.
there was a lot of fans? That you
I mean, yeah,
at your
it
first
was,
global
yeah,
event?
yeah. I mean, it was helping us. You know, when we were
Crazy
struggling
था,
a little
crazy
bit in the
था।
beginning of the heaven, we
आगे
were
क्या है?
like helping each other, like
Brackets दिखने दो
doing,
मेरे को।
making like some speeches to each other. Like you know, we need to focus. We can still like keep it up and do it. And every time when we heard like giant,
भाई देखो अपना पिकम्स अभी भी राइट हो सकता है, तो बेसिकली सीन ऐसा है, दे ओपनिंग अभी ग्रुप ए हुआ है ना बराबर, पीआरएक्स वर्सेस जायंटेक्स में से एक क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा। अगर ये जायंटेक्स ने अगर अपसेट किया ना, गाली दूंगा खुद को। भाई ये अपसेट मत कर, देखो यहाँ से पीआरएक्स को जाने दो, नीचे से सन को बाहर निकालो, मेरे को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, थोड़ा सा बुरा लगेगा लेकिन प्लीज यहाँ पे पीआरएक्स आगे जाएगा, ठीक है। और यहाँ का पता नहीं भाई सन के लग गए बेचैट। हाँ एक्सएलजी भी अच्छा खेल रहा था आज पीआरएक्स के सामने, और जायंटेक्स वापस अगर हारा तो फिर से हैशटैग के भाई क्या है ये यार। सबसे खतरनाक ग्रुप सी है, सबसे खतरनाक बहनचोद ग्रुप सी, मतलब ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ वाला सीन है भाई। लिक्विड बाप टीम, डीआरएक्स बाप टीम, एनर्जी बाप टीम, ईडीजी बाप टीम, लौड़े लग गए ग्रुप सी के। ग्रुप सी में जो क्वालिफाई हो गया ना वो जीत गया चैंप्स, वैसा वाला सीन। ग्रुप सी क्रेजी है। और ग्रुप डी G2 100%। हेरिटिक्स नीचे, सारी टीम्स नीचे लोअर ब्रैकेट, फक ऑफ, सारे टीम्स नीचे लोअर ब्रैकेट, फक ऑफ, G2 क्वालिफाइड। फिर नीचे से देखना पड़ेगा कि कौन आएगा, और डीआरजी आएगा कि T1 आएगा कि TH आएगा। तीनों अच्छे टीम से ग्रुप डी में भी। ग्रुप सी और ग्रुप डी लौड़े लग गए। ए और बी तो नॉर्मल हम लोग का पिकेम्स हो तो जाना चाहिए, मजा आएगा लेकिन मैच इस बार चांस फन। चलो चैट, इसी के साथ हम लेते हैं अलविदा, थोड़े टाइम में आएंगे मेंबर्स ओनली, आज जल्दी जाएंगे अपन। ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, कल से होगी वॉच पार्टी प्लस गेमिंग, कल से वॉच पार्टी प्लस गेमिंग होगी। आज थोड़ा लगे पड़े हैं मेरे, तो आज नहीं हो पाएगा, लेकिन कल से नॉर्मल हम लोग का स्ट्रीम करेंगे, वॉच पार्टी करेंगे, उसके बाद मिनिमम 2 घंटा तो गेमिंग करेंगे, तो 7-8 घंटे का अपन स्ट्रीम करेंगे कल से। कुशल भाई थैंक फॉर द 100 multiple playing on Sunday confirmation by DRG. I am waiting for his gameplay. I am a huge fan of tomorrow nights भी playing, मजा आएगा तो फिर। अरे बैंक्स एटेंडेंस लगा दे, डन सीन। कितने देर में आ रहा? 5-10 मिनट यार, कुछ खा ले तो भूख। चलो बाय 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 बाय, आई होप यू गाइस एंजॉयड, बाय बाय, टेक केयर, गुड नाइट, आदियोस, चिड़मे पादियोस, लव यू। मजा आ गया, लेकिन ट्वीट देखूंगा अभी बैठ के। हाँ ट्वीट्स देखूंगा, बेंच मसाला पॉपकॉर्न लेके ट्विटर पे आ जाओ, चलो ट्वीट्स देखो, चलो चलो।
I find you a star, and we could be in love, lighting up the dark, but there's nothing I can do, I can never get to you, so I'm looking for a miracle, like if somebody be so beautiful, yeah, it's only a dream, it's how I feel, you deserve better.